I'm manifesting through the pain. I reach for you like a fading ghost, like a vapor of smoke. You look back but didn't see me. One day you'll notice something missing, and you'll turn to look for me, and I'll be gone. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain, like a whisper lost in the rain. In the night I'd fading like a ghost train. You have only yourself to blame. An empty carriage, a carnival of pain, with ghosts standing in the rain. My memory, your pain. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain. In darkness you'll scream my name, but no one will hear. It's just you and your fear. I'll never be near. You'll imagine me, my hands touching, my ghost dancing. Looking into my eyes, you'll see all your lies. You'll remember all the tears I cried. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me.
A bleak December, Edgar's Raven. Nevermore came a rap and a gentle tapping, the ghosts of embers lying on the floor, wishing for tomorrow, my sweet Lenore, nameless there forevermore. The silk and purple curtains drew out my fear like terror I never felt before, brought back to my wonder, who could be at my door? Is it a man or a woman I implore? A darkness there and nothing more. Out like a light that night, a rapping came tapping at my door. Is this the end? Forevermore. as I gaze upon its beauty. But the grave it wore, I beckoned thee from the chamber door. Spoke the raven, nevermore. My gaze upon the raven, the word it spoke meant nothing. Even the word was a bore. For this bird named Nevermore.
Welcome, Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and this is PRT. Join us in the real reality. You know how it goes. So here we got some stuff to talk about. Here we got some people trying to get them in the chat. Some people are making some comments here. Turn this down. Oh, wait. I'm going to have to turn that off or I'm going to be getting inundated with stuff. You'll hear that all night with the texting if I don't do something about it here. The heck? It's weird. It's not. Settings won't come up. Let me silence this. There we go. That way you don't hear notifications on all night. So how many of you have you probably already heard about the guy? I didn't know him. People have asked me that if I knew him. I didn't know him. Dan, what's his name? Rivera? His name was Dan Rivera, wasn't it? Something like that. So he was something about the doll, the Annabelle doll. So I've had a couple people reach out to me. Not a lot, maybe 2 or maybe 3 people. Oh no, I've had more than that. People message me and tell me, that it happened, but I've had 2 or 3 people asking me about him and if I knew him and what he was up to. I don't, man. The only thing I know is that he was like going around. I think it was Pennsylvania or something, wasn't it? Wasn't it Pennsylvania? And he was dragging the doll around. Which, from what I read, the Warrens were very adamant about. Hey, and I know people who worked with the Warrens, so probably shouldn't do it. I mean, it's just, it's a simple, it's simple math. I mean, don't mess with it. One of the reasons why I don't like this boots on the ground, on location stuff, which we do it. Yeah, we do. And we do meet people and talk to them in person if we can. A lot of times you can't because they live clear across the country. I mean, but that, I have a lot of colleagues that do that, and that's fine. You do what you got to do. You do you, but you are grabbing energy and you're bringing it to you. And it's very dangerous. I'm telling you. Thank you, Paula, for that. We appreciate it. You got to be very careful. So that's, you know, and like I said the other night, I'm just going to reiterate what I said. You know, I'm not a preacher. I am not. I'm not a preacher. I'm not a cleric. I'm not a Buddhist monk. I'm not a monk of any kind. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a reverend. And this is not the ministry. Okay. And I said this before and I'll reiterate, I'll say it again, dude. I have flaws like everybody else. We all do. Preachers do too. But I just think that there is this within the church. And for a moment here, we're just going to focus on the Christian church. We'll say the Protestant Christian church, right? Just for argument's sake, because I don't want to have all these other beliefs thrown in there. There is this, and we already know it's happened in Catholicism, but it seems to be like this. It's just so many people who are preaching, they really shouldn't be preaching, and they're not being held to a higher standard. Just like I think when you're a professional athlete, they're like, well, I'm not a role model. The hell you aren't. Because society puts you up on that pedestal and kids put you up on that pedestal. And so I think these athletes kind of have a responsibility. I know when they're young, because you're an athlete until you're like in your 20s and 30s, typically. Once you're in the late 30s, you're kind of done being an athlete for the most part. And you see that with fighters. They just keep fighting, and it just a lot of times it doesn't end well. But you know, you're put up on a pedestal by children, you know? And so they look at you and they think that you're the way to be. Rappers and rock stars are always like, I'm not trying to be no role model. Well, once you're doing that and millions of kids listen to you and look up to you, you kind of have a responsibility to the community to be that, you know. And as you get older, I'm 50 now. I just turned 50 on the 14th. When you get older, you start to realize, and it starts to really hit home that, hey, you know, this is it. I mean, you start to like remember being young and naive and just kind of being like, you know, and now you have to stop and go like, I need to be an adult. You know, I really need to be an adult, you know. And you could still have fun, you could still do what you do, say what you say, whatever, but you got to start being like, you know, hey, and so I don't feel like we're there at this point, you know, like I don't feel like it's that big a deal right now. I mean, but I started thinking about it and I was like, you know, down the road, people might, I don't know. But that's why I'm just like, look, I'm a nobody, really. I'm not like, you know, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people, know a lot of somebodies or whatever that people put up on pedestals, but I'm not that guy. I'm not, and I'm not a preacher. I'm not. And so people are talking about, oh, he's got a potty mouth. He says things that are bad. Yeah, I do. I cuss. That's never, I've never denied it, man. I've never denied that. There's people trying to say that I always said that I don't cuss and all this. I never said that. In fact, I said it on one of my episodes the other night. It might have been my birthday. And I just said, look, I cuss. That's one of my vices, man. And I get upset and I cuss. And getting upset is something that, you know, we all do it, but we got to try and not do it. But it's like cussing is a vice for me, dude. That is one of my vices, but it could be worse. I could, you know, there's a lot of other vices people have that could be a lot worse, you know? And, you know, that's just my flaw. I just, you know, so I don't perpetrate as a prophet, a preacher, or, you know, somebody special, you know, people's like, I'm a man of God. I try to be, but who's perfect? Nobody's perfect, you know? And that's just me. I think we should be like, if you're a minister, a preacher, a reverend, whatever, you need to be held to a different standard. You know, because I'm not that guy, man. So the ops, the people who are always doing and saying whatever, I'm not going to give them much airtime. They've been roasted enough. They're over there in that little group saying all kinds of mean, nasty, hateful things, blah, blah, blah. They hate you guys. They call you guys the idiots, the cult members, the blah, 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 blah. I call you guys my base. I call you guys the paratroopers. I call you guys the thinkers. the knowers, the ones that know stuff. And what that you know, and the most important thing you knew was to listen, to tune in, and to tune out the rest of that world that's full of noise. And granted, we only get a few hours a night, a few nights a week, but it's enough to help you learn some stuff, hopefully, and be entertained at the same time. So these people, they talk a lot of trash, and then they say the most horrible, vile things. And then when you say something using some bad words, then they're like, look what you did. I thought you were a holy Christian. I was like, did I say that? I never said that. I said I'm a follower of Christ, but I fail. I was very specific about that the other night. They're always, you always know it's the devil because they try to twist words. They take half truths and lies and they spin them together, and they create their truth, as they call it. People love that term. This is my truth.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
Your truth is
crap,
actually
dude.
just lies.
That is such a cop out.
It looks like a big old lie.
Well, this is my truth. There's no such thing as your truth or my truth. They're just the truth. That's all there is to it. I mean, like, it's a cop out for liars.
My slice of gardening says it's 3 a.m. here. I need to go to bed. Who are you? Where are you at? What country are you hailing from? It's 3 a.m. England? I think that would be Britain, wouldn't it? 6 hours.
Because Nietzsche is the one who said that. Like, about how there's no right way to do things. There's just like your way and my way, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. Like, bull crap. There's absolutely a right and a wrong way to do and say things.
Well, yeah, and look
yourself.
at Nietzsche. Look at all of his wonderful musings. I mean,
Yeah,
he's like, that which is falling should be
the
pushed.
guy had like a few practical ideas,
Yeah.
and then but the rest of it was just like, what are you talking about?
Pretty vile.
A toddler could see that this is not correct.
But when he says that which is falling should be pushed, that's one
Yeah.
of people's favorite things. So if you see somebody that's falling, you just run over and give them a shove. That's what a lot of these people are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they thought we were falling, so they just ran over and maybe they're Nietzscheans. I don't know. Maybe that's what they are, But that's very Hitler of them, because he was a Nietzschean.
Yeah.
So, that's the thing. I mean, and they're always saying that we're into Hitler and we're into this, and we're into that. We're into what's correct. Let me say this, and I will tell you this: a broken clock is right twice a day. Did you know that? So if Stalin, Hitler, Mao Zedong, and Hirohito, and Mussolini, name all these horrible guys, Pol Pot, whatever, if they say, hey, this is the best kind of tape to use for that particular patch up, that whatever, oh man, they said that masking tape was good for that. I'm not going to use masking tape because they liked it. Or they said Earl Grey tea is the best kind of tea for that. Oh man, Stalin and Hitler and Pol Pot said that that's a good tea. I can't drink it no more.
Yeah.
But you're going to think, as I explain it to you like that, you're going to be like, wow, dude, this is, that's correct, right? But stop and think about it for a minute, because you're using common sense. I pointed it out. A lot of people, maybe some people in the chat even, they really believe like that. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
They will honestly, I've met people that if someone they don't likes the color yellow, they'll change that color. You know what that's called? That's called letting someone else dictate your life to you. That is the true definition of living rent-free. There's the people that love to throw that term around. You're living rent-free in my head, blah, blah, blah. And all they throw that term around, and they throw all kinds of other silly stuff around. But the truth is the truth. Once you start changing what you do based on someone you dislike, you have totally lost. Somebody asked me the other day, they're like, who wins and who loses? And I said, the people that change what they do based on their enemies. If you have a certain way that you're doing things and it's working, and then somebody that you don't like starts doing something, and then you change what is effective and what is working, and that changes and goes away based on those people. And people, there's a lot of people that have done that I know personally that have given into that, me included. I've been guilty of that. I've been guilty of letting others dictate my life to me. Over the years, I've made mistakes and I've had people, well, I don't like this person, and so I'm going to do something different. Well, when you start doing something different based on what they want you to do, and it's someone you dislike, then you've lost, they've won. And when you start seeing your enemies do that, then you're good. You're like, yes, that's it. Because their whole life is dictated by you, your likes and your dislikes, your wants and needs and whatever. You're literally crawling around in their head. When their whole product is based on hating you, what does that mean? I'd say that's a pretty good indicator of who's on top. We don't base our product on what other people like or don't like. We'll kick it around and we'll see what the chat says, or we'll see what the listeners, what they want. But that's pretty much it. Yes, projection is a real thing. Yeah, it definitely is. So people think that, I'll just project all of my bull crap, and accuse them of doing something because they think that everybody's like them. Too. That's another thing that you got to realize who you're dealing with. If you say something, they think, it's a ploy or a tactic, when a lot of times you're just being real. Those people do not understand being real. So I had a question for you guys. Nellie is got her channel, and she was wondering if you guys wanted her to do a call-in show, because that's kind of what she wanted to do. Look, it's still doing that. Here, can you take the notification, take it, turn it off, or whatever. Oh, caught my elbow. So waiting to get some people in here, and it's still early in the show, but we have a show planned for you tonight, and it's going to be good. It always is. I mean, we get good stuff here. And if you are somebody who has sent me an email, just remember that I am doing my best to try to get to your emails. There are a ton of emails in there, and I just here lately, especially, I've just been dragging ass. I'm not going to lie. And I'm having a hard time keeping up with Instagram, Messenger, and the emails. So, I'm trying my best. If I haven't responded, or if I told you, hey, I'm going to call you and I haven't called you yet, just be patient, please. I am going to call you. I will. If I told you that I would, and I'm going to, I don't tell everybody that because I can't tell everybody that. But if I've told you, hey, I'm going to call you, then I am going to call you. I will. And we will chop it up. We'll get together. So be patient. A lot of people in there trying to get their stories out and tell, their encounters. I apologize about Monday because once my internet went down, the people that were in the queue, that was pretty much it. It's like they were fried. So it was just going to be whoever was already talking or was on talking. That was who was going to be. Nobody else was going to be able to get in. That was it. We got it back to working for just a little bit, and we were able to get some. Like I think Kevin Murphy jumped on, right?
Yeah.
And then that was it. But so we couldn't get anybody else in. So I just sat there and I just kind of, and I had cleared my schedule to be able to sit there and talk and do it on a Monday. So that's, but the thing I didn't plan on was doing Rumble for 3 hours on Sunday. So that really screwed me up because I was dragging ass all day Monday and I was tired going in. And then all that internet stuff happened because we had another big storm that came through here. And we're supposed to get more. But yeah, it's just, and so that's what happened. Now, we're not going to be on tomorrow, and we're probably not going to be on Friday. I might be on Friday. I don't know yet. But definitely going to be back on Sunday, And tonight, I got to tell you, man, this there was some stuff that I was going through. Let me get my deal set up here. Yeah, Nelly wants to do a channel where people could just call in and talk about whatever they want, you know. I don't know if I would do that. That's what she wants to do. Me personally, you know, I'd like to have it more focused, but you know, it doesn't matter. It's whatever. So the first story that I wanted to get to was a guy named Derek that had called in. So not called in, I'm sorry, but we did talk briefly, but he sent me he did very good in getting his stories. Like he put them together really well. And he sent them to me, and the internet or the email ate it. Like it was there.
Ate it.
Huh?
What do you mean it ate it?
Well, like I went to go move it to a file and it disappeared.
Mm.
Never to be seen again. And then if this is weird. Okay, I didn't tell you this. So here's what happened with him. He says, I have a story to tell you, and it's about my experiences living in a haunted house. You know, when you say haunted house, it almost sounds like some kind of spooky Halloween goofiness or something.
Ghostbusters,
you know?
or something.
Yeah, this isn't spooky Halloween goofiness. I mean, this is like some crazy stuff that went on, you know? So here's the first thing that happened. So he sent me an email, and it was like a big long thing, right? And so I just kind of, you know, read over it and was like, and I put it in that temporary whatever. So then you can go in later and just kind of move them around, which I spent a lot of time doing, trying to get organized. And then it disappeared. Like I go back, I'm not even joking. I know what I'm doing. So I got to move it to the file. I go back to look. It's gone. Like there's like 20 in that particular file because it was by the state. There were 22 separate accounts or separate incidents, right? Or whatever. Different people, distinctly different encounters, stories, whatever. That would have made 23. So then I go back and I count, and I don't see his anywhere. So I go back to him and I'm like, hey, bud, can you resend that? And he goes, you're not going to believe this, because I told him I tried to move it over and I lost it. How did I lose it from the email? Did I accidentally delete it? Was it my doing? Right? I made a mistake, right? That's what you would say.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. He goes, you're not going to believe this, but it happened to me too. He's like, it's gone. Everything I typed up is gone. He goes, it's like it never existed. And I was like, wait a minute. You don't have it to send to me. And I said, I saw it. I read it. He goes, I know. It was there. It really was. So the internet ate it. Like it's just, like, you know, tell me that's normal. That's not normal.
Yeah, it's weird.
That is really weird. And so he lost it and I lost it. Now, how did both of us lose it? Now, here's something else that's going on too, folks. About a dozen people that I know, at least a dozen we've counted, have been in the hospital or got really sick. And I'm talking like, let's see, 3 of my workers sick. One been in the hospital twice now. He went in, got out, went back in. And then one of our patrol people is in the hospital now. Another one was in the ER and he got out. You know, so you're sitting there going like, what is going on here, dude? Like, I mean, this is freaking ridiculous, man. So, you know, having a hard time, you know, thinking that this is just a natural occurrence or this is normal, because 2 of my really good friends, not doing good, having a lot of problems. And one of them, I think it's affecting, well, both of them, but one of them in particular is really affecting his health. And he's been like, he couldn't go to work a couple days now. And I was just like messaging with him yesterday. And then we started talking and I was like, you okay? He's not doing too good. And so, you know, prayers for him, you know, and work situation. I'm not going to say his name on here, but And of course, you know, my friend, well, I'm not even gonna say his name either, even though you might know him, but you know, I didn't ask their permission to say anything, but just, you know, prayers for them. A lot of people are suffering,
Mm-hmm.
people in my family too. And it's weird because a lot of people who are strategic to the benefit of this show and of our business, they've been ill and they've been having problems. You know, while we were on the air, my a worker, well, not worker, our associate, our subcontractor, I guess you say, he's a
Mhm.
subcontractor. He had to go to the hospital. He thought he was having a heart attack, and he was in there all night. They kept him. And then a couple of our, well, I'd say what, half a dozen listeners from my birthday ended up like sick, or their parents were sick, or had to go to the ER. Three people for sure had to go. One of them, his son, it was his son. I think we said it on the show. And then
Mhm.
another one was her mother. That was, you know, that was Wendy,
Yeah.
you know. And then another one was her father was in the hospital. And then another guy, his father was in the hospital. And then another guy, his mother was in the hospital. And then I had another one whose sister was in the hospital. Another woman whose aunt died. Another person whose cousin died in an accident. This is all like in the last couple of days, and you're just going like, how
Yeah.
this is
All
too,
this at
it
once.
is so much. It's too much. Like, good grief, dude. Do I think I'm under attack? Yeah, I think we're under attack, Jerry. I think that's been going on for a long time.
It's a
But
lot of negativity focused our way.
yeah. So what happened with this guy Derek? He loses his accounts. He says, okay. So he goes, I'm going to retype them. And that was it, right? That was a couple weeks ago. Like maybe, yeah, no. It's long. I'm terrible with that. It's longer than that. It's been about a month. That was probably a month ago. That was in June, probably mid-June. I was going to say early June. Has been a month. No, this is middle of July. Good grief. It's flying. Time is flying. And I had a long conversation with somebody today about the Mandela effect. And and then I guess most notable, everybody knows who Scorpion is. Guess what happened to him? This is so crazy. Do you want to tell the story what happened? I mean, just get it started there.
Yeah. So we get a call from our patrol captain saying, "Hey, over at such and such property, I need to know who's there because I just got a dispatch call saying that there's a snake slithering around on the first floor. So whoever the guard is, either I need to know who they are so I can let them know, or y'all can let them know, but they need to be made aware of this." Well, it just so happened that's where Scorpion was at. That's where he was working. And so we call him and we tell him, and eventually he comes across this snake. And he took a picture of it, and it was
3-foot diamondback.
yeah, it was a freaking diamondback snake, and like in the middle of that property he was working at.
So here's what happens: it crawls, goes, gets behind some wall or whatever. A couple hours later, he's doing his round, and this thing flops out in front of him,
Mm-hmm.
and then moves towards him. Didn't strike at him, but then he falls backwards to try to get away from it. It's a big snake. And I saw the pictures. It was, dude, oh my gosh. This is downtown in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
And you could see it. You could see the viper head on it. I mean, it was, I looked at it, I saw the pattern. I said, that's a diamondback. What it was doing there though in downtown Austin, I don't know what the freaking hell was going on with that. That was so freaking weird. And so, hang on one second, folks. Okay, sorry about that. So, anyways, it's a weird thing, you know. And then, so, anyways, in the morning, he's, yeah, Loki, what's up? Yeah, Loki says eating rats. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody tried to tell me it was a rat snake. And I was like, dude, now here's a weird thing. And I've heard this from many people that the rat snakes are breeding with venomous snakes. Now, people are going to say, well, that they can't do that. They can do that. They just usually do not do that. But a lot of weird stuff is happening now. And there are people who are swearing up and down that they're finding snakes that look like rattlesnakes, but they don't have a rattler. And we already had it to where rattlesnakes were not making noise anymore. You would step right on them and you wouldn't even know it. So, yeah, Jeremy says they don't usually attack like that either. I don't think it did. That's why I said it just kind of lunged toward him. Like, I think it just went like that. It didn't strike. He didn't say it struck him. He didn't say it struck at him. It just said it went like that. I have a story of a snake. I've probably said it on the show before. When I was working, this was back in 06. I'll never forget. It was in August of 06. I urinated on a rattlesnake in the dark. Yeah. Oof. That's a lot of fun. You know, I jumped in my truck. That thing nearly struck over me too, because I went down like to jump back. It struck at me. Like I went down because I urinated on it, but I fell forward. I caught myself on some lumber and it was almost face to face with me, but it was further back some, you know, and I could see it by the dim light that we had. And then I felt its body go over the top of my neck and head. And I like grabbed it because it was so big. It was so big. I grabbed it and I slung it. Like that to me, that is the only time I've ever had my hand on a rattlesnake like that was not dead. And that I can think of. And I've had other snakes, but not a rattlesnake, dude. That was crazy, dude. And I kept the rattler for probably 10 years, man. I had that rattler, and I lost it somewhere when we moved or something. But I threw it, and then the sucker hit like the lumber and then crawled up underneath my truck. So I jumped in the truck, you know, right? But see, I was working out with kettlebells out there. And the back of my truck is where my wallet and my keys and, you know, something that I could use to dispatch this snake, a couple things, all on the back of the truck, on the tailgate. So I sat there for over an hour and I said, I can't just sit here all night, you know? And so I decided to jump out, and man, you're thinking, sure enough, I'm going to jump out and I'm going to get bit my ankle because my damn phone, my wallet, my keys, everything were on the tailgate. So that was a real pickle. And I never felt a or any snake go over the top of my head like that. So it struck at me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was just dumb luck that I'd kind of, when I went forward, I just kind of had a quick glance at it. And then I lowered my head and then it just went over the top or whatever. So I don't know if it was, I don't know that it was biting or what it was doing, but it lunged, you know? So anyway, all's well that ends well. I didn't see it when I got out, but I could tell you this, I didn't park over there anymore.
Yeah.
I was done parking over there, but a lot of weird stuff happened in that place. And now there is a case in point. This is how we can lead into the night's show. That place had so much activity. I had a picture of a green orb about this, well, a little bigger than a basketball. And that picture I had for years, and I know you remember that, Anthony. It had these two faces in the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they looked like a ghost, kind of, you know, and a demon. It was very creepy. And that was on an email that I don't even think I still have it.
Yeah, that's one of those old SBC Global emails.
It still exists, though. Somebody said they still exist.
Yeah.
I wish I could find
some people still have
password to that thing, man, because I don't even know what I wouldn't know how to get into it, man. But if I could get into it, man, I'm pretty sure the pictures are there. But I had the pictures on that thing, and it was, you know, and then it was a long time ago. The pictures weren't very good, but I took a camera. I had it. And I took a picture and I snapped it of that orb, because there was another one that was like a blue, like not an orb, but like an oblong, like pillar looking thing that I saw between two buildings, and it was blue. And I took a picture of that. There were several people, my friends, that would come up there and run around trying to take photos of weird stuff. They wanted to see, what I was talking about. And they did. They weren't disappointed. They saw like shadows and all kinds of stuff up there. So it didn't surprise me that a snake was there. That's also the same place, that in the middle of the night I kicked a coyote. So in that same place, what are the odds? I urinated on a rattlesnake and kicked a coyote and saw tons of like orbs and lights and apparitions and stuff in that place. The workers, how most of the sites we've had construction, they'll leave. They'll leave at a certain time. And that time is always after dark when they're trying to finish. There will always be someone who will leave after dark.
Yeah.
That place, they did not leave after dark. They always left before it was dark. So you knew all of those workers were going to get the hell out of there, and you were going to be there by yourself at night in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that was unusual. Never had a site before or since where construction-wise where people did that, but that one they did. So that was a weird thing, So anyways, back to Derek. So what the guy did, he says, okay, well, I'm going to try to, whatever. And I said, well, can you remember what happened to you? He said, sure, I can remember it. So I asked if he wanted to be on. A lot of people don't. They don't really. Some people do. They enjoy being on, and we get people on here. But so I got to say this. Who did I tell you he looked like?
Who?
Derek. What did I tell you he looked like?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who I told you that he looked like? Oh my gosh.
I don't remember at the moment.
Oh my golly. We just talked about it earlier. So, and I don't want to bring up any hard feelings, but he looks like another YouTuber podcast.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was right before the show started. We were talking about it.
We were just talking about it. So he does. He looks like, it looked like Barton.
Yeah.
And everybody that's familiar with the show, you know who that is. But when I saw him, like he looks like a younger version of him. And so when I saw him, I was like I was because we FaceTime, the messenger thing or whatever. And he does, man. He has the same kind of hair and the same eyes and everything. And he was like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I was like, I don't care. It's just a thing. It's just, that's who he looks like. But he really does. And so I was but it was kind of weird. Like when he was talking, I'm sitting there talking to him. I'm going like, this guy looks familiar. And then I was like, okay. But I talked to a guy not too long ago too, that reminded me of Lon Strickler. I'm joking. And then there was a guy we talked to at Scorpion site where the rattlesnake was. And he looked like Ken Gerhardt, didn't he?
Yeah.
He looked like a young version of Ken. I was like, I told Ken, I said, hey man, I saw your younger twin, your younger homeless twin. Like, right.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. And the guy was looking for a place to take a bath. And I was like, okay.
He's a nice guy, actually.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. He just like, I'm homeless. I'm a bum. I need a place to take a bath. Yeah. He was talking like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like, I'm dirty. I'm homeless. I need to take a bath. I was okay. But this other guy, he kind of looked like, what's his name? But I was talking to him and I'm like, you look like a younger version of another person, So maybe people with our certain facial archetypes have weird experiences.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's, it's just, I don't know. Maybe that's a weird thing. I don't know. I'm going to be honest, Ken's a really good friend of mine. The other two are not. I'm just telling you what I saw. It was just weird, but anyways, this guy, Derek, he starts talking to me and he lays it out there, everything that had happened to him. He's not a regular listener of the show. He's only been, as of last month, he'd only been listening to the show off and on for about a month. Right. So he said that his dad or his stepdad follows Marzulli. That's how he found me.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's pretty cool. So he was sitting there talking to me and he was telling me, that he was surprised that I was able to, because he didn't see me writing anything down. I told him, I said, I got this. Trust me, I can do this. And so he started telling me when he was living in Arizona, no, not Flagstaff, because that is a very haunted place. Just very pretty. Just don't live there. Do not live there. Okay. Don't live in Flagstaff, whatever. No offense to the city council there. They're probably like, why is this guy talking about our, but because it's a beautiful place. It's like an oasis in the middle of a deserty state, but it's a very pretty green place, kind of like Ruidoso is in New Mexico, and they recently had flooding. And that place, man, before that, they had fires the year before. Now they're flooding. So, man, prayers for them.
Yeah.
And Ruidoso, New Mexico. But anyways, so this guy, he didn't live in Flagstaff. He lived right outside of Tucson. Or not Tucson. It wasn't. It was. And it's funny because we were talking about this on the show one time. Oh my gosh, I'm over here talking about how I remember the story. Buckeye. He lived right outside of Buckeye. So here's a weird thing, folks. If you haven't heard me talk about this, I had an encounter with what I believe was a ghost in Buckeye in a hotel. You remember that? I thought it was you. And me and Nellie were on one bed, and he was on another. And we were taking turns driving and going out to California because somebody that my wife was close to had passed. So. And so we were driving out there, and the only place we stopped and rested, at that point was we didn't stop. We just kept taking turns driving. Finally, we hit the wall, and we ended up in Buckeye. So this guy was talking about that city, and even though he lives on the outskirts, and I told him, I said, that place is so jacked up. Well, where he grew up when he was young, when he was a kid, he's only 24 now. He's not very old. And no offense, Derek, but to me, you're young to be my son. So I don't look at you're not a very old person, right? But yeah, 24 years old. And so when he was young, which he still is, but let's say when he was a little kid, right? He was growing up in this haunted house. He was living with his grandmother because his mother had some issues. His dad and mother had separated. So his dad, who wasn't really much a part of his life, but his dad's mother was. So kudos to her. He's staying with her in this house. The first thing that he told me about this house was that it seemed like there was the grandmother said, yeah, my house is haunted. There's some weird stuff here, but it's not going to hurt you. Yeah, bull crap. It's not what happened. It hurt him in a lot of ways. And so he said when he would go to church with his grandmother, he said, I go to church with her, and he called her Mama. He goes, me and Mama will go to church. I come back, and I told her, I said, Mama, something's always happening. Every time I go to church, it's like there's something here that's angry. And she said, oh, that's just the devil. Don't let it get in your mind. And so she was downplaying it really bad, hey. And he said, no. There's something definitely here because every time we go to church, I come home, I get attacked. Her idea of being attacked was like, okay, something is punching you, it's hitting you, choking, something physical, something that's making you hurt. And he's like, no, that's not what it is.
Spiritually.
Yeah, it was something else, and so, his parents, they're, Gen X, they're like me, and so, and one of them's younger than me, but his grandmother, she's a boomer. And they had that kind of mentality, well, unless you're hurt, you're not hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Are you injured? No, then you're not hurt. Why are you saying you're hurt?
Yeah. And even if you are, just rub some dirt on it and walk it off.
Yeah. So that was that kind of generation. They didn't really care, and that was because the generation before them was tough as nails. And they, if you got hurt, you just, you got a cut. You know what you did? You heated metal and then you stuck it on there to cauterize the wound and kill all the germs.
Right after you put a bunch of salt into it. Salt and booze.
And barbed wire.
Yeah.
Wrap it with some barbed wire. That's how you get rid of. When we were in Salerno, we were pinned down by the Italian army. That's what we did. It's just, it's crazy. But, it always sounds better for the old timers, though, to say that they fought the Nazis, the Germans. And there's always when one of them was at the VFW hall one time, he was telling this wild story about Italy. Mm-hmm. My grandpa was sitting there with a domino in his hand. He was getting, I could always tell when he was getting annoyed. He was just like, listen to this guy. And the guy was lying because my grandpa looked over at me and was just like, and finally he goes, really? He goes, really? Because that didn't happen at that battle. He was just very domino, I just started laughing. The guy's like, oh, the hell it didn't. Oh, yeah. My grandpa goes, then you weren't there. He goes, that's not what happened. He's like, that unit was like, there were like 15 Germans in that whole town. He's like, that was all Italian, and American.
Mm.
And he was like, said the British were there helping, doing something. He was like, what were they doing? They weren't there. He's like, neither were the Germans. It was just American and Italian and mano. They don't want to say that. They don't ever want to say that because they want to say like, oh, well, we never, because a lot of Italian Americans went over there and fought. So they don't want to come back and say they killed their brethren over there.
Yeah.
So they were like, oh, we were fighting Nazis there in Italy. You were fighting some scattered units. There was not, probably in the whole country, there might have been, 5,000 of them, maybe. And that's spread out over an entire peninsula. But every battle they tried to say they fought all these Germans, or there's no way they could have done that.
But there were just swarms and hordes of
German
people all over the place.
They were vastly, vastly outnumbered. That's why it's like, when you're bragging about the big victory, you're like, yeah, you outnumbered them like 5,000 to 1, you should have had the victory. The Germans and the Japanese there wasn't a whole lot of them, or Italians. I mean, there was swarms and hordes of us, not of them. So yeah, I mean, it's a victory, but don't play it up like, oh yeah, we did all this, whatever, bullshit. And my grandfather was very pragmatic, and he would just look at these people and be like, yeah, that's not what happened. You're lying, And I even saw him like get into it with his own brothers and stuff like, oh, you were fighting the Japanese. Oh, you were hopping from island to island. Sure you were. He didn't believe it because there was a rivalry there though. And how does he know?
Yeah.
He don't know what his brother did or what he didn't do. He's just talking shit, But he did call out people when he would look at me and tell me, he'd be like, well, I don't know what the hell they did over there. I'm like, why are you fucking with this guy? You know what I mean? But he knew what they did where he was at. And he was like, I was with that division. Don't tell me what you didn't do because I was there. That's where people screw up. So it's kind of like, it's weird because even people who are in the military or who were in the military, they will do stolen valor too. Like they'll claim that they were, I was there. I was there.
Very common thing, like
Chosin Reservoir. Like, no, you weren't.
These made up war stories. Because I mean, people forget like these are still fallible human beings. Like they're not demigods. they're still just men. And
point being, his grandmother was from the boomer generation. That those people above them, that they're the ones that were in World War II, and the ones that were above them were the ones that sent them there. So you have like one generation that's like really tough, and another generation who was kind of whatever. Then another generation is really tough, and then I'm telling you, it skips generations.
Yeah.
Like your generation is a piece of shit. I'm like, why? I'm not talking about you, but because you were raised by a Gen Xer, but y'all's generation is a bunch of weak ass people, dude. When I see them talking about the millennials doing this and doing that, you didn't do shit. Shut up. Where's all this at? And then they make a group. I think millennials are not children. Then stop acting like a child.
I think that cycle of toughness is over though, because I don't see these
Zoomers
being tough if it skipped a generation.
No, dude.
I think we're done.
It's all like, the Gen Xers, and that's it. It just went boop, like that.
We're done being tough in this country. Like once the Gen Xers die off, that's it. Everyone's just gonna be there's gonna be like no testosterone left.
No. That being said, though, there are people like Derek, and there are people like a couple of other people that we're going to talk about tonight who are not, they're the exception to the rule. This is not a low testosterone guy.
Yeah.
This guy's trying to get his black belt in jiu-jitsu, and he likes to kickbox. So he's on the right track, and he wants to do MMA, but he was born with a heart murmur. So he has a bit of an issue there. So here's what happened to him. He was laying in his bed, and his grandmother comes in there to check on him. And he's having sleep paralysis, and he's looking at his grandmother. He sees her walk in, and he's like, oh, that's Mama. He goes to call out to her. He cannot speak. He cannot say anything. He is trapped. He is stuck in his body, and he's just laying there. And he goes, I have my mouth open, my eyes open. I am unable to move, to say, or do anything. He said it was horrible. Then he goes, once my grandmother left the room, he's like, I felt like there was something that was hiding, and it was under the bed. He goes, and at first he goes, that's just what I thought it was. I just thought there was something under the bed. And then I realized I'm not thinking there is. So it was on the left side of his bed. And he said that it crawled out from underneath the bed and it went up the wall And he goes, the reason he knew it crawled, he didn't see it because he couldn't move, but he saw it go up the wall like it was on the floor. And he heard it like it was like, he said he had a dog that it was really heavy, not heavy because it wasn't that breed. The dog was overweight. But he said it was very heavy and that you could hear the nails on the floor, like, and he said this thing did that. And when it went up the wall, he goes, it was moving its head side to side. And he realized that day, because before that, there was a lot of little things that we're not going to get into, but he heard like his name being called, and I guess there's a few things we should probably go into, but what he saw on the wall, I'll get back to it. All right. Just hold on. So he heard one day he was in the shower and he heard his brother, who was staying with his aunt and uncle, who was older than him a few years. And his brother was knocking on the door, telling him, hey, man, hurry up, whatever. And his brother, that's not surprising. That's how brothers are. They get all, So he's like, hey, let me in, whatever. I got to brush my teeth or whatever. We're sharing a bathroom. And he was there staying with them. What's weird is he gets out of the shower and he starts drying off. And then he remembers, he's like, wait a minute. He's like, my brother, it was crazy. He was like, this doesn't make any sense. He left this morning. Right? He lives another state over. Why the hell is my brother, who supposedly left this morning and now it's in the afternoon? He's like, why is he trying to get in here? And he thought it was weird. So he was just like, okay, maybe my brother came back, So he goes, I just threw on some underwear and some shorts. He goes, and I went walking around the house looking for my brother. It's a pretty big house. It's a 3-bedroom. The fourth bedroom, there was 4 bedrooms, but it got turned into like a study, or like, well, that's what I would call it. He said it was like a sewing room for his grandmother, but also like where she paid bills and stuff. And I said that, like a study, right? So he said that it was like a sewing room / study, whatever. He went around and then he heard, oh, I'm in here in the sewing room, right? So he goes, turns around, there's nobody there. Nobody there. And then when he turns back around, the door to the sewing room, study, whatever, is closed. And he's just like, whoa. So he goes up and starts like to open the door, and he can't. He said it was like somebody was holding that doorknob. Like literally just holding it. He was just like, he couldn't get it open. So he was trapped in there in that study. And then he hears like a laughter and he's thinking, okay, my older brother, who's bigger and stronger and older than me, because he was only 16 at that time. His brother's like 23 or something like that, or 22, 6 years older. He's trying to pull the door open. He's like, my brother, who works out all the time, bigger than me, can beat me up, He's holding the door. And he goes, okay, fine, whatever. I'm just going to sit in here. And eventually his brother, he's talking to his brother and he's realizing there's not answering. He goes to open the door and it's open. He walks out and he's just like, this is weird. Where's my brother? Now, you remember, he's only 24 years old when he gave me, well, I think he might have just turned 25, but he was very young at that time. So he goes and he grabs his cell phone. He left it right there. And so he goes out there and grabs his cell phone in the living room. And he calls his brother and he says, hey, man. He's like, were you just like trying to come in the bathroom? And he says, you could hear him. He's driving. And he goes, no, man. He goes, I'm halfway to California. What are you talking about? I've been on the road for hours. And he's like, where he lives up near Sacramento, he's like, goes up like, and he's like, look, I'm almost, to California. What are you talking about? And he's just like, holy crap, dude. He goes, I don't know, something happened. And so his brother says, you know what? I'll call you when I get to a stopping point. I'll give you a call. He goes, I'm driving. I'm on the highway. So he says, okay. So he knew it wasn't his brother. And then there was a few other times where like he just heard his name called and he thought it was like his grandmother or his grandfather who had actually passed away when he was like 8. And he kept thinking, my grandpa's gone. So he's just like, I don't know why I keep hearing these. He told his grandmother and his grandmother knew. She was just like, well, yeah, there's some things that happen here. It just does. So he had some friends over and they were telling ghost stories, right? And they had a little sleepover and he said, my grandmother is very cool about letting us have friends or whatever. We could all hang out. He's like, I invite 3 of my good friends, and we're having like a little pizza party. My grandma bought us some pizza. We're playing Xbox. We're having fun. We're jamming out. It was basically like a reward for him doing really good in school and, you know, doing everything he was supposed to do. His grandmother said, you know what? I'm going to reward you. He said she didn't. Now, people always say this, and I told him this. He goes, I wasn't spoiled. No, I wasn't spoiled. I said, everybody says that they weren't spoiled, right? Everybody does that, right? They're like, I wasn't spoiled. I was not a spoiled child. Well, your peers will say something. They'll tell you whether or not you're spoiled. But then they always say you're spoiled, right? Everybody tries to say that somebody else is a spoiled brat, whatever. So, anyways, he said, I wasn't a spoiled child. I really wasn't. He goes, my grandmother was very strict, but if I followed the rules, I got rewarded. It was a very reward and punishment system. Very cut and dry. You knew you stood with my grandma. Here's what happened. Oh, man. Give me 1 second, folks. Hang on. Sorry about that. So I didn't want to, hold on. Hold on. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Got the sniffles there for a minute. So, anyways, his grandmother tells him, she's like, if you have this party, whatever, just make sure you don't do anything stupid. She goes, I got to go to bed. I go to bed at 11. He says it's about 1 a.m, and my friends start talking about ghost stories and this and that. And one of my friends lives down the road. He said this time out, he goes, I was 12 years old. I was a kid, right? He goes, and my friend Bobby, who's like 13, he's like, dude, I'll be right back. So he gets on his bike and takes off. He comes back and he's freaking out, dude. His friend is freaking out, and he goes, dude, something big, black, and like hairy, like very but not like long hair, but like a short-haired dog-like creature came running out at me, and then it disappeared into the shadows. And he was like, what? And he says, yeah, he goes, it wasn't that far away. It was just like, it was like maybe 2 houses over. I saw it come out from behind these people's yard. He goes, who lives there? I don't know. And he said his neighborhood was a little bit older neighborhood. But it was a subdivision. It was an older subdivision, right? And he said that where his grandma had lived there for a long time. And so this guy has been binge watching my episodes, and he's heard me talk about Buckeye. That's how he ended up saying, dude, what the heck, So anyway, he goes, do you, because he acts like I know the city. And I'm like, I don't. I just stayed the night there, and I've passed through there a couple times. And he was just like, he goes, well, like where that street's at and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I really don't. I'm like, I know Arizona, but I don't know like the back of my hand. And I've been there. I said, Buckeye, I know there's a good place to get a burrito there, They have like this place. It's kind of like what we have here at a Taco Cabana type place. It's really good, man. So I know where to get some tacos and burritos. That's about it. I don't know much else, And so he kind of laughed. And then he said that, he goes, well, there's this neighborhood where we're at. He's like, and so the people that lived in that house, there was nobody living there, and there hadn't been for a long time. He goes, and then he goes, later, I asked my grandmother about it. And I was like, what the heck went on there? Why is nobody staying there? And she goes, for a while there was a revolving door. People would come and go, And then the people that owned the place, they couldn't get anybody to rent it anymore for any length of time. So they just let it sit abandoned. And then they sold it. And then those people had it for a while. Then they sold it. And now it's just abandoned, So it definitely, I think that not the house that's next door to his mama, but the other house next to that one is definitely haunted. So he was listening to his grandmother talk to the neighbors, and they were talking about this house. And they said, yeah, there's something in that house. We see stuff moving around in there. He heard that when he was like, 10 or 11. And he said, man, it was crazy. I'm sitting there listening to my grandmother talk to the neighbor. And they're like, yeah, there's this house, next door. And he goes, and they're talking about people moving around in this place, and they can see it. They see it. And so he's scared. He told his friend, Bobby, he says, man, he's like, and get this is really bad, right? He tells his friend, he's like, dude, that place right there is haunted, man. And these kids, they don't really live in the neighborhood. They're from his school. He was going to like this school, and they all, whatever. And he said, dude, he's like, I thought it was because of what I was carrying in my backpack. So he pulls out of his backpack a Ouija board. That's a great party item, right? So here you go. 13-year-old kid, 12-year-old kid, another 12-year-old kid, and they're all hanging out. Like, yeah, nobody's responsible. I know when I was 13, I was not, I was full of crap. I mean, but it's just, you just are. You do stupid things, you know? And so he says, dude, we pull out the Ouija board. He goes, and I had never seen one up close. I went to church camp and some kids were talking about it and they tried to make one on paper. He goes, and the camp counselor, was a Christian camp, right? Went ballistic on us, man. And even threatened the one kid to send him home because he had tried to do that the year before. He goes, I didn't know him the year before, but they were like, hey. So he's like, all I know is I wanted to play this game. So he goes, we start playing with it, and we start moving around the planchette, right? And then and also he was trying to tell me, like, he's like, you know, the planchette or whatever it's called the planchette, right? So he's moving it around, and they're asking questions. They're like, is anybody here? He said, dude, two of us were holding our hands. My other friend kept taking his hand off, and the other friend, there was four of us all together. He kept saying, put your hand, you got to have people's hands on there, right? He said, dude, I could feel it as soon as my friend focused and put his hand on there. The thing just moved over to yes, really quick. It was like, boom, yes, there's something here, someone here. I think this, if I had to say something about people passing away from dealing with the paranormal, I will say this right now with all certainty. You should not be communicating with these spirits. You should not. Okay. That is the best way to not have problems, is just to be like, not doing it. I mean, just don't do it. I mean, if you just focused on not communication, you know, with these entities, you know, you might not be possessed. You might not have something happen to you.
It's not that difficult of a measure to take.
Just not talk to demons. You know?
I don't know if I can do that.
You know what the problem
Sounds
is?
complicated.
Yeah. Sounds kind of like a lot of work. People don't believe that they are demons, though.
Yeah.
You know, they actually think that this is not a, you know, that playing with a Ouija board really is just a game. Yeah. And they're just like, oh, it's just a fun game. I played it when I was a kid.
The scary part is that, like, what you're talking to doesn't even have to be a demon to just completely wreck your life and mess you up.
It doesn't have to be. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it might be, but it doesn't have to be to just like do God knows what, you know.
Well, I've had people argue.
It's just so unpredictable.
People argue semantics all the time. They'll be like, well, it wasn't a demon. And like you and I have talked to people and we're like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It was an interdimensional. It was a fractal. It was a fraggle. It was a Muppet.
Yeah.
You're like, doesn't matter. It's not you. And they'll cut technical hairs with you. Well, it was one of the fairy folk. It was one of the little people. It was one of the not you. How about that? I mean, let's just, it's like the evolution versus adaptation. Call the word whatever you want. Twist it to make you feel good with however you want it to work. I don't care.
Makes people feel smart to get hung up on these technicalities.
And I tell people this. I'm like, what if God used evolution to do things? Because one day to God is not a day to us. That's not how it works. People don't realize that. 365 years is 1 year, right? Where did I come up with that number? Just look it up. It's the divine year. It's in Buddhism, it's in Hindu, it's in all these different religions. And I'm not Buddhist or Hindu, but I'm telling you, what did I say earlier? Even Jeffrey Dahmer and Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin had, you know, they probably had stuff that you do your same thing you do. You put your pants on the same way they did. It doesn't mean that they were wrong in that particular aspect. Overall, with their life choices, I would say that they were all very wrong. Very, very wrong. I don't think it's a good thing any of them did. That's, you know, if you broke down and analyzed their life, you'd be like, yeah, y'all made some mistakes. I think
that was a real jerk.
They're kind of a jerk. Yeah, just a little bit, you know. But if you just said, hey, like I said, they all like Earl Grey tea. You know, okay, we all like Earl Grey tea. There's some things there that are all the same. So I do believe that those religions are the same way. They have some things that they are absolutely right about. And then some things I don't agree with shit. I'm like, that's a bunch of bull. I don't believe, you know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that at all, you know, but I do believe there's some things that I agree with. And that's one of them, you know? And so I really think that there is something to that. I do believe that there is a divine amount of years. And so, yeah. So there is, and there's because I have a lot of knowledge that I've read and accumulated. And so that's why people are here, you know? And so this situation, I don't care what anybody says. My personal opinion is that you shouldn't mess with Ouija boards. You shouldn't mess with these. I don't play with spirit boxes. I don't do Ouija boards. Now, if I'm in a haunted place, I might ask who, because there's someone there. I might be like, you know, hey, I rebuke you in the name of Christ, you know, and I'll address them from a place of authority under Christ. Other than that, dude, there's really not a whole. I don't have a whole lot of, you know, because when you start asking questions like you, that's, you know, when you communicate with someone or something, that's being friends.
Yeah.
That's otherwise, why would they want to
Except
communicate
you're
with you?
the three-dimensional being, so you're at a severe disadvantage.
You are at a disadvantage. And, you know, if we are as humans, the first step to friendship is communication. I don't want to be these things friends, right? So he's a kid. He plays with this Ouija board, and dude, all hell broke loose. You know, first of all, he enjoyed it. He said, dude, I was just a kid, but I enjoyed it. He goes, this is crazy. He's like, this is like proof of the afterlife to me. He's like, and I wanted more than anything to communicate with my grandfather. He's like, and I really love my grandfather. He's like, and so I had lost my grandfather on my dad's side, and I had lost my grandmother and my grandfather on my mother's side. So he goes, so when we were trying to pick who we were going to talk to, I asked about my grandpa. And he says, so we're moving this planchette around. And I said, are you my grandpa? And he said, at the first, the thing said, yes. So he starts talking to it and being friendly with it. He's like, so we had a lot of fun, you know, just fast forward a couple of, you know, hours later. He's like, we're asleep and everybody's asleep. He goes, and I hear this. And he goes, that's how the bedroom door sounded, you know? Yeah, that's what he did to me. I was like, at first I thought it was a cat. I said, a cat? And he goes, no, it's the door. I said, oh, okay, sorry.
Thought it was like one of those slow, high-pitched farts or something.
I gave him some homework. I told him to go look up, you know, Barton, because he'd know who he looked like. He messes back. He goes, I don't look like that guy. I was like, side-by-side comparison, bro, you look like him. All right. And I did tell him, and if you're interested, folks, Barton actually does have some pretty good books. I know I've been told that the Inhumanoid book that I really liked a lot was actually a boilerplate. Now, one of our colleagues said that. Fact is, I still like the book, even though it was other people's maybe work that he put together. He still did it, you know, and I liked the book. I also like Mysterious Kentucky. I mean, he did write some good books. I'm not going to take that away from him. We'll not be friends. I don't like what he did, but anyways, that aside, I talked to Barton Jr. here, and he was, you know, and he was talking and he was telling me, but he doesn't talk like him at all, but he just looks like him. And he tells me, he says, look, he's like, I hear this opening of the door, and he says, and I see something walk in. He said, what was so weird about it was a short, slender little creature. He said creature. And it had little horns. You could see it, like these spiraling little horns. And he said it was so weird. And he's like, that it looked totally demonic. And he goes, and when it slipped into the room, it kind of like ran in real quick, right? He's like, and then there was something that was kind of behind it that was bigger, that looked like it was on all fours. And it came in behind him. He's like, and I say him because later on I saw this creature full on. Get this. This is kind of funny. So I told him, I said, you know, Derek, there is this thing where people think that they see something at night and it's, you know, it's actually not. He was like, man, F that. That's not what happened. Like, he immediately shut that shit down. He was just like, no, man, no, F no. Like, he just said, nope, that is not what happened. No, he goes, I saw this. It came in for, yeah, it was there. I said, okay. I was like, I'm just giving you that, you know, that out, that if maybe you thought you saw something, it was in the dark. And you've heard me, I tell people that when I'm interviewing them. I said, look, and they'll tell me, maybe, you know, but what about this? Consider this, you know, or they'll say, no, that's what I know what I saw, you know. In fact, Linda Godfrey wrote a book called I Know What I Saw.
Yeah.
And she explained why she wrote that. But this guy was like, no, I know what I saw. No, I'm not going to go there. Let's not do that. He goes, don't do that to me, Josh. Call me Josh. And I said, that's Mr. Turner to you. All right. All right. Young Turk. All right. All right. Mr. Turner. Get that straight. So anyway, yeah. So we know who's who. All right, I'm just kidding. So the guy was like, no, he goes, no, I'm not going there. I know what I saw. He goes, something came in. I know it did. He's like, and I can see this thing kind of moving around. He goes, you know how your eyes adjust to the dark, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I can see him. And then one of them whispers. And he goes, he can see us. And he goes, it was crazy. He goes, this kind of like weird rectangular but kind of rounded on the sides. He couldn't make out the shape. It was just weird. It kind of moved. And it was on 4 legs. And he said he hears it. It's at the edge of the bed where he's at. And he's like, it's growling. He's like, and then he goes, my one friend, Joey, he starts to move and kind of starts to get up. Like, he's like, and this little punk, he goes, he said, he gets up and he looks over at him and he's like scratching himself and just staring in his direction and just going like, you know, like, and he's like, what's up? And then Joey just looks at him, keeps staring at him. And he's sitting there, you know, with the covers. He goes, I got the covers like this. And my friend is laying on the floor. They're like on these pallets on the floor, right? They're sleeping bags. And I'm like, Joe. He's like, and he just goes, look over there in the corner of the room. Like, and so his friend keeps looking at him, not looking over there. And he's just then he starts scratching himself again.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like, and so when he's doing this, when he's telling me about this, I'm thinking, I've seen people do this. You know, I literally was at a party and there was this one guy that was on the floor. I'll never forget this as long as I live. And I remember there were like these couches like in a U, and there were people everywhere. And this one guy kept getting up and like scratching himself, and then he would stand up, walk around a circle, and lay back down. And I was laying there, and I was like, I was trying to go to sleep, but you know how when you've been drinking,
Mm-hmm.
and you're just sitting there, and you're just like, I wish I could just conk out, and you just keep waking back up because the booze doesn't give you a good sleep.
No.
And then this dude kept doing that. And I was like, I don't know this guy. And I'm at my friend's house. And finally I got up and I know that he had a big couch out in the garage. And I go out there and I thought there's just going to be more people. But luckily there wasn't. And so I went out there. That was a spooky place. But I just crashed out. Like, you know, when you're like, you're not worried about spooky too bad. If you drink enough, you don't care. You know, it's like, whatever. I don't recommend it. It's not a good thing. So anyways, this dude, you know, he said his friend keeps getting up and he got up and he was scratching himself and he goes, and then he'd stop and his arms would just go at his side. And then he'd just sit there looking at me. He goes, and these beings, he goes, I could see them and they are literally just like standing there still. Like they're being still. They're waiting for this kid to go, they're like lay back down. He's like, I'm sure of it. They're there to terrorize me. So he goes, I tell my friend Joe, I was like, Joe, look. And he finally looks over there. And then he looks back at him and just keeps staring at him.
See it.
And then he just lays down and just goes back to sleep. And he's like, he goes, I got so mad. He goes, I took my pillow and I smacked him with it. And he just kind of goes, ugh, and doesn't get up. He goes, and so I'm on my own. I'm totally on my own. He goes, but luckily for me, he's like, these things just kind of like walked back out of the room. And he goes, and I'm not going to lie. He goes, he was like, it was crazy. And so I said, the 4-legged thing? He goes, both of them. I was like, what was this? I made a joke. I said, was it a Shetland pony and a goat man? He goes, I don't know what it was. He goes, but it was freaky, right? So he goes, the next day, he's like in his garage, and him and his one friend that was there, which is the only neighbor kid that lives in that subdivision that he goes to school with, right? It's his age. He's like, and we're working on my bike. He's like, we're because my bike was like kind of messed up. And he goes, and my friend was like, he's like a mechanical genius still to this day. He's like, he's a Porsche mechanic, right? And like lives in LA or whatever. But he said, dude, he's over there just working on my bike. And then he goes, we hear this bang, like real loud. And he goes, we had these big plastic tubs full of like Christmas decorations and stuff. And then in the corner of the garage, he goes, and they fell. He goes, and so I go over there. I'm like, what was that? And he's like, well, what we go over there and we're expecting my grandma's cat is a big old cat. And he's like, I was expecting her cat to like run out of there because it's always he's supposed to be inside, but he always gets out.
Yeah.
But what cured him of that was he got his butt whooped by a freaking tomcat. So then he stopped doing it.
That'll do it.
Yeah, because house cat. So he goes, I expect there to be like something there. He goes, and then he's like, we both feel this like really cold gust of wind like go through us. And he's just like, did you feel that? And his friend was like, yeah. He goes, his friend just like threw the wrench down and goes, okay, man. Hey, man, you know, I'm going to leave, dude. He's like, very scared. Like his friend, I think his name is Jerry. He's like, I'm not, Jerry's like a very scaredy guy. He's like, I'm not going to be here. I'm good, man.
He's the smart one.
Yeah. And so after the party, the next day, whatever, this was like the day, I guess, not the very next day, but the day after, like, you know, I'm talking about like there was the next day and then the day. So the sleepover would have been like the day before the day before that, whatever. He's like, so he goes, we're talking. And, so, and my one friend, he tells me, he says, hey, man, you know, he goes, I can't remember the other kid's name. I think his name was Andy or something like that. He's like, we'll just call him that because I don't think that's correct. But anyway, he goes, did you know Andy was saying he had a nightmare last night that he feels like something happened at your little slumber party. And this was his friend's brother. Or his brother's friend, right? And he knows that guy because that guy's girlfriend, his brother's friend, his girlfriend is the older sister to that kid. Mm-hmm. So his brother's friend comes by and was giving his brother something he borrowed or whatever. He said, tell your brother when he comes back, my brother will come down about every 3 weeks, you know. And he ended up moving like down to right on the California-Arizona border. So he ended up moving, you know. But that time he was still living up in the middle of California. And he said, dude, you know, he goes, next time your brother comes down in a few weeks here, give him this, you know, it's something that he left in my house. And then he says, hey, man, he goes, did you hear about your little friend, Andy? He's like, you know, my girlfriend said that he's having some issues, man. And his parents were talking about putting him in a treatment center because he'd been having all kinds of problems. And this last blow up or whatever, because he said his friend had anger problems. He got so mad at his mother that he grabbed the knife from the drawer and like held it up to her and put it like right there to her eye.
Mm.
And then he started screaming in the night about being possessed. Something possessed him. And this is what he said. You got to remember, this is a kid when he told him this, right? Mm-hmm. So he's telling a 12-year-old kid this. This is a 17-year-old kid, right? He's telling him. He's like, you know, he goes, your brother, like, you know, he ain't going to tell you this. You know, he goes, but because he was at that time, his brother was 18. His brother was living with his girlfriend. That was before that's right. Before he moved to Sacramento or up by Sacramento. Okay. When the thing happened with it, because I got confused, when it happened with him in the shower, whatever, his brother was already like 22, 23, something like that. So his brother's like 6 years older than him. This guy's like 5, going on 6 years older than him. They went to school together. So he says, look, your little friend pulled a knife out on my girlfriend's mom. He's like, he's a little F word, you know, a little, you know, effer, you know. He's like, he's a turd, you know, he's not a good kid. And he goes, well, he just has anger problems. He goes, oh, his anger problems, he's fixing to go to jail, and he's going to probably go to a treatment center at the very least. So he's kind of snarky about it. You know, he's like, tell your brother, man, you know, get his mail, whatever. I'll see him in a few weeks and whatever, you know. So he was like very upset. He was like, this guy just basically told me that one of my good friends, so I try to call over there. No answer. You know, I try to call again, no answer. Finally, his mother answers the phone and says he's going to be gone for a while. So that happened to his one friend. He's like, then my friend Joey, he goes, the one that was sitting up and that was scratching himself and not paying attention, whatever. He calls me. He says, hey, man, His parents at work, very much a latchkey kid. He's like, my mom and dad went to work, but I think there's something here at the house with me. And he's like, this kid lived a couple miles away. He goes, but I could get there on my bike. So I told him, so you know what? I'll come over. So he goes, I go over there and I have my video games and stuff. And it was summertime. He's like, so I went over there. He goes, my friend is literally this is a kid. Now, I'm not saying that this is correct or not correct, but this kid, he's like 12 years old. He's sitting in his bedroom with a loaded shotgun. So the door is unlocked. He walks in, and get this. He walks in. He says he sees somebody move and go into one of the other bedrooms. And I think he said that guy's name was Jeremiah. It was his his friend's brother. So he thought, oh, there's his brother, right? So then he goes, knocks on his door, and he hears, like the shotgun cocking,
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, it's me, chill out. It's me, Derek. And so he goes, my friend goes, okay, all right, come on in. And he goes, he opens the door to this kid basically leveling a shotgun, and he sees it's him. He puts it down. He's like thinking back on it. He goes, I was scared at the moment, but he goes, it was terrifying. I was a 12-year-old kid that's full of anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
He says, what's going on? He goes, I just saw your brother. He goes, Jeremy's not here. It's just me. He goes, you saw it, huh? He goes, yeah, I saw your brother. He goes, that's not my brother.
Oh.
That's not my brother. He goes, let's go look. And he's like, okay. And that kind of gave me the chill when he said that. And then he goes, we go out of the bedroom. We take a right. We go down the hallway. He goes, and it was the last bedroom on the right. He's like, and I saw that there was the bedroom on the left, which was his parents' room. He's like, his brother is a little bit older than us. But he's really tall. His brother's like a basketball player, like built like a basketball player. He says, well, maybe it's your brother. He goes, it's not my brother, man. And he knocks on the wall, like because the door's open, but they're too scared to, go in there. So he says, we're standing there. Derek's like, we're like, bang, bang. And then they hear a knock back on the wall right there where the door is at. Like, right. But not the door. And he goes, the door was partway open. He goes, I push it with my foot and I hear, this is crazy, dude. He goes, I hear this growling noise. He goes, it was like, very potent, very, very, I kind of practiced it. I don't know if I got it, He goes, and then it just kind of faded away. And his friend, he's like, did you hear that? And he goes, yes, I heard it. He goes, let's back away. He goes, okay. He goes, all right. So he goes, what was that?
The hell?
What the heck? You heard that, right? I heard a voice, and then I heard.
Just heard something shifting around in there.
Yeah, you didn't hear the voice? Like it sounded like somebody talking?
No, I just heard something
I did,
shift.
dude.
I don't think anyone's at the office next door.
No, the lawyers aren't there right now. Oh man, that was bizarre. You didn't hear what I heard, but you heard that shifting around, right?
Yeah, like someone was moving something.
Weird. Okay, so anyway, back to the encounter. I heard it again. You hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyways, all right, let's just, hold on one second, folks. I got to do this. Let me take care of this. Okay, so what happens is he goes, the boys back away and they're terrified, right? And his friend who's like sitting there holding a gun, and this is a 12-year-old kid. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, like I said. I mean, there are people who literally think it's, just normal to run around and shoot a gun I did when I was a kid, but I don't know these kids' state of mind, and there's no adult supervision. This kid's got a 12-gauge shotgun, right? And according to what Derek says, and he's very versed with guns, he said that thing threw slugs. So, yeah, this is a kid. I mean, he pulls a trigger, he's going to go flying backwards at the very least. He could lose control of it, and he could shoot Derek.
Yeah.
That's my take on that, But so anyway, this kid's name is Joey, right? And his brother's name is Jeremy. So it's Joey and Jeremy. And this is the kid who had sat up and was scratching. He goes, "You remember that night?" He's like, that he goes, "I thought you were sleepwalking or something." He goes, No. He goes, "I looked over. I didn't see anything." He's like, "I just remember you vaguely, you talking to me. And then did you hit me with a pillow?" And he goes, "Yeah, I did." He goes, "Okay. All right." So they're sitting there in his room and it's dark. And he goes, "I got a question, Joey. Why are we sitting in the dark?" And Joe's like, "Because if you try," I'm sorry, I'm trying to laugh at these kids, but he goes, "If we turn the light on, they can see us." And so he goes, and then, so when Derek told me this, he goes, "Yeah." Because, he dips snuff, and he's kind of like, "Yeah, I kind of thought that was really stupid." And he goes, I was like, "You're kids, man. You're freaking kids." He goes, "No, he's still that way." I'm not going to say
really still they can't see us.
I'm not going to talk about this guy because I don't know him, and Joey's not around to defend himself. Okay, he lives in another state, so another city, whatever. But so Joey says, he's like, if we don't turn the light on, he goes, "I don't think that's a good idea. I think these are demonic entities." He didn't call them that, but he said these are demons. He said, even as a kid, I knew what that was. He goes, and I'm like, we got to turn the light on. He goes, so we turn the light on. He goes, and my friend is like, he goes, I think this is a bad idea, man. And he goes, we need to get out of here. And he says, you know what? I do agree with that. And then so they start to leave, and his friend's walking out the front door with a shotgun. He's like, it's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, whatever. It just turned dark. He goes, no. He's like, go put the gun back. We can't be walking around the neighborhood with that. He's like, okay. So he puts it right there by the door, and they walk out. His parents, he goes, his kids' parents are always gone, always. He'd see them every now and then they'd be gone. So then they go and they grab their bikes and they take off. They get back to his place, and then their friend Bobby comes over, the one that brought the infamous Bobby, the kid that brought the friggin' Ouija board, right? And the other kid, he's being shipped away or whatever. And so Bobby comes over, and he's got the Ouija board, and he's like, or he's the one that had the Ouija board, and he's like, "Hey, man," they're basically, he's there waiting when they get back, is what I was told. They go by, and then he's in the front yard or whatever, and he's like right around the corner. He comes running up, and he goes, guys. He goes, "I've been hiding, man. There's something in your garage." I remember him and his other friend, they look at each other, and they're like, okay. Because he had told him, he's like, "We saw something. We heard something, right?" And he's like, "Man, there's nothing that you're going to tell me that's going to make me feel better about this whole situation." He's telling me this. And I told him, I said, "I'm not trying to. I'm not telling you anything. I'm just going to, I said, let me tell you this. This is what I was going to tell him." I said, did once you open something, I wasn't trying to tell him, oh, well, it's this and that. No, I'm telling you, because it always does get better. Okay. And when I think makes it better is by praying. I think that, just, talking in Christ's name, things. And it's hard. I know it's hard. We all make mistakes. We all sin. We all do things that we're not supposed to do. Like I said before, one of my sins is cussing. I got to stop that crap. It's just the way it is. But this guy, and I think everybody has a vice, and there could be worse ones, right? There's a lot of, I don't drink, I don't smoke, do any of that, but man, I get angry and I say things, But he says his friend, he told me, he's like, yeah, he goes, my friend was here earlier. He goes, and he left because he was scared. He goes, and the garage door was open. And he told Bobby, he says, "Bobby, when you came, was my grandma's door open? The garage door?" He said, "Yeah." He says, he goes, and so he goes inside, same thing. The door's open. He goes, "Mama," no answer. So he calls her. "Grandma's at bingo. She's at the bingo hall." He goes, "She goes twice a week." And he says, "Man," he's like, "I cannot tell you how much I wish that she was there." He's like, "I was to the point where I was like, let's go ride our bikes to the bingo halls. I don't want to aggravate my grandmother. She only gets to go out a couple times a night, a couple times a week if she's not going to church. She doesn't have a very, fun time. She doesn't, whatever. She's always out, she's always helping people doing stuff. She don't really get a lot of me time. So he's like, even as a kid, he didn't use the word cognizant, but he said he was aware of that. So he decided not to aggravate her. He goes, it was a hard thing to do. He says, so I said, okay, guys, let's go to my room. He goes, so we all run up to my room. He goes, we're sitting there. He goes, and then we hear what sounds like a screeching, howling noise coming from downstairs. He goes, and I cannot describe to you He's like, if it was like a bird mixed with a wolf, he goes, but not really like a wolf, kind of like a coyote. And he goes, and it was just very loud and very just, distinct. Now remember, this house had some weird stuff going on before this Ouija board thing, but this Ouija board thing really made it pop off. And he said that he goes, this is what he told me. He says, I think me and all my friends that were there that messed with that Ouija board, we were all inundated with really, really, really dark stuff. That's why you don't mess with them. He says, we go downstairs, we walk into the kitchen. He goes, and there's like all the drawers and cabinets are open. I've heard this like so many times. And we had somebody on the show on a Monday night one night, and they were just telling us like same thing. I can't remember who it was exactly, but they were talking about, if you watch the show regularly, the cabinets and drawers being open. And I'm sitting there going like, yeah. And when and on Mondays, this last Monday, of course, the internet kind of messed up, so we didn't get to allow more people on. Whoever was on there was on there. That was it. But usually on a Monday, you guys know, we'll get several people get on there and they'll tell their stories. And you'll just see me like listening, talking, interviewing, and kind of like doing what I do. You'll see me doing it live. It's kind of what it is. You're watching me do what I do. And so I asked him about this. I said, when you go downstairs, y'all all were brave enough to go downstairs. He goes, yes. He's like, but it was dark in the kitchen. And for some reason, get this, the lights in the kitchen, the den, and the living room would not turn on. And I said, oh, maybe a breaker, whatever. He goes, nope. He's like, we all run back upstairs. We hear it again. We hear this same noise. So this time we decide we're going to run out of the house and get out of there because we heard something coming up the stairs. He goes, finally, Bobby was brave enough to open the door and look. He sees nothing. He says, let's make a run for it. Basically is what he said. He's like, let's just get out of here. They all get the courage and then they run in all different directions. Like literally, he goes, my one friend, Joey, runs toward my grandmother's bedroom. He goes, which is ridiculous. He goes, and then I run toward the front door. He's like, and my other friend, Bobby, goes back toward the kitchen. He goes, and then he throws the switch on. He goes, and the den light is working. It's right there, the den and then the kitchen. He goes, and it's working. He goes, I'm like, this is ridiculous, man. And so he's like, so then we tell my friend we get outside the house and we call him. My friend Joey, who had just had the crazy experience at his house with something that was about the size of his brother, and they didn't even go to look. They just heard growling. He's under the bed. He goes, he's under my grandmother's bed. And I'm like, why are you under my grandmother's bed? And he's like, don't call me again. I don't want them to hear you. And so he hangs up. And he's like, oh my gosh. He's like, basically told me he was hiding. He wasn't coming out and he was going to stay there. He says, we decide to just hang out in the driveway. He's like, until my neighbor comes home, and my neighbors, they're bringing in groceries. He's like, and they were older people. Their kids were like a lot older than me. They were in their late teens already. We were little kids, And he's like, these people are like my brother's age. When my brother was 18 at the time, he's like, this guy was like 19. The other kid was like 22 or something like that. The 19-year-old was just like a female, and he goes, I had the biggest crush on her, right? She's really pretty. And he said that this older couple, they pull up. And by older, he probably talks about me, people my age. Like, oh, we're old now, right? Yeah, okay. He says, so these older people, he says older people. He didn't say old. But he said they pulled up, and they were like, break yourself, fool, break yourself. That's how we talk. That's how we do it in Gen X. Why are you in my front yard? Huh? Why are you in my front yard? I don't care if you're a little person. Don't be walking in my front yard. You know what happens? People break yourself, bro. What's up?
I don't care if you're 9 years old.
Straight up.
Get off my lawn.
You're doing all this. Anyway, I'm joking, folks. That last part wasn't really a gang sign. The rest of them, yeah, they were all legit gang signs. Every one of them. I'm in I was, 14 gangs. I was in 1st Street through 14th Street. Every one of them. And Sesame. I was in all of them. Every street. You throw a street out there. I started banging when I was like 8. You know what I'm saying?
Months.
For real, yo. For real. I stand up, my pants fall down. All right. I was telling that story the other night about getting into a fight, and my pants actually did come down.
Yeah.
Not my proudest moment. That's not how I like to. That's not how I like to do things. I usually like to have my pants on when I fight. Usually. So, anyways, what happens is this guy. He's like these people come home. He goes, and I had never been this kind of person. I was even now. He goes, I'm kind of a private. I don't mind. Whatever. He was like, I'm sharing this with you. And you'll share it with your people, right? He goes, but I run over there. I run to my neighbors, and I said, I'm scared. Because this guy's carrying like a bag of groceries. He's just like, okay, I'm Paul. What's going on? He says, I'll never forget. And the wife, she comes over and she's just like, are you okay? And he's like, no, there's somebody in our house. He goes, and my neighbor, he's a big dude, man. Like, he goes, I remember this dude bringing a deer back, right? He's like, and he goes, our houses are not like crammed right next to each other. There's like a little bit, room, right? He's like, I run over there. And he says, I remember my neighbor a couple years before, he goes, I was like 8 or 9 years old, and see him there again. That's his exact words. And I'm going to say this. Young people don't know what a couple is. A couple is like 2. A few is like 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said a few years younger. And then he said he said a couple years younger. Okay. He's 12, right? He said a couple years. He's 8 going back. That's a few, not a couple. And so I jokingly, I said that, and he goes, well, you older people always like, you want to correct people about, numbers. So I said, that's how we get things done. And with the Bureau of Old People Affairs, you understand? That's how it works. Now listen and learn, right?
Numbers are kind of important.
They're kind of important. They're kind of important, right?
You mean those things in the calculator?
It's like Idiocracy. The water?
Yeah.
You mean from the toilet?
Yeah.
So he goes a few years, he's like, I was a couple years younger. I was like 8, 9, whatever. And I'm going, okay. But doesn't change what he was talking about. He goes, and this guy, he's a big guy. He goes, I remember him and his sons coming back with a deer. It was huge. He goes, and I watched them dress it and take it, in the garage. They did it right there in the garage. I was like, man, these guys are tough, man, And I told him, were you fascinated by the deer and the innards coming out of it and all the blood and everything? And he was like, I know what you're doing. You're trying to see if I'm like some kind of killer or something. He goes, I'm not. And I'm like, just the look. You have the eyes and you have the kind of, I'm joking, man. The beady eyes with the glasses. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm going to say. And you kind of, you're just like, well, this guy, you went over there because you smelled the blood, right? Don't even try to lie. Plus he's red-haired. And I'm just saying.
All the warning signs are there.
You have the Nephilim blood. You have the blood of the Nephilim.
You are wearing the weirdo uniform. That's all I'm saying.
The beady eyes, glasses, and the red hair.
Yeah.
And he said, no, there's nothing weird. He claims that years down the road, you're like, man eats 5 people, and everybody's like, that's the guy you were talking about on the show. I'm like, no, that's not him. That's another guy that has his name. That's another guy that looks like him, not his name. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, right?
He goes to a different town. You wouldn't know him.
It's to a different school. He has Kool-Aid with the other friend. You don't know. Whatever. But no, I'm not trying to say that I'm joking, right? That's just so you know, that's a joke. I'm not cracking on Derek, But if a guy from there named Derek is a serial killer, it happens. You heard it here first. That's all I'm saying. If he does slip up and gets caught, not that he is doing that. I'm just saying he has the blueprint in his DNA. For it. That's all I'm saying. He's probably watching, going, man, fuck you. Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Stop cussing in my skits, Derek. Jeez.
Potty mouth.
Man, horrible.
Potty mouth too. That's another red
These
flag.
young people,
psychos.
Exactly. They're psychopaths.
He's over here cussing you out in our hypothetical world.
Worshiping Xbox. Anyways, no, I'm getting upset. I'm joking, folks. Seriously, no. What happened was he says he goes over there. This is a big guy, and the guy says, "Okay." I said, and I made a joke. I'm like, "Did he get his AR-15?" He goes, "Actually, yeah, he did." He went over there. He grabbed a weapon, a rifle. He goes, "I don't remember what kind it was. I was a kid, He's like, and I was scared out of my mind. And he goes in there, and he's just like, he knew that my mama wasn't there. He goes, so they go in walking around the house. And he goes, We're outside. First, I go in behind him, and then I get scared, and we run back out. This is the house I live in, right? He goes, and my friend Joey is hiding under the bed. He goes, so I run back in there, and I tell him, I'm like, hey, sir, my friend is upstairs in my grandma's room, right? So just, whatever. He's like, and he was scared. He goes, well, how did he get in there? He goes, well, he ran toward my mama's room whenever we were all running in different directions, and that's where he's at. My grandma's at bingo. And he's just like, okay. So the guy starts yelling for him. He's like, Joe? And then he says, this guy, he starts like calling him Joseph, right? And Joey doesn't answer to that, right? Mm-hmm. He just like stays under the bed. He goes, after this kid, he crawls out. Finally, he goes, I'm right here. Because he was terrified. He goes, why did it take you so long to respond? He says, dude, I hear a man with big old heavy boots walking. He's like, and he's calling me Joseph. He's like, nobody calls me that. He goes, I thought it was a demon. He literally, his kids are terrified, and he's like, I thought it was like a big spooky monster, was using that, saying my name. He goes, and you got to remember, this kid was at a house where he thought that his brother was there, but it wasn't his brother, and whatever was there ended up growling at them.
Yeah.
So you can't blame the kid. I mean, the kid's like, you call me by my name, everybody calls me, I ain't coming out. Don't be calling me Joe. Who is Joe? Who is that? Who is this man? I don't know you. Calling me Joseph and stuff.
You learned the first time.
It was just like my brother. He goes, when I thought it was my brother, he did the same thing. He's like, he knows what I like and what I don't like. He knows my tendencies, all that stuff, whatever. And he's like, hey, and it was some video game. He's like, let's play this game. And he's like, what? He goes, I wouldn't play that. That's like 10 years old or something. Which for me would be like, Fable.
Yeah.
Like Gladius. Well, you must be real old. And you're like, hey, nice kid. Yeah, whatever. But he was like telling his brothers, like, hey, let's go play this game or whatever. And he goes, my brother was like me. He was a gamer like me. We're only 3 years apart. He goes, no way. He's like 13. His brother's 16. His brother's a basketball player. Even though his brother's a lot bigger than him, because at that age, there's a big difference, right? Mm-hmm. He says, but we play, we're gamers. He's not going to come to me and be like, hey, guys, you want to play Civilization? It's like, you're not going to play that.
Yeah.
He's not, and that's what he did. He was like, hey, let's play Twisted Metal, Mm-hmm. You're like, I'd like not to. It's, I played it a lot 20 years ago,
Yeah.
But this is a kid, and these kids, they get their attention span, so you see where he's coming from. This man's going around calling him Joseph, and he says, I come crawling out from under the bed when I saw it was a real guy, because he turned around and he goes, I knew he was talking to Bobby. Bobby was, below him. He goes upstairs, right? And he goes, oh, okay, cool. He comes running out and he recognizes him as the neighbor. He'd seen him before. He goes, I'm not gonna lie, because this is what he told his friend was telling him. He goes, I'm not gonna lie, because I almost gave him a hug. I was like walking behind him, I was holding his shirt, like scared, looking around. And so the guy tells him, he's like, yeah, okay, just if you want to hold on to my shirt, that's fine, whatever. They go down the stairs, they get outside. So he retrieves, he says, I didn't see anything, whatever. But that wasn't true. About a year later, they're having like a barbecue, and he's like, it's like Memorial Day. He's like, and I remember, because these people had a swimming pool, right? And he goes, and sometimes not them, but the other neighbors, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, our neighbors had a swimming pool. We were all there, and we were swimming. And sometimes they would let me swim. He goes, it was great whenever they went on vacation to Carlsbad. He's like, they gave me free reign to go and swim. He's like, but after the Ouija board thing, he goes, I go over there to go swimming, dude, and something tried to grab my legs in the evening when I was there. I was by myself, against what my grandmother wanted me to do. He goes, I told her. So he goes, that night, though, nothing happened. Everybody went home, and just, they were all panicky and weird. Their friend ended up going to a treatment center for anger problems and for taking pills that they didn't know he was taking, which was weird. And then he said that, he goes, I go over there, I get into the pool. This is another incident that happened. He's like, and I come up out of the water, and I see this black mass like coming toward me. He's like, and then I start to try to get out of the water, and he goes, and what feels like, he goes, I can only describe it as like tentacles. And there were tentacles holding my feet, and there was, he goes, I felt like, he goes, I was struggling against something evil. He goes, and I was holding on for dear life to the edge of the pool, and there was a deep end. He's like, and I could swim. I was a good swimmer, but I thought this thing was going to take me deep in and drown me. All right. He's like, and I don't know why I didn't think, well, it could drown me right here in the shallow end, you know? And he said, then like one of the tentacles, like it wrapped around his waist. He's like, I was a little skinny kid. He goes, and I'm looking down. He goes, and I don't see anything. I can't see it. But when I turn around and I look, I see something black kind of moving around like a mass. He said that this thing was in the swimming pool. He goes, and I was scared for my life. He goes, I was absolutely terrified. He goes, and I thought, if I let go, I'm going to die. So he goes, the first time in my life that I ever invoked the name of Christ. And this is very important, folks. He said, I was like, in the name of Jesus, let me go. In the name of Jesus, unhand me. And then he said, it just stopped. And I said, you just said unhand me. You said it was tentacles. Now it's hands. See how young people lie?
Mm-hmm.
See how they are?
Gotta watch them.
Yeah, you unhand me. Was it hands or was it tentacles, Derek? That's what I want to know. That's what the audience is wanting to know right now. Are you going to lie some more? What?
We actually just told this story to expose you.
Yeah, this whole 2 hours show was bringing out the truth, the lies that you've been telling, Derek.
You followed into my trap.
You want to tell some more lies? Huh? Because even though I ain't as up to date on video games as you, this man looks like Bowser. I'm kidding, folks. No, but he said he cried out. He goes, I cried out to Christ. I was like, this is the first time in my life. And Dee Dee's like, poor Derek. He's pretty funny, man. We were just talking, joking back and forth. I mean, that's how I do with most people. You know, just, you know, you got to try to make them feel at ease, you know, to talk. But he said he got loose. He's like, and then when I did, he goes, dude, I threw myself over the side of the pool. He goes, and it was like I had ran a marathon, dude. He goes, like my heart was beating so fast on my little chest, man. He goes, I'm laying there on some pool. Yeah, I remember this kid's like 12, or I think he just turned 13. So he's like 13 years old. And he's laying there on the side of the pool. He goes, and then I realized every time I watch a movie, he goes, I'm thinking, get away from the water. Why do they walk up to the beach and collapse and just lay there? And then something jumps on them or whatever, or they get out of a lake, you know, and something beaches itself. And he's right. He says, I started thinking about that. And I said, so what happened? And he goes, nothing. I just crawled and got up and grabbed my shirt and ran out of there, you know. I was like, you know, he's like, I didn't even grab my towel. I was just like, you know, screaming, dude. He goes, and I'm hysterical. I go into the garage. He goes, and my brother had come back. My brother was living at his girlfriend's at that time. He's in there, and him and his friend are lifting weights. And they're always messing with me, always messing with me. His brother, he smokes cigarettes while he lifts weights. Now, I say this. That's a man who's got his shit together. He's going to smoke.
Multitasking.
He's multitasking. He's preparing for the future, man. And that's why he went to the Marines. This guy knew what he was doing.
That's efficient time management.
Yeah, that's what it is. So, you know.
Got to get your smoke breaks where you can.
So, his brother ended up going to the Marine Corps, right? And go and whatever. And then he ended up, you know, I don't know the whole story, but I guess he was like, when he was 18, he went, and, you know. So then he comes back and he's more of a butthole, according to, you know, whatever. And he says, like, I was like 16, 17 when my brother came back, and he was like, but he was living in Sacramento for like a few months, and then he ended up like, he just kept coming down. So he moved closer to the border, like, and anybody, he got a job. He didn't want to live in Arizona. There was nothing there, you know. They said, my brother and me are real close now. Like, we're really close. We talk all the time. But he's like, at the time, we were fought all the time. We were like pricks to each other. Kind of like you and your brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are all real close now, but y'all weren't when y'all were younger.
No.
Well, y'all hurt each other. You got to be careful. I'll be sitting there trying to watch football, and I got to spank kids. Like, you know, people like, don't be spanking those kids. Don't worry. It didn't hurt them because they laughed and ran off.
Yeah.
You'd be like, am I lying?
No.
No, you were like, hey, knock it off. And then they'd be like, they start laughing. You're like, what is wrong with these kids?
Yeah, they could get the spanking of a lifetime.
Don't matter.
Like 2 seconds later, they're laughing in your face.
Bay-based kids. And then they go up the stairs and throw things at you.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, if I wasn't so vested involved in this football game and the money I got on it, I'd spank you again. I'm kidding, man. But yeah, you're sitting there and you're just like, this kids. He goes, they're just kids. He goes, but this my brother's friend. They started harassing me, and he goes, and I'm over there like trying to tell them what just happened in the pool. And they were like, oh, whoa, yo, you're going to drown. Someone's going to drown. Oh, there was Squidward. It was in the pool. It was going to drown you. he goes, I'm going to tell you something. This is a story he told me. He says, so my brother and his friend said, you know what? That's a good idea. He's like, let's go swimming. He's like, so they sat there and they rolled a couple joints and then they called some couple of girls. They go get in the pool. He's like, the neighbors are there. He says, he's supposed to be the one in charge of the pool, right? He goes, I'm in charge of the pool. You're not supposed to go to the pool. And they're just like, yeah, you're 13, dude. We'll beat your ass. How about that? He's like, oh, no. You know what? Go do what you want, right? It's cool. Whatever. So he says, but I'm going to tell on you. This is my brother comes running up and he punches me. He goes, I had to learn to shut my damn mouth around my brother and his friends because they were brutal. You know, they beat me up. And he's like, so I just like sitting on the weight bench and I'm crying about what just poor kid, dude. He's sitting there crying about what just happened. They're making fun of him, calling him redhead, stupid things and all kinds of stuff. He's had a bunch of freckles, you know. And he says, you know, obviously, and he goes, I look, you know, like somebody that you just want to punch in the face all day. And I was honest. I said, yeah, kind of, you do. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm not lying to you. I'm not sugarcoating things for you, Derek. All right. I'm not I don't do that. I don't discriminate except for against redhead people and only the ones that look like you. But that I like you. You're a good one. You're a credit to those people. Right.
You're one of the good ones.
You're one of the good ones. You're a good kid, man. You seem like a good kid. And he didn't like me calling him kid, but to me, you're a kid. You're young, right? That's just, I'm not trying to belittle you or anything. I'm joking around. But he did. He's a dude. I look like somebody you want to punch, you know, typical redhead stepchild. He's laughing, you know. He's like, because at that time, I was sitting on the weight bench and I was crying. He's like, and I'm not going to lie. He's like, it was the first time. He goes, I had just invoked the name of Christ. He goes, I was a very confused kid. He's like, so I stole some of my brother's marijuana and I ran back into my room and I really didn't know what to do with it. I saw them rolling joints. He goes, so I tried to do it. He's like, and then I tried to light it. He goes, and the first one I took a breath of, he goes, I felt like I was going to die. It hurt my lungs so bad. He's like, but then I started smoking it. He goes, and I did it like regularly. He's like, and then my brother caught me and I was like, oh, what do you do? He goes, well, he started to kind of lecture me about it. And he goes, the whole lecture was just about how bad he's going to hurt me if I steal from him. Didn't really care that he was smoking weed. It was just like, if you ever steal from me again, I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to tear your arms off and beat you with them, blah, 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 blah. It was just, don't be stealing my weed, dude. That's all it was. It wasn't anything about.
Go get your own.
Basically. He didn't care. It wasn't about, oh, don't smoke pot. You know, it's like none of those after school commercials. You know, where did you learn this? From watching you, Dad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And your dad's supposed to go, oh, because I tried that with my dad. And that went over like the Hindenburg. I'm not gonna lie, dude. That did not land with my dad. My dad's like, oh, bullshit. And he just like the beating commenced, you know. And then one day we're sitting there watching baseball. My dad loved baseball, but we didn't always get to watch like the Astros or the Rangers. So he would watch the WTBS, right? Turner Broadcasting, whatever, the Ted Turner, right? The Braves. So he watched the Braves, right? And I got to kind of like the Braves. They became like my number 3 team, you know, and them and the Red Sox kind of like tied. And it was back when they had like John Smoltz, Greg Maddux, and all those guys, and they played the Yankees in the World Series. But my dad was really into them, and we were watching the game. And I remember that commercial came on, and my dad was like looking at it. He goes, that's where you got that shit from. Look at this, this stupid crap. And my dad's like, I haven't smoked weed since I was like in my early 20s. He's like, that's ridiculous. You're going to use that. You never saw me smoke it. And truth is, I don't remember seeing him do it. But I had to say something and I got caught, you know. I was like, look, you know, so I just said that, you know.
My favorite one was the one where they were deflated and melted into the couch. I was like,
they just lay there all day.
That's exactly what it
do
does.
Anything.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there and I argue with my dad. My dad's like, you know, whatever. So I can relate. So when Derek says he tried to, you know, he told his brother, I was like, you know, and my brother's like, I don't give a crap. You know, like don't be stealing my weed, dude. And of course, their dad and mom are not in the picture, so it doesn't matter, you know. So he ends up like in one day, he becomes a pot smoker. He goes, that's how confused I was. He's like, I was all over the place. He's like, but something stirred in me. He goes, a couple nights later, he goes, I had this thing on the wall. My grandmother came in the room. He's like, I look up. He goes, and I see this thing. He goes, and when it turns its head to the side, he goes, it had a snout. He goes, it absolutely had a snout, and its head looked like a wolf or a dog, like a wolf or a German Shepherd. The ears were pointy and stuck out on the sides, very pronounced. It's a very pointy snout. He goes, and I'm looking at this thing and I'm going like, what is that on my wall? And his grandma comes, he's having sleep paralysis. When his grandmother walks back out, he's like, dude, I could not speak. He goes, and then I blurted it out. I did it again. I said, in the name of Jesus. And I said, in the name of Jesus, help me. Please, Jesus, help me. And I was just talking to Jesus. Kept saying his name. Something they had taught me in church, something they taught me in Sunday school. Wasn't really taken, He's like, and they told me this in church camp. He goes, and now it was taken. I was like, I'm doing this. I'm going to use this. He said, so the next night he goes to bed and he had smoked, right? He started doing that. Not a good idea. But he says, dude, I had this very vivid dream. He goes, and in this dream, I was walking with this man and I was on the beach. He goes, and this man kept telling him, he's like, I love you. You need to stop. You need to be a better listener and do this and that. He goes, but don't ever forget that my Father loves you and I love you, blah, blah, blah. And he said, this man was Jesus. He's like, but it would be another couple years before I really stopped being a knucklehead and smoking. He goes, I would smoke and then go ask for forgiveness. And he goes, and it would make me think bad things, like bad things, like go steal stuff. He goes, and I would just think slothfulness. And he was telling me all this. And he's like, it make me think like of doing like just, just grab a gun and go take something from somebody, like that, So him and a couple of his friends broke into a house. And the people that lived there caught him. They caught him. And he goes, and I ended up getting locked up for like 6 months as a kid. He goes, and they found a weapon on me. And he goes, I got in trouble. I was like, luckily as an adult, nothing. He's like, but I got in trouble. He goes, and I had to learn the hard way about doing this stuff, so I can relate to that. I didn't do that, but I mean, but he said, man, he goes, I just, I was struggling. He's like, but not a day went by. I didn't think back on that dream. And then he goes, and then one night he's like, I had this dream and this thing said, call me anytime, call on me. He goes, and it was like this man coming out of this white light that I could barely make out who he was, but I knew it was Jesus in my heart. And so as soon as that happened, he goes, this weird stuff that was happening to me, stuff that was happening quite regularly, where he would have these bouts of sleep paralysis. He's like, and it was crazy, man. He goes, I'd be laying there and I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't see. And then sometimes I would open my eyes and that's all I could do. He's like, and I knew that there was a presence there. And sometimes I would see this shadowy thing looking at me. He goes, and it would have a cloak on, but you could see very much inside of the cloak, there was like a wolf's head. He goes, and sometimes it kind of looked like a man wearing a mask. He goes, but I wasn't a man, because then it would disappear, like the cloak would fall, and there would be nothing, like a magic trick. Mm-hmm. He said it would be like a magic trick. And he goes, it was terrifying. So it was like this wolf-headed creature with a cloak that would come, and sometimes it would crawl around the walls, and then it would just go into the wall and disappear. It was terrible. And he said this happened regularly, but he goes, my friends, my brother and his friends decided to go swimming. 2 guys, or 2 girls and 2 guys, right? Him and his brother and his friend and the 2 girls. The girls show up, he goes, and then I go over there and I'm sitting there on the lawn chair. So they start, I'm already in my regular clothes. They're like throwing water at me and trying to get me wet and stuff. And I'm just like, dude, I don't care. He goes, I'm not going to church, throw water at me. I don't care. And he's like, and I'm just laying on the lawn chair. He goes, I'm just aggravated, And he's like, he's telling me, I'm just sitting with my arms crossed. I'm pissed off. I'm like, I'm in charge of this pool. Right. And he goes, I'm all stoned and mad. He's like, and I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I want to hurt these people. I want to hurt them. He's like, I'm sitting there watching them and I'm wishing that they would drown. Especially his loudmouth friend, He said the girls, he goes, I didn't mind them too much. He goes, they were pretty cool. I was just like, yeah, they were being nice to me. He's like, but his friend, he goes, I hated him. He goes, and in fact, years later, he goes, when I was like 17, he's like, this guy was like 23. There wasn't a lot of difference between us physically. He's like, dude, I beat the shit out of him at the McDonald's parking lot. He goes, started training, boxing and stuff. And this kid started messing with me, my brother's friend. And he goes, oh, you don't want to mess with me, boy. You want some of me, blah, blah. And he ended up beating him up. He goes, but that time, me and my brother got really close. My brother came back out of the Marines and he was mad about his friend doing that. So he beat him up too. He was just that kind of guy, like a real shit starter. He said he was there by the pool. He goes, and then he goes, he was grabbing one of the girls, and like dunking her head and going into the water and holding her down. She came up and she was like, "Stop doing that." She's like, "I almost couldn't breathe. I almost drowned." Like, she gets mad. She gets out of the pool. So then his brother's on the deep end and he's talking to this girl. They're just talking kind of quiet. He's not even paying attention. He's like, and he realizes that his brother gets his legs out of the pool. He goes, "I'm watching everything." He's like, his friend stays in the pool. And his friend just kind of throws himself backwards into the water. He's like, and then I started noticing, he goes, time is a little distorted, and especially when you're a teenager on marijuana, you're probably not going to think the most clear. He said, I started noticing, I started counting because it got, he goes, I don't know how long he was down there before I started counting. He's like, but then I started realizing I was like, I'd already counted 30 seconds. And he's like, and it must have started maybe 20 seconds in. He goes, that's almost a minute. He's like, I go to my brother. He goes, listen. He goes, I think his name was Gary or something like that. He goes, Garrett or Gary, something like that. Start with a G. He's like, he's in there in the pool. And he goes, so we're at a swimming pool. So what? He's like, he's been down there for a long time. And the girl, she was on her phone. She turns around. She's like, what happened? And he's like, she puts her phone down and he says, your boyfriend. She goes, he's not my boyfriend. He's like, whatever. He's in the pool. He's not coming up. He goes, and then he started realizing he shouldn't have said what he said. He goes, and I could have swore that I saw, like, this. It was dark at this point, but there was lights in there. And he said that I saw this thing go underneath it through the lights that are, he's like, it looked like a black mass, like would grab me. So he gets up, he starts jumping up and down, screaming, saying, hey, there it is. It's right there. It's holding him under. So his brother is a very strong swimmer. He goes, me and my brother both very good swimmers. Brother's a lifeguard at one point. He goes, he jumps in, goes over there, and then he's like, pulls him up out of the water. And his brother's like, dude, there's something in here. It's holding him down. So they get him out of the water, and this kid was like turning blue. Like, he was like, dude, he's like, and I realized like years later I was going to end up whooping his ass because he's such a jerk, right? And he told him, he's like, I saved your life. And the kid, when he goes, he was drunk, we're in the parking lot at McDonald's. He's like, I don't remember that. He's like, you probably don't. He goes, and I don't know how I knew this. He goes, but I just blurted it out. I was like, because you were demon possessed. And then he goes, the guy just looked at him kind of weird, like, and then threw a punch. And then we ended up fighting. Then another couple years after that go by. He's like 19. Derek's 19. He goes, I'm in a bar with bar and grill. He goes, well, they serve like food, but there's drinks. Guys in there drinking all the time. They had a problem. But that time he was just eating, and he comes over and he says, hey, man, I want to apologize. A couple years ago, we got into a fight. I was drunk, and you beat me up. He's like, and I was drunk, and he's like, but I want you to know, and like, now I'm married now, and I have a kid on the way, and I've changed my life, and just, I'm sorry I picked on you when you were young, and I had to come. He's like, told him all this stuff. Then he tells him, he says, dude, there was something evil that was following me around. He goes, and I think it happened at your grandmother's house. He's like, and it attached itself to me. His brother, folks, get this. His brother tells him the same thing. He goes, when I was living up in Sacramento, something would be moving around in my apartment. And at one point he goes, something with long bony fingers grabbed my face. The finger felt like the middle finger was in the ear. He goes, and then the thumb was on my eye, on the other side of my head. He goes, big hand pulled me and it scratched me across my face. So his brother tells me, he says, you remember when I came back it was at Thanksgiving? He's like, and I had that big scratches on my face and I told you it was my girlfriend. He says, yeah. He goes, nah, man. He goes, I was single at that time. I just said that because I don't know what to say. He goes, that was some kind of entity. And Derek remembers he quit smoking weed. He quit drinking, quit doing everything. Gave his life back to God. He was very, close with God. And, he says, dude, I was trying to walk step by step with my faith, with God. He said that these things, he goes, I went around the house on the word of a preacher that I was, talking to. And the preacher told me, go around the house in the name of Jesus, and he's like, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. He goes, everything. I was walking around the house, rebuking it. And I was praying, ordering it to leave. He goes, I think, this is what Derek said, and I didn't have to come to this conclusion because I was thinking the same thing. He goes, my brother and his friend, there were two evil spirits in particular. Each one of them got one. That's what he said. He goes, because that wolf-like thing, He goes, I think it attached itself to my brother. He goes, and that other, whatever that thing was, whatever it was with the horns. He's like, that little, whatever it was. And I said, why do you think specifically it was that way? He said, because my brother's friend told me. He's like, he goes, I rolled over one time. He goes, and I was laying with this girl, and we were partying, hanging out, and we were doing drugs. In particular, they were doing cocaine, which is, just another horrible thing. He says, and I roll over and I look, and he goes, I see these hooved feet, and I hear this breathing. I look up, and there's these red eyes staring at me, and I could see these horns, and this thing was big. But it was years later. And we've talked about on the show how these demons can start off like these little small things. You give them enough food and energy, they get big. This thing was living, this guy was living across town. So he had a whole bunch of stuff that happened to him. So that's crazy, right? I mean, that whole thing. He goes, and so he goes, that pretty much ended it. He goes, and now he goes, I'm I got a fiance, and we're engaged. And he's like, and I'm doing what I do, and he's got a pretty decent job. He went to trade school. He's making good money. He's got a nice truck, got a real nice truck. But I was checking out his truck because I was like, dude, that truck is badass. That kind of truck I want, or I wanted. Not now. I don't care now, but at the time I did, But then they started talking about all the problems they were having. I was like, I'm good. The Toyota. Because I used to have a Tundra, and I was like, I wanted another one. I was like, yeah, and then all the problems they started having. But his is 1794. It's nice. But anyway, he's doing very well. Like, he's doing good, and he's not drinking, smoking, and he's living his life righteously as best as he can.
Yeah.
As best as he can. He's doing what he's got to do. And so, he basically sent me look at this, man. My arm's like hair standing up. It's weird. And so he told me, he said he's been really starting to think about, where he wants to live to raise his children. Because he don't want to live in some evil city, But right now he's living in Albuquerque. And, his best friend told him, well, the guy that he's been best friends with for years, when he went to go visit him, and that's the kid that went to the mental hospital.
Mm-hmm.
He had a whole bunch of stuff happen too. I'm gonna try and get in touch with that dude because he saw a bunch of weird stuff. But I don't. That's a whole nother show. So he said that dude went to go see him. He says he saw a person's eyes slit up at the restaurant, and told him this person was a reptilian. About a week later, after his friend leaves, they go in there, same place to go eat. This is his favorite restaurant there in Albuquerque. And he said there was this guy talking, like they were folding napkins with the silverware. And he goes, I hear this waitress, and she's just like, yeah. He goes, that guy's eyes slitted up, man. That's why I quit talking to him. And he was sitting there listening. And then he's like, she came over there to tell him, because they stopped her. It wasn't their waitress, but they were like, hey, the waiter hadn't been here or whatever. And so she was like, oh, okay, well, let me go grab your waiter. And then she can't find him. She comes back and says, you're not going to believe this. The waiter just walked out. Like, your waitress, whatever, just quit. She's like, so I'm going to take care of you. And he's like, I'm off already, but I don't care. It's okay. He says, so I ended up giving her a good tip. He's like, we made friends. We kind of became acquaintances, right? He's like, so I go back in there. And this girl, we started talking. We kind of hit it off, whatever. He goes, and then this waitress, I tell her I was pretty, right? And I tell her, I'm like, hey, you want to go out on a date? And she's like, well, I mean, I guess, it's no big deal. It's just nothing personal, nothing formal, it's just person to person. We get some coffee. And so they went and got coffee because next thing you know, we're dating. Now we're together. He's like, and it's weird. He goes, it came up in conversation. We were watching some movie, and it was like this movie. It was a movie about the alligator that was that got into the people's basement or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of it, but he was talking about it. So he's telling me about this movie, right? Hold on, let me get some water. I was talking to Garitano about that movie the other night. I can't remember the name of it. It's a freaky movie, man. It's a fictional movie, but it's scary because this alligator, there was like a flood or something.
Yeah.
And the alligator got into the basement, and because that can really happen. Crawl. There you go. I don't remember a lot of horror movies, man. Not a real big fan of them.
No, they're not very good usually.
when you deal with the real stuff, you don't want to listen to that bullshit. You're just like, yeah, okay, whatever. I listen to people tell stories that make your skin crawl, make you scared. Just crawl. He said we were sitting there talking. We were watching this movie. It was called Crawl, right? And he goes, we were watching it, and my girlfriend had never seen it, so I showed it to her, and she was just like, she got freaked out, man. She went in the back, and he goes, she vapes, right? So she was vaping really heavily, right? He's trying to get her to quit because it's bad for your lungs. And she goes, yeah, that movie just it gives me the chills, whatever. And he said it just struck him like boom. He's like, I remember you were talking about a person whose eyes slitted up, whatever. She goes, oh, that was a waiter that worked for us. And he's like, yeah, I remember that guy because my friend Andy, that's not his name. His name, not Andy. They call him Andrew. He's like, my friend Andrew. Well, the same thing, but I mean, they call him Andrew. He says, my friend Andrew came over to visit, with his girlfriend, and we were sitting here, and that guy, my friend Andrew, said that he saw his eyes slit up. She said, yeah, I used to be roommates with his ex-girlfriend. She goes, and he was so abusive. He hung her off the balcony by her neck and literally nearly killed her. Like she went unconscious and they had to like resuscitate her and all this. It was crazy, man. The neighbors called and the police came and, but that didn't happen at her place. That happened at his, she's like, I used to be roommates with that guy's girlfriend. And she said, well, he would get mad that it was like his eyes would slit up. You could see them, his eyes doing whatever. And so that's a weird thing. And so that is something that goes along with Albuquerque because I've heard it many times now about that place. So it makes you wonder if there's like a hive there or something. I don't know. I mean, but anyways, that's the story, for tonight. It was basically these haunted places, and we could get into a bunch of others, but we don't have the time tonight because we start talking about the next person that gave me stuff like this, and we'd be here beyond. This would be over an hour. So, if anybody has any questions or anything you want to talk about, or if you guys, here's another thing we were thinking about doing tonight. If you want to jump on for the next 30 to 40 minutes and talk and tell your encounter, your story, or whatever you got, you can do that.
Yeah, let me post a link.
Sean, don't you know? Everybody knows that Al Gore invented the internet. Don't you know that? What's funny though, and I mean, I don't mean funny, haha, but like funny in a weird, weird funny. We had a guard that used to work for us. He hadn't worked for us in a long time. He quit working for us like 10 years ago. And you got to remember, like I've been doing that for 18, well, actually 19 and a half years, but 18 with the same partner. And so when you start talking about these people, you start, getting into some, when we start talking to these people about their encounters, you get into some weird territory. Mm-hmm. But it's not like every day you just meet a guard and they're just like, oh yeah, this, and that. I mean, there's a lot of them that'll tell you that weird encounters. But this dude told me a story. It was like they were in a church parking lot, and it was a church that was being remodeled, right? And this was like 20 years ago because it had to be because he worked for us like he worked in 2015. And I want to say his name. He's worked for us off and on for a few years, like over the years. I don't think the last time he quit working for us full time in 2015, but I think the last time he worked for us was right before, it was 2019. That's what I remember. And he was telling me, and well, there's Scorpion right there. He was telling me and Scorpion and my brother about these people that used to go over there and check on that church. And they warned him. They told him, they said, look, there's some stuff going on in this property. You need to be careful because we're trying to clear it out. There's some bad stuff, So apparently when it was a church, then they closed it down. Whatever, it was an empty building. It's right here in Texas. I'm not going to say where it's at because it's a functioning church now. Then it became a hangout for Satanists. Yeah, they went and after it was vacant for a couple of years, they were breaking in and spray painting horrible satanic symbols all over the place.
Yeah.
So he's telling us this, right? He's telling us, and he says, then he said the real fun began. He started like seeing stuff when he was there. He was outside of the parking lot. He didn't have to go inside, but it got bad. Let's see who we got here. What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
No,
Oh, hey, Wolf.
no, I'm a security officer.
Hey, what's up,
Go
Wolf?
ahead. What's going on, man? Who am I talking to?
Hey, Chado's right here.
What's up,
Hey.
Chado? How you doing?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm good. Hey, so yesterday I was tripping out because, the night before I was praying a lot and I was telling God to give me a sign. And yesterday when I was driving to work in the clouds, I took a picture of it. I'll send it to you later. I got a picture it's clearly like a man's face with like horns. And then I kept going. And then again in the clouds, I saw a white, like a horse, like the clouds in the shape of a horse. And then today earlier when I was driving, I was working in Salida, Colorado. I saw a statue of a white horse. And then right now when I was leaving town, there's like oh shit, oh my God. There's a guy just sitting on the side of the road, just sitting there with his head, like his head almost in between his knees just now, like a homeless guy. Whoa, dude, like single lane. All right, so like I'm leaving. See, I could have hit that guy. Hey man, so like I was leaving the town just now, and there's like a shopping center, and by the door I saw a lady with long black hair. Her skin was all dark, and she was wearing like a worn dress. And I kept going. And I was like, nah, like no, I didn't just see that. And then I was about to leave town, and I was like, you know what? I can't just leave it alone. I turned around to look at it, and it was I'm not gonna say the name of the business, but it's a like a fitness, like a gym.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the door, it was like a skeleton, like a dress with like hippie clothes, like tie dye and shorts. But when I drove by, my headlights hit it, or like at an angle, it was a lady in a dress. And but before I head back, drove around to check it out. Like the wind started picking up all the trees and everything. Like the wind really picked up. And then just now when you said, hey, my hair just stood up, that's weird. I almost hit a deer. And yeah, like as of recently, like as of the last 3 or 4 days, I've just been praying very heavily, like pretty much like practically like the whole day. Like I don't know. It's and then just now I'm shaking, dude. I almost hit that guy. He's just like sitting there. There's like bag next to him to his left, and like I don't know.
Yeah, Shadow. I've seen a couple of crazy things in the clouds too. My dad and I were on the way to the doctor's office one time, and we looked up and to the left, and there was a giant standing on the cloud with it holding a club in its left hand.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hey, so also,
perfectly.
I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
no,
Also, right now, where I was working in the lot that I was working at, it was right next to a historic landmark. It was like it's like the one of the oldest brick like brickeries, I guess, like places where they make bricks. But that's where they were producing bricks to send over to help build I guess Pueblo and Colorado Springs. I read the placard, and it says that the guy that owned there, like the town was named after him, or one of the main streets, but like nobody liked him because he was lying to the public. He says like the cattle around here were dying, and like people were getting sick. I'm pretty sure some people, I don't know, probably died, but they were saying that supposedly they were trying to disperse release the noxious chemicals up high enough into the air to make sure that they disperse before they hit the ground. Like if who do they think they're fooling? So I don't know, man. I was just working next to like that place, gave me the creeps. I took pictures of it too, and the video, and see. When I get home, I'm gonna review them and see if anything turns out. But yeah, talking about haunted places, I was right next to that place where, yeah, it caused a lot of grief in the area here. And then all this stuff is, I don't know. I'm kind of freaked out a little bit, but I'll be all right. Just got to keep my eyes on the road. That was, yeah.
Where was this place at?
Salida, Colorado. Salida. It's still there. It's like a big it's a building with a giant smokestack,
Hmm.
but it was a brick factory.
Yeah, these abandoned places, like they always seem to attract like really dark entities, but like not just entities and spirits, but people too. Like in my hometown in Taylor, like there's this bank building. It's it's an old bank building, and it's been like unoccupied from the time that I was a kid. And it still is to this day. It's right there
Yeah.
downtown, and like back in the day when I was a teenager, it was me and my cousin, and we were just riding bikes and just getting into trouble, being stupid kids. But we noticed that like the entire back half of that old bank building, I think it was built in like 1850s
Yeah.
or something. But the whole
Hey man, I almost want to turn around and check out that guy, dude. He was like, if somebody's gonna run him over, bro.
well, so
That is,
he was just on the
I
ground with
barely
his.
missed him, bro. Yeah, and there's like a mount right now. I wish I could
Is he
flip
on
the
the
camera.
road?
I mean, I could get out of the truck. Yeah, dude, next to the highway, and like the
Jeez.
mountain's like right up to like right next to the like almost to the white line, and he was just
Uh-huh.
right there, and I almost want to go back. It's
Well, be careful. When it comes to something like that, dude, you don't know who or even what you're dealing with.
yeah, it could be a trap too because of I don't know. I've been getting signs the
Hmm.
past 2 days. And he's out here in the middle of nowhere. It's dark as fuck, and like, there's no lights. Where like I barely saw him. I barely like missed him. Like, yeah,
That's weird. But yeah, so like we noticed that the whole back end of that building was just completely like collapsed in and gone. And so like if you wanted to, you could like just hop a fence and be inside that building. And so that's what we did, of course, because we're teenagers and we're curious. And like the whole inside of it was just like littered with all this like satanic graffiti,
the
just like
paraphernalia.
pentagrams like on the walls, on the floors, and number 666. Hail Satan, uh, spray painted all over the place, and like these like just like dirty, like nasty rags everywhere. It's just nasty, but like the place where I'm from, like my hometown Taylor, the county that Taylor is in, it's called Williamson County. And for the longest time, like from like the 80s to like the 2000s, that was like considered the Central Texas like capital of the Satanic Panic, because the
Yeah,
whole county is pretty rural,
yeah.
but like
Texas is very rich in that type of history, man, with the bikers and all that shit running around.
oh yeah, there's
Yeah,
a lot of stuff there.
Taylor's got a lot of crazy supernatural shit happening in that town, eh?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had a soldier that's
it's
from
creepy
Taylor,
at
bro.
night.
I had a
Hmm.
soldier that's from Taylor. Oh, and talking about haunted places, the headquarters in Fort Carson. So I was pulling brigade staff or like division staff duty.
Hmm.
It was like the day before Christmas Eve. Something always happens on Christmas Eve. That's like the third incident that I've had where something happens. And one of them was like when my daughter was like what 4 years old or 5 years old, and then in the headquarters, and then again when I drove back from California after going to see like handle family business because my uncle passed away. But yeah, like when my soldier, the guy he was from Taylor.
Hmm.
I had him on duty, and then I picked another soldier. Um, and I will not say his name, but he was very squared away. The guy, he always took his job very serious. He never joked around, and had three guys, right, and me. And this guy, the guy that's from Taylor, he had been with me on duty in this building before, and he had somebody follow him up on the third floor, like the headquarters building, like in the yeah, like in just like like Fort Carson headquarters.
Hmm.
And so like that other time the day before Christmas Eve, I went up there myself, and I could just feel somebody like watching me. Like this hallway is pretty long, And then I started walking, and then I could hear footsteps. And then whenever I would stop, like they wouldn't stop immediately, but I could still kind of hear them, like a moment after. And then I was like, what the heck? And then I started walking, and I was like, all right, I'm going to turn around real quick. And when I did, I could see footsteps like rising off the carpet. I was like, what the heck?
Oh man.
And yeah, like I was like, you know what? Like I'm not going to let this shake me. And I was like, I have to keep, it's battalion. I mean, it's like division staff duty. I have to keep doing my rounds. So I went and checked all the rooms. And when I was walking back towards the elevator, I heard a door open and close. And we were the only ones there, man. Everybody's on holiday block leave. Like we knew that there was like a duty officer. We knew exactly when he was going to come in and out, and we knew he wasn't in the building. But yeah, when I was headed back towards the elevator, I heard a door open and close at the other end of the hallway. And later on that night, we're sitting downstairs. We're just on the desk. I started a rest cycle, so I stayed up the entire night. And I only had one guy stay up with me, and the other two rest for an hour, or like switch out every hour, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like head bobbing, like I'm nodding off. And then I picked my head up, like my eye caught something at the top right corner of the building. It was like a green brown smoke. And it was just there. And it was like almost like spinning, like waving side to side. And I was like, no way. And like I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked, it was still there for a brief second, and it dissipated. And I turned around and I looked at the soldier, the guy that's always very squared away. He was the one that was awake at the time, and he was just sitting there wide-eyed. And like the guy barely even talks, man. He's like a robot. He was a really good soldier. And like, yeah, we're all infantrymen in there and stuff. So like, yeah, he's very disciplined. Yeah, bro. And I didn't say anything to him. And then like I was like, what? And then like 10 minutes later, this dude's like, hey, Sergeant, can I tell you something? I was like, what's up? He's like, this place is fucking haunted, like that. And like this dude never curses, like he barely even talks. He's like a good guy, you know. And I was like, yeah, you know what?
Well, it's impossible to be a good guy and cuss.
Yeah.
If you're a good guy, you don't cuss ever. You don't commit sins.
You're Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. You're breaking up real bad there, Chato.
There's a lot of satanic shit that happens on those bases, eh? There's a lot of covens in the, especially in the higher echelon.
Can we refrain from the cussing, please? Damn, everybody just keeps getting in here and saying shit, dude.
My bad.
You're all going to hell for that.
It's very, very wrong.
You know who else? You know who else says cuss words? The devil.
That's true, actually.
The devil does some cussing.
Yeah,
he does some cursing. So, Scorp, what do you got? Why are you here? What are you doing? I see you all the time. What do you?
I wanted to tell this on Monday, but I put it in the chat earlier. But Saturday night when I was working, I was standing outside the garage, kind of facing it, looking in. And there's a light behind me to my left. It creates a shadow to the right side of me. And as I was standing there watching cars go in and out of the garage and people, I swear I saw somebody walk behind me. I even saw their shadow on the wall.
Interference going when you're talking, dude. I don't know what's going on with your phone. Where are you at? Are you in the garage?
No, I'm outside. Well, I'm by the garage, but I'm actually walking down the sidewalk.
Watch out for the snakes, the rattlesnakes, dude.
Yeah, I don't need to fall down and hurt my ribs anymore.
He was in the hospital this morning, folks, with his real high bone contusion, right?
Yeah.
Is that what they said? No.
Yeah.
Freaking rattlesnake, dude. All right, go ahead.
But yeah, as I was standing there, like I said, I saw somebody walk behind me. And I saw their shadow on the wall and everything. But once they got even with me to where I couldn't see them anymore, the shadow or them behind me, I didn't see them come out the other side. And when I turned to look to my left, I didn't see them walking down the sidewalk either. So I thought maybe they stopped behind me. But when I turned around, there was nobody there. There wasn't anybody walking by, no cars driving by, nothing.
Have you talked to the field captain about that? Because she knows which sites are really haunted, like which garages are. She's been pretty accurate too. There's one, I'm not going to say the name of it, but it's one that we were supposed to have it for the next 10 days, and then they ended up canceling. So I mean, it's good to have the work, but I was kind of like, because there's always something there. Always, dude. I'll say this. It's just right there downtown. And that garage, it's probably a few blocks from you. And then that
Right.
garage is always problem, dude. I've worked where you're at too, and I haven't seen anything where you're at, but I saw something at that place.
Oh, I
It
see.
looked like a
I see
shadow
some
come
out
out of
here
the
all the
window.
time. I was coming out of the side door to do a patrol around the side and the front to make sure nobody was trying to hide on property where they shouldn't be. And I saw literally somebody walking to on my left side. And when I looked to see who it was, there was nothing there. It looked like a dark figure. When I looked in the direction, there was nothing there. And I've seen that happen on more than one occasion out here, different parts of the property.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But you've had a lot of weird stuff happen to you in those different places we work.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing how many places you guys have worked that are completely haunted today.
Not really, because we've worked hundreds of places. I mean,
All right, fair enough.
the odds are going to be that you're going to run into a few that are going to be haunted. I mean, I'd say if we worked, I've probably worked, and just in Austin. I mean, I don't know, man, like hundreds. I can't even tell you, hundreds and hundreds of accounts. Maybe thousands of accounts. And there's probably like maybe 20. I'd put it as high as 24 maybe that I can say were absolutely just bonkers, but I didn't have to be there a whole long time. But if I had to be there, like when I was working at the Haunted Tower, that one there was like, that one took the cake, man. I'm telling you, dude.
You've had some doozies, haven't you?
Yeah, but I haven't had it as bad as some people. But that one there was just
Really?
like, that one was, that was back in the mid 90s, the early mid 90s. And it was, dude, it was like, if you were there for like 16 to 18 hours, like it's crazy hours, and you're there for like day in, day out. Your stuff's going to happen. It really will.
Whatever happened to that place?
It now I notice that it's no longer it's not named what it once was, which was just for several years. It was this. Now they've changed the name of it. So I just saw that the other day.
Is it in use?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's in use. It's a big old office building. It was old. I mean, even when I was there, but so it's definitely got to be old now.
Yeah, it sucks to be those people working there.
Yeah. So I didn't run into, but like, well, yeah, I guess I did. I mean, I was at Chick-fil-A. I don't even eat there anymore, but I used to go to Chick-fil-A every now and then. And I had a friend whose daughter was working there. And so I ran into him there, but I had talked, we'd see each other pretty regularly, my friend's bar and grill. And him and his wife were telling me some wild stuff about that place because she worked there. I didn't know that she'd worked there years and years later, and like, okay, so I'm working on that other show. And she goes, hey, my brother's friend told me that they heard you on a show, whatever. And I said, yeah, I do some work on that show. This is before I had this show. And she started to tell me, she's like, yeah, I used to work in a haunted building. And she was telling me all this stuff, and I'm just listening. I'm sitting there eating Chick-fil-A, whatever. And it was me and my brother. I don't know if Scorp, if you were with me, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's, I guess it don't matter. It's Ryan's wife. But I think you know who I'm talking about. So, but don't blurt it out because I mean I don't know how he feels about But she was telling me, incident after incident after incident, this place, and then I didn't think nothing of it. I didn't even ask her where she was at. And then later on, it was like somebody's birthday. I think it was. I want to say it was Chief's birthday. It was either him or somebody. We were celebrating. We were over at our Ash's place, and we were celebrating one of our friends' birthdays, and I was getting drunk. And this couple comes back. They come in, And at that point, she wasn't working there at that building anymore. She hadn't for a while. And my friend, who I, like I said, we're not like best friends or whatever, but I would talk to him periodically. We'd see each other at functions and stuff. And he was like, "Yeah, that's when you were working at the such and such building." And I was like, I looked at her and I was like, "Oh, what? That's the building you're working at?" She said, "Yeah." And I said, "I worked at that. I did security that building." She goes, "You didn't tell me that last time I talked about it." I said, "You didn't tell me what building it was. You just told me all these weird stories. You didn't tell me what it was." Because I thought one of them sounded familiar because she was talking about the top floor. And of course, I was kind of part way listening. I kept getting phone calls, like I do because of my job. And they were talking about this place that, if I said the name of it, people will probably know I'm talking about. But it was like a club. There were two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Two clubs, one at the very top floor. And a lot of these buildings had these exclusive clubs where you had to, like, literally they were clubs. You had to join this club to be able to go there. And it was like these rich people, right? Austin always, attracted like rich people. And there was this club, and she was talking about it. She said, "Oh, it's really haunted. They have all these spooky pictures and stuff." And when I was eating, I was thinking, that sounds familiar. maybe that's, but I didn't ask her. And then later on, she told me what it was. And we compared notes. And yeah, dude.
Yeah.
For sure. And she worked on the 12th floor, which was really bad. That was a bad one. The 9th, for some reason, the 10th, I don't even really remember it. It was like 9, 11, and 12, and then there wasn't a 13th floor.
Well, whenever we passed that building the other day, I was looking up, and like one of the windows on like one of the top floors, it was cracked. It was like broken inward.
Really?
Weird. Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me because I think it's 17 floors on that building. I think.
Yeah.
But I remember, it was 17th floor. The top floor.
I think it was like the second to last or third to, or the second to the top story or third to top story.
Yeah.
Like one of those windows was just broken out.
The 9th floor was a gym, but all the equipment had been pushed off to one side. So it's this big wraparound around the elevators, right? And it was a gym, and I would go in there and I'd work out. And I just remember, like, I'd be in there working out, and I'd hear something move on the other side because the whole floor is just dark, bunch of just one light on one side, and there was a bunch of weight equipment in there. So I'd go and I'd work out. And I hear stuff, man. And then one time I quit going in there because I heard the couch go like somebody was pushing it across the room, dude. So I go around the corner and I look, and the couch has moved over by the elevator lobby, and I'm like, what? Man, I got out of there so fast. I just ran down the fire escape.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I was like, what the freaking heck? So who's next? Andres?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, see if you or Anthony ever read reports of what appeared to be some kind of limb that was a shade of white outlined by like a pale or light green.
A limb?
Yeah, like okay, what happened was that I was scrolling on my phone. I was looking up, I looked up because I noticed a glimpse of something, and as that was reaching towards the fan that was give or take right on top of me. And that's why I asked that question, because it was reaching towards it to do what? I'm not sure. That's why I said, because to me it looked like a shade of white outlined with like a pale or light green. Like it's basically, in my opinion, something you would either see out of a cartoon or movie.
It's an interesting thing. This is interesting. I'm going to tell you this because we were talking about Mr. Nunley earlier, and I wasn't talking about him in a bad way, but he'd written the book in Humanoids, and I had just talked to Albert Rosales. They used to have the same publisher, Albert Rosales, Nick Redfern, and Barton Nunley. So I got to know all three of these guys because they were great authors. And Bart is a good author. I mean, some people will argue or knock him, whatever. I still like his work. I mean, I'm not like a fan, but we're not buddies. But I still like his work. And I thought that, this one story really stuck with me. And it was about these kids, and one of them was hiding. And there was this like cartoon looking creature that looked like a werewolf. but it was drawn kind of like, like if it was drawn, it would be like the big bad wolf. And I remember these kids were playing hide and seek, and this kid was upstairs, and these like big feet, with this like these shoes. And so there was this, it was like this big bad wolf looking creature. Well, what's interesting about that is that I've had other people report that. There was a kid in Kansas City, Missouri that was told me the same thing. They were playing around. They went to a shed in the back of the house, and there was the big bad wolf, like the cartoon wolf. And there were two of them. There were two kids. They were stepbrothers. And I remember one of them said, dude, I talked to both of them, on the phone. And they gave me some other stuff too. I've already done one of their their encounters already. And they said that they just closed the door, like this thing. They just slammed the door on it, and they ran, and they saw it looking out the window, and it looked like kind of how AI would look now, like the way it looked, but it was there. It was like physically there. It was there, and then they just ran, and they told their grandpa, and he went out there and was like, "Nothing out here," So, I mean, that's just weird, dude. Like. So people do get this cartoons. They look like cartoons. I'm not even going to lie. When you look at the Hernandez Ranch, you remember Jerry? His daughter said, "Look, look, there's a bunny rabbit. It was the big ears, right? The big tall ears, and of course the Wile E. Coyote. Coyotes, I know coyotes. They have big ears, but they're not that big. They're not like a rabbit's. His ears are they're so big and floppy like a rabbit's." And so you're sitting there and you're like, this is a cartoon, So that's what Jerry thought. He's looking out the window and he's like, what the heck is that? It looked like the way he described it, he said it looked like Wile E. Didn't he say that? Yeah, the Wile E. Coyote, right?
Yeah.
And that's, I can't remember what happened after that. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was like his sister, his daughter thought it was the Easter bunny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, you got these weird tales that people will tell you, and they look like cartoons. So I'm not dismissing or anything. I've just not heard of a pale limb. Now I have stories, and I've read stories too. I think one of them was in Fate magazine. I remember talking to I think it was Chad Lewis, and we were talking about stories from, it might have been me, Chad, and I know Kevin. Kevin's one of them. Kevin was some people at the conference. Kevin is the guy that slept in the hammock 30 below.
Oh, boy.
And I was sitting there with Jordan. Jordan's like, dude, you win, dude. That's
some Iron Man stuff.
Nobody does that. Like, we're just, I was sitting there with Josh, what's his face? Not catching a nugget, whatever. They're sitting on one side. And I looked at him and Jordan. I was like, everybody was just, you're the man, dude. Kevin's that dude. That's a mensch right there. You sleep 30, 40, whatever below. Nah, dude. In the wilds of Canada, I'm good, man. That dude, he wins.
All you need is 2 sleeping bags and you're fine. I've slept
You
outside.
look like a person that would try to do some shit like that too, Richards. I really do.
Buddy, I used to go winter camping when we were like 12, 13 years old.
Are you sure it wasn't like Davies, where you just said, I decided to just drop out of society and be homeless? Like, go live the woods?
Not at 12. Not at 12.
Well, maybe you ran away from home. 12-year-olds run away from home. You look like the type.
Fair enough.
Very rebellious and mean.
Busted.
It's just like you steal a couple of sandwiches and you think you're going to make it. You're like, I got to do it in Bill Burr's voice. You steal a couple of sandwiches, think you're going to make it. You're like, this isn't working out. I'm good.
Run away Friday afternoon and come home Sunday night.
That guy started getting on my nerves, dude. I used to like his comedy. Now he started getting on my nerves.
Kind of gets old.
The way he talks, it only takes so much.
Well, it's like when everything is a rant, it starts to it's overly negative at a certain point.
Yeah, he was just kind of like,
it's
funny.
Obnoxious.
The novelty wears off.
But I could see that talking to Richard just kind of that way.
Fair enough.
You make a peanut butter sandwich. Your mom's been spanking you too much because you're being bad. I'm gonna run away. That's what I'm gonna do.
Honestly, that's one thing I never did. I had too much freedom as a kid to ever need to run away.
You were what are you, 40 something?
43 now, yeah.
42 and look a day over 55. Let me tell you something.
Right?
Great looking guy.
Amazing.
43, amazing, right? Amazing. Hey, buddy guy. So 43, you're a latchkey kid. You're a Gen Xer, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you were probably left alone all the damn time to figure it out.
No, mom didn't work. Mom was at home.
Oh, so you're lucky.
Yeah,
See, you could have ended
Dad
up. We
was
were
a
talking about
firefighter.
Dahmer earlier. Dahmer ended up like that because he was a latchkey kid. And by his own admission, he says, I was alone. I had too much time on my hands. You know, had a lot of blood on his hands too. So he was,
Yeah, apparently.
18 years old. He was busted some guy's head open while they were lifting weights. It's crazy. He said, I want you to stay with me. And then that was it.
Oh man.
Psychopath. I'm not saying you're like him.
That's okay.
But you're just, I'm just saying, Dick looks like the kind that would be like very angry if you left him. You'd be like, "Where are you going?"
No, you don't leave. Where are you going? That's right. You don't leave. I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you.
Because we were talking the other day, and I was like, you have to fight with somebody you regret. He goes, and you're looking at them, they're all dead. And I'm like, what the freaking heck are you talking about? What are you talking about, sir? Jeez Louise. All joking aside, though, seriously, I mean, what you're talking about, Andres, you get these weird reports of cartoon-like beings that literally look like something that out of Roger Rabbit that came to life. What happened? A spider bit you?
No, a stupid freaking fly buzzing around in here and attacked the side of my head.
Went in your eye?
Almost in my ear, actually.
You're just like, woo.
It's gonna start crawling around in your brain and lay eggs.
Right, lay eggs. Bot flies.
Yeah, earwigs do that.
Earwigs. But does that help any, Andres? I don't know if all this, what I was saying makes sense, but
I kind of already guessed it, but I just want to make sure if you heard anything like that.
Because I remember a story. I think it was in Fate magazine, but it might have been in a book. There was a book, folks. If this book is really good, it's one of many, many ghost books I've read, and it was called Haunted Heartland. And I don't know who wrote it. Look it up, Anthony. So people can tell you the author, but that guy wrote that book a long time ago, probably the late 80s, something like that. And I remember reading it, and I just thought, man, there were some stories in there that this guy had collected. And it was like from Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, like that area, the Midwest. And I remember thinking, man, I don't ever want to go there. I was a teenager, and I was scared shitless to read that book. And I read that book when I was staying with the Robles family, which is the family I saw the Dogman with. And I thought, their house was haunted. I had some weird stuff happen to me. They didn't have a shower. They had a bath. I had a bathtub that I was, and
it was written by Beth Scott and Michael Norman.
Beth Scott and Michael Norman. That's the authors. But that guy and gal, whatever, the people that put those stories together, they did a really good job, because I've heard some of these stories recur in other places. And I think there was one in there, Andres, and I'm not sure, quote me on that, but because I have a pretty good memory. And I remember, see, look, now the lawyer's in there. The light just came on. So wasn't nobody there earlier. And I was on the phone with my business partner earlier, and I said, he sees me. But
has the lawyer heard all this crazy crap?
Yeah, he's heard some stuff. We've talked about it. My mortgage broker and my other business partner are friends with that lawyer, and so is my actually both my business partners use him because he's a general practitioner lawyer, and that guy that's just walking out, he's a paralegal. He works for him. They're good friends of mine, and they've heard some stuff, but they try not to think about it, not to talk about it, because it's weird, and they're older dudes, man. They're like in their 60s. No, they don't want to freaking deal with that crap. But no, so this book, it had a story about an arm. I think it was in that book. If it's not, don't I'm sorry. But I remember talking with Chad Lewis about it, and I was and David Weatherly, and we were talking about ghosts, and that arm thing came down from like the ceiling and started trying to grab this woman by the throat. It was just an arm.
That's the same thing that appeared to me. It was an arm, but it wasn't reaching for me. It was reaching for the fan that was right above me. I just saw the portion. I didn't see anything else, just an arm.
I had a lady one time tell me that the hairy hands that she saw them in England in the middle of she was driving down the road and it was so foggy she couldn't see, and she said that the hairy hands actually guided her down the road and into her driveway and saved her life that night. I've never heard about them helping people. Usually they're like shoving people off their motorcycles and all kinds of crap like that in the areas in England that I've heard about it. But
Why was it helping her?
that's what I said. I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Why? Like usually they're trying to hurt people." And she said, "No, it guided me down the road and down my driveway." And she couldn't, like she said, she couldn't see. Like it was like one of those pea supers where you can see like 3 feet in front of you, and it just sort of came in as she was driving home. So I found it kind of weird that she said they were humongous. Like the hands were like 10 times or 4 or 5 times my size hands. She said they were like that big, covered in hair. So who's sitting there with the camera off? The other guy.
Oh, that's me, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, buddy?
Nothing much. Hope you're doing good, bro.
Excellent, thank you.
What's your name? I didn't get a name, so I don't really know who you are.
Oh, me, I'm James. So.
Oh, what up, James?
Yeah. Hope everybody's doing good tonight.
Yeah, buddy. How are you? Good.
Oh, just hanging in there,
What do you got going on tonight?
World.
Yeah.
Just watching the show,
Right on.
Hey, quick question from both of you guys. Have you guys seen the news of what's happening in Yellowstone with all the animals running out?
Oh,
yeah. I want to see what you guys
I've heard a few things.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yep. Apparently the mountain lions started running out, then bears, and next thing you know, the bison followed. And it's very unnatural. And a lot of people I've seen are talking about it, that something's going to happen. Like the volcano underneath it apparently might be, according to some people, long overdue to go off. And
Steve Quayle always talks about that one being the big super volcano that's going to really do the damage.
Because there was a guy that called in years ago to Coast, who claimed that around this time, he said it was in the 2020s, right? It was on Coast to Coast. I remember, and unless my mind is slipping.
It's probably Steve Quayle, bro.
No. It was a guy that called in.
Oh, okay.
Call in, Okay. And he was saying that he had a dream. It was predictions for the year, the coming year, whatever. This was like in 07, 08, something like that. When I used to actually listen to that show, and it was he said in the 2020s. I remember that guy. He said that. He goes, "I see Montana completely covered, like almost like a rock landed on top of it." And then I think it was Nori or somebody. I don't remember who it was that asked, or Art Bell, one of them. And they asked him. They said, "What's going to happen?" He goes, "Yellowstone's going to blow, and it's going to cover Montana. It's going to cover Wyoming. It's going to be the Northwest is gone." But there could be an earthquake. There could be a volcano that doesn't happen to. It doesn't have to be, because people don't realize like how things can happen, and it doesn't have to be the way you think it is. It doesn't have to be this mega killer asteroid, a planet killer asteroid, right? Once it gets big enough to be a planet killer,
it's only like a mile across.
Yeah, but you could get one that's 5 football fields across, and it could destroy the planet because it has to hit in the right spot and create a chain reaction and blah blah blah. And what people don't understand is chemicals. That's what happens in your body is chain reactions. That create things, and that happens to the Earth too. Chain reactions take place, and then James, how are you doing tonight? I didn't say hi yet. And
hey man, how you doing?
I'm all right.
Good. Crazy times indeed. I mean, there's been all type of the earthquakes happening, all type of world events and stuff going on, and they want to tell you, oh, it's okay, It's like, yeah, we know that they're causing these things, and they want to lie to you and tell you, no, that's not true. Just like with the G5 like the gentleman from Canada stated, that they do against us, all this stuff. And,
Yeah.
it's just conspiracy theories, except for the fact that
Bullshit.
9 out of 10 conspiracy theories are proven true. So you tell me, what's really going on, government? You want to tell us? Oh, they don't want to tell you that.
You know the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth?
Nothing.
About 6 months.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. Yeah.
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 So yeah, they're really cranking things up. Did you see? Oh, so did you see all those that footage of all those stars falling out of the sky all over the states?
Yeah, weird, huh?
Yeah, wasn't that something? And what does Revelation say about falling stars?
Yeah, this is weird. Rita just says Humphreys Peak near Flag. We were just talking about Flagstaff, been burning smoke. I remember driving through that area and there was all of that area was on fire. That was several years ago. Like it was like 17 or something like that. You stop and you look at all of these things that are happening. And one of my friends, he's used to be a DJ, Hellraiser, like me, and now he's got a remodeling company, whatever. And he's telling people, he's warning them. He says, dude, you got to get your life right before it's too late.
No kidding.
Because if you're not on the right, path, then you could be in big trouble. Now, I'm going to say this, and it's just the way it is. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, and I've done things, and I've said things, and I have people that attack me, and it's a, what do you call that? Temptation. The temptation is there to lash out and say things, and sometimes I do. I get mad, I get upset, or I make, and it's like you do it, and you think, dang, I should have done that, because it's not going to hurt them. It's just going to make you be not right where you're supposed to be. And I did that a few times, and but it's so hard. But you got to realize everything right now is testing our faith.
Yeah, no kidding.
You're being tested like never before. And it's like you're constantly, I just keep having to deal with stuff, and it's just like, but I just keep thinking, you know what? I have to just try to keep my life right. And that's all you can do. Because if you don't, what's the alternative? Hell? I mean, you got some of the evilest people out there too, man, and they test your faith, and then you do say things, and you get into a match with them, arguing, whatever, and then you
Hey,
just end up
Josh.
looking bad, and they look bad, and whatever.
Do you watch horror films?
Not much. I try not to.
Because, I've got deep-rooted anger issues, right? And
No way,
sometimes
really?
it would spill out. I do. But, I find, I find that horror films can be slightly therapeutic because, say some of the people has been messing with you, instead of, going out and hurting somebody, watch, like Jason Voorhees, and he's messing somebody up, and you focus on that, and put your energy just on that for that time being. Release your anger. Get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like war movies, bro. That's why I like war movies.
Don't play the character.
Exactly.
What was that, Andres?
I said it's basically like video games, but with horror movies. Except with horror movies, you don't control the character. You just watch.
I can see what James is talking about. I can see what you're saying. I mean, because I think we all kind of do that. Like if you watch like a movie like The 300 or Gladiator or, like Saving Private Ryan, whatever, one of these movies with gratuitous violence, that's any of those. Because I don't really like horror movies too much, but I do like movies like that. But you do kind of feel like, oh yeah, you know what? Because it is kind of a release. I can see that. I know the average person is going to go, oh, you watch all those movies about somebody killing somebody, you're a psychopath. You don't have to be a psychopath because people like to watch people beat the shit out of each other. Not everybody that watches UFC is a psychopath. I mean, I knew a lot of fighters. Not all of them were psychotic. Some of them were, though. I'm not going to lie. There were some crazy people who enjoyed it. But I could see that.
But yeah, that's how I release my anger. So, just watch.
What kind of films? The slasher films? Is that what you watch?
I'm an 80s horror film guy, so I love the 80s. I also love Godzilla and stuff like that, Universal. But when I'm really just angry and, it's kind of like you have that Hulk smash type of feeling within you, watch, for me at least, I watch anything that Kane Hodder's in because he's one of my favorite actors. I love Kane and what he did with the role of Jason Voorhees. And it's like, I can relate to that. It's like, heck yeah, man. Somebody makes you mad and you just want to go there, but do it through a healthy way instead of, just being one of these freaks who opens, you get what I'm saying, and does negative things because those are real life consequences. A movie is a movie. And in that, I love special effects, so that's another draw for me in horror films. All of that, type of stuff. And I'd rather put my, anger into something like a movie rather than just busting somebody up. I don't want to do that, So.
How old are you, James?
I'm 40 years old, man.
Oh,
You're
boy.
still young.
You do not sound 40.
You're still young. You're 10 years younger than me.
Yeah.
So you like the 80s because you would have been like a 90s kid.
Yep, late 80s, early 90s time frame. Because when I was real young, my dad actually worked as a manager for movie theater, and I would be going to watch, because I remember 1989 because I went and seen, even though it's a very horrible film, Friday the 13th Part 8. And that's where Jason Takes Manhattan, and that movie is horrendously bad. But I sat in the movie theater with my popcorn, with my drink, and some lady came out of the movie theater complaining that there was this young child in there. And it's kind of like my dad, being the manager, goes, well, what does he look like? Oh, that's my kid. And the lady's like, what? You let your child watch these type of films? And then, my dad's like, yeah, we watch them all the time. We also at home, we're watching, there used to be a TV show called Monsters. It's kind of like Tales from the Crypt and stuff like that. And I grew up on Twilight Zone, all those things, and, Tales from the Crypt. And just, that's where I, come from, is that whole movie side of things, is the horror and everything, basically because of Dad. And it was the only time when me and him really connected was when we were watching horror films. So it's like, they always, no matter if I turn against it because I am trying to get more close to God, I'm always going to have a soft spot for horror films just because of that connection with me and my dad. Because Dad used to, he had a Jason mask, and he would try to scare me and my friends when we were young and stuff, hide out in the dark, and then just all of a sudden just be right there, and then we're like, oh my God, freaking out and stuff. So
yeah, hilarious. Thanks, Dad. Hey.
It was fun,
That's funny, man. My friend Roger and my godson, they would go to the cemetery because Roger was agnostic at best, and he would play this game. He called them lich eggs, so he would go and hide the eggs around the cemetery, and Alec had to go and hit them with a hammer. But then one time I was with them, and I remember me and Roger heard something coming from the woods right there adjacent to the cemetery, and we were looking at each other and we're like, what is that? And it was me, him, and another friend of ours, and that friend's step daughter, and they were all, the kids were running around playing, and they didn't know it, but we did. We heard it, and I was like, "Did you hear that?" It was weird. It kind of came from like above us, and we were looking up in the trees, and then we didn't see anything. And I was like, so I was only Hispanic, and I told him, I said, "Look, that could be like La Chusa." And they didn't know what that was, and it whistles, and my friend, well, he was really my friend. He was my best friend's friend, and that guy whistled back at it, dude. And then that night he had a terrible nightmare, dude. And so the next day he was, because he worked out at our gym. We became friends, me and him, but at that time we weren't really that good of friends. But him and his girlfriend worked out at our gym, and she came up and told me, she's like, yeah, she's like, he had a bad dream last night. He said, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, and I went over to him. He was lifting, and I said, what happened? He goes, dude, he put the weights down. He was like, you're right, man. I shouldn't have whistled at it. He had a dream of this like bird-like creature that was trying to drag him out of his window. He said it was a dream. But yeah, I just remember like Roger used to do all that with his son. And I always told him, I said, you never know what could happen. You could run across something for real, you know, because, you know, you're invoking things, you know. And being in the cemetery and just running around just in general is not a good idea because
No,
there's
not
a
really.
lot of stuff that people run into in those places. So, anybody else want to call in? Got anything to say? Because if not, I'm going to jump off, guys. It's been nice. My voice is kind of hoarse. I was on the phone earlier today and I had to yell, not yelling at somebody, but I had to have a very important conversation. This person's phone was messing up and I was like yelling, like, ah, and I wasn't even yelling that loud or that hard, but it just felt like it made my voice go out or something. And I was just like, dude. So.
All right, before you go, Wolf, I wanted to ask to see if has anyone, oh my God, how do I say this? Have you gotten reports of people being able to see either into the past or the future, like in the movies where like colors, it's basically it's all warm colors. Have you gotten reports like that?
Okay, so you're asking two different questions. If they can see into the past or the future, you said?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I've heard that. A lot of people, but what about the color?
Like in the movies when the main character is going through that, the colors, it's just like a very they're warm, like a very dark, like the setting on your phone where everything turns like a beige color.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of anything like that?
Yeah, I've had people tell me that they could see, like my one friend Tony's stepdad is a good friend of mine, known him for years. He sees different auras. Here's something that weird happened to me yesterday, and I, wasn't going to talk about it today, but it just. So I was sitting there. There's this restaurant right there by my house, and we were sitting there. I was waiting. Anthony was inside, and me and Tony were talking, and I was having a phone call, and Tony was a part of it. It was a witness, and Anthony was in there getting the food, and my wife was at the house because this is like a couple blocks up the road. It's real close. And there was this couple there, and there's this woman just sitting there, and I could just see her while I was talking, how you kind of just zone out. There's just people. So this woman gets up and she walks to the restroom, and it's just an innocuous thing. I don't think anything of it. But I just saw two people. There was a man and a woman, like a couple, like in their 30s or something. I don't know. It wasn't nothing specific about them, whatever. They were just there. She comes back, goes and sits back down in the booth, and I saw a child walking behind her. And then when it got around the corner, like around to go to the booth, it disappeared. And I was like, just kind of turned my head for a second. I was like, and so there was no child. There was no, I don't know what that was, but it was dark, like a little, and I just realized I saw the outline and I saw a little bit of features, but it was mostly it was like a shadow. Kind of like if I don't know my screen right here, but like James's area is all black on there with the phone thing. And then yours, Andres, is kind of a gray color around like that white part. That's how it looks on the screen here, right? But it doesn't look like that way on my phone, so I don't know. But it was kind of like gray where you could kind of see through it, but it's like if you had like little tiny itty bitty dots, like thousands of them. It just kind of looked like that. And it, kind of like an illustration, like a 2D illustration. That's what it looked like but of a small person or a child. And I was like, I didn't see a child sit down with her. And I know I saw a child, and I was just like, or the outline of one. I was like, what is that? So when they came out, I talked to them. I just said, look, my name is, Josh, and I have a show. They call me Wolf. I told them, you don't know me from Adam, and this is going to sound weird, but I said, you have something, because I feel like I should tell them if I see it, I should say it. Tell them, look, I saw it for a reason. And I said, look, I think you have something that is following you, that's around you, because she may have problems, down the road, or maybe she's having them now. She looks at the guy, and I'm not going to say their names. They gave me their names, but I gave them my card if she wanted to talk about these experiences, because she has them. And she goes, I actually had 2 nightmares last night. I woke up, then I went back to sleep, had another one. And they were about ghosts. So that was weird. But yeah, people seeing colors. Yeah. So I saw something that was around her that was a gray color. But there are people who, like my friend Bones, he can take pictures, and I've seen him do it. He proved it to me. He'll take a picture in the dark, just snap a photo in the dark, and then you'll see like this beige. Then you'll see eyes. They look like they're turned this way. They look like eyes, because if you turn the phone, you'll see them. And there's like eyes in this beige, weird with black streaks. It's bizarre, dude. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah,
But he can actually take pictures of it. But scientists now have come up with a way, and I'm not just saying this is true. I read this, that they can actually record your dreams. Yeah, look it up. It's a real thing. They're saying that you can do that.
Did you see that footage that came out a couple of weeks ago of that guy who had the infrared camera on himself, and he was having sleep paralysis, and you couldn't see it. They had several cameras set up, and several types of cameras watching this guy, and through the infrared camera, they actually caught a being get up and on top of the guy.
Where was this at?
I just saw it on one of those clip shows on that KJ's What Happened clip show. And it was scary. You could see orbs flying around, and the entity that crawled up on him was shaped like a man, and it like crawled right up on top of his body and sort of like crouched down and more or less like squatted on top of the guy. You couldn't see it from the one camera, but you could definitely see it on the infrared camera, and it was like a white color.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. So I went to the eye doctor a couple of years ago, right after a certain intervention sort of became widespread. And I made sure that I asked the eye doctor, I said, so are you getting a lot of people in here that are seeing stuff these days? And her eyes just lit right up. And she goes, you wouldn't believe how many people are coming in here saying they're seeing things. I'm like, well, what sort of things? And she says, everything. She goes, they're seeing ghosts, they're seeing weird monsters, they're seeing all sorts of stuff that I've never heard. I've never heard people come in before telling me that they're seeing this, that, and the other thing. So we had a little conversation about it, and I think she got kind of freaked out. So we left it at that. And then I mentioned it to the secretary, and the secretary was like, oh, dude. She goes, you have no idea how many people we're getting. We're getting like 20, 30 people a week that are coming in that are seeing things. So I thought that was very, very interesting, to say the least. Yeah.
Well, guys, it's been real. I'll see you guys and gals. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining Paranormal Roundtable. I'll see you guys probably on Sunday.
Hope you have a good night, Josh.
Yeah, you
God
too,
bless you,
James.
brother.
You guys, y'all be safe. God bless you all.
Everybody have a good night.
All right, hey everybody, take care. May God watch over you and stop the enemy from cursing us to death, basically.
Yeah.
Amen. Yeah, I had a cup jump off the shelf today and smash on my floor. So, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And then you had the nightmares. Well, I told you, they mentioned you. Yeah.
Well, the Lord rebukes them in the name of Jesus Christ.
They mentioned you, but they're actually using James's name.
Really?
Yeah, they're using Rex Jones and.
Yeah, well, if anybody wants to know what side I'm on PRT side, so that's the final word on that one.
It's crazy because like they made the battle lines, not me. I didn't do this, and we had somebody in the PRT news that showed it. They literally name's Grigsley. Shout out to him, but he showed the communication where it started, like, and the dudes, I'm not even gonna say the guy's name or give him that time, but he was on his show and he was with this girl, and then it started a whole thing because he messaged me saying that she was trolling me, and it wasn't her, it was him. It was him using a fake account. And so that goes way back to that. But it was even before that, though. It goes, we found the first one 2021. And now they're trying to say, just so people catch you up here, there is an account that goes around using the N-word and saying all kinds of racist stuff. And I know it's one of them. If it's not the main guy, I can promise you it's not me. But now they're trying to say, oh, you guys are using that. And it's called Lil Bray Bray. Lil Bray Bray. And I know this is so ridiculous, dude. It's like, no, you're a towel. You're a towel. No, it ain't us doing this crap, dude. I promise you. I don't need to do that. You know, I mean, I do stuff, you know, like I'll get crap. I'll get fed up and say something on Abe's show or do something, you know. I mean, it's not, you know, it gets childish, you know, because you do that and you're just like, because I like comedy. My favorite weapon is going to be comedy. If somebody's going to mess with me, I'm going to just clown them.
Excellent performance, by the way.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't put on a performance anywhere. When did I do that, Andres?
Fair point.
Yeah, I don't put on performances, sir. What am I, Shakespearean? I don't do that. What is it called? Horatio. When did I do? I don't. So they're trying to say it's me, yo, and it was not. It's just, you know, whatever, dude.
Well,
I don't run and hide. I mean, you know, but you know.
May their curses go back on them sevenfold. In
Pretty
the name
much,
of the Lord.
you know, but you know that's what they're doing. It's horrible because of everybody on our side's having bad nightmares and stuff happening to them. When this stuff was really hot and heavy at one point, me and Barton and Bettina and Maddie wasn't living down here, and I forgot who else it was. There was another person. I'm not gonna say their name, but because it really scared them bad. There were two other people. It was a guy and a girl. But we all had a nightmare at the same time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it was y'all probably already remember this, but it was the same thing too. So when I was talking to everybody, I was like, what are the odds? Like, you know, I don't.
That's a form of astral projection, man.
It is.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that, but this wasn't a person what came. It was demonic. Definitely.
Yeah.
And it was black. And it was evil, and it was satanic. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And they can say what they want, but I know that they sent it, and I did. And I was just, I don't know who specifically. I have my ideas, but it was ridiculous, man. It was going on and on and on. And you know, one of those people that's doing all that over there saying all this stuff. I mean, it's like they know everything. That's the sad part about it, is they know everything. They may even know more than I do. Well, now they definitely do, but at the time when all that was going on, they were making videos and stuff, and they know more about the stuff than I did. They were telling me stuff, and I'm going like, now you know all that, and you're going to run over there and say stupid things and pretend like you know, come on, dude.
Evil for evil's sake, eh?
It's craziness. Madness.
Yeah.
Well, Josh, I got something to say for you, man. And this comes truly from the heart. And what truly won me over, and I don't necessarily like putting it that way because it sounds weird, but what really did it was I joined your show. You didn't kick me off. You had every right to just yeet me off the channel because of the beef we had. You know this. And what did you do? You just like a real man, because you are a real man. You stood your ground. You listened to what I had to say, and you didn't just, you know, start some BS. You are legit, man. And I thank you so much for listening. I thank you for taking that time. I thank you for actually, you know, let me come on to your show where, you know, anybody could have jumped on and tried to gang up on me or whatever it was. It's not how it went down. You proved who you were that night. So if anybody's got anything bad to say about you, Josh Turner, I give him a middle finger. That's what I got to say about it. If anybody's got any problem with you, I give them the middle finger, because quite frankly, I've seen the real you, not, you know, just some whatever somebody's saying or some BS like that, but because you allowed me on the show and let me say my piece without you, you know, just trashing me or anything. You're a man. And because you are one of, you know, very few, you know, and I'm no offense to Dick Richards or anybody else. I don't really know you,
Okay.
but
Okay,
so
buddy.
don't take it, that way. But it's just simply, look, Josh Turner and me we got a little bit of history and stuff here. And quite frankly, I can vouch for Josh on the fact that he is a man. He's going to stand his ground. He's not some punk ass, excuse my French, who's just going to hide behind the scenes, talk a load of crap behind the scenes. He's not one of those people. And I like that. I like when someone stands their ground like a man truly should. But no, you got too many people going, oh, I'm Mr. Tough Guy. I'm so tough. I'm so tough. But yet, where are they at? They're hiding behind the scenes talking crap because they don't want to go face to face with nobody. Who went face to face with me? Josh Turner. So for here until the day I die, you've earned my respect, and everybody should respect you because you are a man who stands on your own 2 feet. Thank you, sir. That's what I gotta say, bro.
Well, I appreciate it, James. And like I said before, holding grudges doesn't do anything. It just makes you'll be upset, miserable, angry. You'll be broke too.
Alone and broke.
Because people hold grudges, and in business, you can't hold grudges. That's something you learn very quickly. You have to have a short memory when it comes to that, and then a long memory when it comes to what works and what doesn't. And then just in your day-to-day life, being on a personal level, you have to be able to forgive. And the one commandment that Jesus says you really must follow is forgiveness. I'm going to say this, James, and this is the truth. Whenever I talk to people, I always ask them if they've had a near-death experience, because it usually goes hand in hand with what people go through. And it's very important, out of body or near-death experience, NDE, because these people will come face to face with a spiritual entity and they will be rejected or accepted on the other side. And a lot of times it comes down to their level of forgiveness. It does. And so, James, when you tell me I'm a Christian, you're a Christian, you're a brother in Christ or whatever, Christ, that's the denominator. And you say that, I accept that at your word. And you and I had an issue real, like at one point, whatever. And it was the whole vault or whatever it was. And you thought I wasn't with him doing something to it. I wasn't. I told you that. So we didn't have a problem. And then these people convinced you that I was this bad, the evil incarnate or whatever. And I knew what it was, because like many people had come after me and come at me because they lied. They told them all kinds of things that weren't true. But I could say this here with the 375 people that are in right now, and whoever's going to watch this later on, like you said, I stand on my convictions, and I don't back down and tell people, oh, you know what, just what you want to hear. I'm going to say it in front of everybody. What I tell you in private will be the same thing I tell you in public. There's no secrets. And I'm not, and sometimes people say, well, you kind of made fun of the witness or whatever, but you get to know people when you talk to them. And this young man tonight, he kind of did look like Barton, but he was a nice kid, and we kind of joked back and forth about it, whatever. And over the course of 2 different conversations, I got to know him, and he opened up about a lot of very scary things that happened to him. And you get to know people, and that's important. And I told him, the last thing I told him, because I'm a lot older than him, and I've told a lot of people who are younger than me this same thing, and even people who were my age or older, but not as many. But younger people in particular, you got to kind of tell them. I tell them, always remember in your life, as you go through life, you're going to meet people. You're going to like them, they're going to let you down, and you're going to love people, and they're going to let you down. I said, and then you're going to not like people, and they're going to give you what you think. And then there's people you're just going to you can't stand. But you don't know what the future holds. You don't know what's going to happen with those people. But the one thing you got to do is not hold grudges. Now, if this person is a scoundrel, obviously, and you can feel the energy, they're a killer, or there's protect yourself, get away from them, whatever. But you don't have to be around the people, right? It's your choice to be around them. But one of the things you got to do is forgive.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. And when you came and said, look, I don't want any problems. And you said it publicly, who am I to go, man, get out here, man. That's not me, dude. If somebody wants to squash a beef, I squash a beef. There's a lot of people that don't like certain people. That I'm not friends with these people, but I squashed the beef with them all the same, because it just wasn't worth it to go on and fight with these people. It's always better to eventually talk it out and work it out. And there are a few people who have done that with me. Bettina is one of them. It's funny that they said some things about her saying that she would make me her bitch and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, she wouldn't, and nobody else would either. But she was a very dear friend of mine, and she is a very dear friend of mine. And when she was, doing the show, and we were friends, we're friends now, and she's not doing the show. But when we were friends and both doing shows, we supported each other 100%. And she did broker peace between me and Marvin. And 2 days before that, me and her had gotten into it, and I said some things to her. I said some choice things, or she said some things to me. But then the next day came, and she was like, hey, listen. And Abe was a part of that too. And they were like, you're being played. You don't want to believe that. You want to believe that you're a man and that you're smart and you know everything. And you're like, I'm a real man. I stand on my, like you said, stand on your convictions. But they said, Marvin and you are being played. And then she pointed it out who the culprits were. And I thought, one of those people's running around over there in that camp over there. They're doing, and they're still doing it, still coming, still going, still causing problems, still going into groups and trying to ban me, block me anytime they see me show up in a group. And they have made it their mission to be a moderator in as many groups as they can. Because when I showed up in a group, he used to get the ban hammer. And it was very simple. I didn't go to the moderators. I promise you. I didn't go to the moderators. I didn't go to the admins and tell them anything. I just left the group. 60% of them, if you put a percentage on it, they would come to me and go, hey, Wolf, Josh, whatever, why are you leaving my group? And I'll be like, well, there's some people in there I don't like. I don't want to deal with. They said, who is it? I said, well, this guy here. They go over there and they get rid of them. Didn't have to ask them, didn't say anything. To this day, I'm still in those groups and there's no problems. But I promise you, if you leave that snake in there, there will be a ton of problems because him and the Dogman Whisperer go to group and they get kicked out and they get kicked out and they get kicked out. Well, guess where they end up? They end up with the Roach Circus up there, hanging out, talking trash, being communists or whatever they're doing these days. And one of them is truly a communist. And it's funny because they talk about, they called me a leftist in this latest rant they did on me. And I'm like, I'm anything but a leftist. I'm not happy with some of the things that are happening with Trump right now. But there again, I look at it like this. Give him a chance, give him time, because we don't have a choice. When you vote nowadays, folks, you're really voting for the lesser of two evils. That's all I can tell you. There is no good. I'm sorry.
It's like that South Park episode where voting is just between a giant douche and a turd sandwich.
And then Trump is a douche, and the other lady was a turd sandwich. So I guess I'll take the douche if I have to.
Yeah, exactly. At least you don't have to eat the other.
You don't have to eat shit. But that's my thing. That's my take on it. That's my soapbox and rant over. That's all I had to say. These people, they're going to do, and they're going to say what they do, and they're going to do what they say, and they're going to keep on attacking. They are like Terminators. They're a one-track mind, is destruction of me and my show. And you got to wonder, where is that coming from? Where is all this coming from? They don't have the drive to do anything constructive. It's just destroying me. And their whole reasoning is skewed. And they have like all these reasons, right? But at the end of the day, they have no reasons. And they're so warped that they're willing to use James's name. I mean, he knows damn well, that they're using it.
They're so warped, they're willing to use witchcraft against you in the freaking shadows, man.
Yep.
That's insanity.
Well, it's like this, I mean, I also have to give props to Scorpion. I also have to give props to Anthony. You stood like a man because you are a man. Okay. Any of these little chicken SHITs out there that want to hide behind, things, discords, whatever it is, because I genuinely thought that Anthony was hiding in a Discord talking some shite from my understanding. All right. So this is where some of that came from. And my whole thing is, once I started, watching the PRT channel a little more and a little more and a little more, and I just listened to what you guys had to say. And I'm like, all right. And it just kept on and kept on. Jumped on the show, gave you a donation, and I believe it was Anthony who read it. And again, I have to give respect where respect is due. If a man's going to stand up and be a man, I got to give you respect. So for any of these people out there that want to, rip me off by my screen name, use my name or whatever. If you're trying to pretend to be me, buzz off. If you're trying to give fake AI videos, audio, whatever it is on me and claim, oh, hey, I've got no. I think I've more than proven Wolf, Josh Turner, Anthony, Scorpion, everybody here has proven we're willing to stand on our own 2 feet and talk it out. While these other people, they just want to talk crap. So who are they to sit there and try to judge anybody when they need to take a hard look at themselves in the mirror and adjust their own lives before coming over trying to mess with somebody else's life? Because like an old math teacher of mine said, clean up your own yard before you start in somebody else's. They don't know how to do that.
No.
But thankfully, you guys do. You know how to carry yourselves. You know how to conduct a proper stream. You know how to handle things. So again, you got my respect on that one.
Well, I appreciate it, and I don't try to peddle hot sauce on here.
I'm still offering 2-for-1 rubber ducks though.
Rubber ducks. Well, you never know, man. Those were found by a bridge because, you know, somebody was up there doing something nefarious. And, well, why would you sell them, though, if somebody, because you don't know who's handling those.
Yeah.
But that's the case.
He found them?
Mm-hmm. That was the story that was given. I mean,
Let me sell you a piece of Chinese rubber for
for
50 bucks.
50 bucks. You know, it's like they're cost a quarter to make.
But so, James, what made you think that I was in some Discord?
Just some BS flying around, man. And I'm going, okay, because I've got a bunch of stalkers who like to go to people and go, oh, I've got this information, AI video garbage and AI voice stuff. And they're constantly trying to show all this, you know, fake AI stuff on me and try to get people, oh, I got information that'll make you hate this guy. And they're trying to get, you know, people to hate on me.
Yeah.
And so from my understanding, because I'm not going to go into a long diatribe here, try not to, even though I already have, but, you know, it's like, I mean, you know, I've heard some things and I'm going, all right, so somebody wants to buck up. Well, being a man, you stand on your own 2 feet and you address that situation. And well, you know, I wrongfully went at you. And for that, Anthony, I am very sorry. And, you know, I respect you because, again, just like with Josh, you stood on your own. You stood your ground. You did not just hide behind some scenes and pretend to be a tough guy. You showed who you were that night that I joined the stream. So, again, I got mad respect for you guys. And I couldn't always say that. I could not always say that, but I can now. So.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you coming on that night, and you know, I mean, like that warranted like immediate respect, you know, in my opinion, like to just be able to go live, you know, on someone's platform and to hash it out right there in front of everyone, for everyone to hear, everyone to see, you know, that it takes guts. And one of the things that made me have like an immediate level of respect for Marvin Allen was whenever him and Wolf were going at it. He got on his show and he was in the middle of a live stream on his channel, and he was saying some stuff about Wolf that I think that he actually believed was correct, but he didn't know he was wrong, but he was wrong. He was given some bad information, and it started a conflict that didn't need to be there. And so Wolf called him out, and he said, you know what? Answer your phone. I'm going to call you right now, and we're going to hash this out. I'll talk to you live right now on your show. I don't care. And he called him, and Marvin picked up the phone immediately. Marvin didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, he talked.
Yeah, and lo and behold, once y'all were actually able to talk man to man, that was the end of it right there. You know, like y'all were able to resolve it and do it in front of everyone, because neither one of y'all had anything to hide. Like y'all don't hide behind anything, and what you say, there's nothing that you're gonna say about each other behind your back that you're not saying to that person's face or directly to them. You know.
And another thing too, James, and to anybody who's listening, and to Andres and Dick that's on the show here. When we did the Rumble the other night, I gave the open invitation for them to jump on. Abe did the same thing when he did his show. And we told them, if you want to jump on and talk, let's talk. You bring the supposed evidence, the proof, all this proof, and we'll bring ours, even though ours is already all over PRT. We just take what they say and put it there. It's all there. It's all there. Myself and Abe and Bettina and the people from Help and Holler, Blondes and Booze, Tex, everybody that they've messed with, everybody. And I know you've had a few people run-ins with some of those people, James, because you were deceived. And I believe you were deceived. And a lot of people have been. And so they go and they say all these horrible things, and Jerry and Ella Williams, of course, there are other people that they've attacked. And I told everybody, I said, look, I'm willing to fight these people. I'm not going to sit here and just block and delete and ignore because this guy has 1,000 profiles. I can't stop all that. But I will do this. I'm going to stand there and I'm going to face these people. And then they multiplied, and there was a bunch of them. And I kept my word to my friends, to my allies, and to my family that I was going to fight. And as long as I had breath in my lungs, I wasn't going to stop, because these people are snakes. And they have tried to eat out the foundation of what we've tried to do here, which is tell the truth. And they tried to destroy us. They tried to destroy me years ago when I first started, and a couple of them are over there still to this day. They're working with these people, and they have been at war throwing grenades since the day one. And since I first entered the arena here, which is, you might as well call it that. And I was just naive and young, and I thought, I mean, young is in, this was several years ago, but like young to this, this. And I thought, well, I'm going to work with everybody. And Vic was like, no, you're not. And he was very honest. He's like, you're not going to work with those people. They're not going to work with you. And he was right. He was so right. And Dark Water said the same thing. They were just like, you can't do that. You want to, but that's not going to happen. Little did I know the character of the people that were telling me this, they were very right, and they have their own issues, but I had issues with people that told me, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to try. And I tried being friends with this one guy, and he had a group, and I just saw them attack Christians over and over and over again. And, besides the fact that I am a believer and I'm a Christian, but I couldn't stand the way they were going about it, because they were doing it from this like, oh, it's because Dogman's a physical being and the Christians believe it's a demon and whatever. Well, you got people that can say that this thing can be demonic, but it can also be flesh and blood, And so I had to take that into account, and these people didn't have a voice. They were not allowing both sides to have a voice, which would have been fine with me. But they were trying to smother and stamp out the other side of it. And their big problem with me was weird. They were like, well, your encounter was all flesh and blood, so why are you not on board with this? I said, because I have 1,000 people telling me otherwise. And then they started wanting to talk to all of my witnesses. And at first, I was accommodating, and I gave them access to a few people naively. I know that was wrong, because I thought, well, maybe if I show them these people, they'll stop. No. You know what they did? They took those people and they humiliated them, and they said things to them in the group. They were horrible to these people. Brenda, which her name at that time was Brenda Armstrong, and she's been on the show, and that's all you need to know. But they just tore her and her husband Luke apart. Just messed with them in there, and then they went underground for a while. Like they just went to ground, and finally I got a hold of them, and I said, hey, I really want to tell your encounter. And they were like, really? They humiliated, embarrassed, and they attacked these people, and I should never have brought them to the forefront. And I apologized to multiple people, Abel, from when I was on Dogman, he died thinking that I betrayed his trust. I did not betray his trust, and that freaking kills me. That kills me that we were friends. We were close. We talked a lot, and I was thankful that his family, introduced me to him. And I do believe what he was saying was true. He stuck by till the day he died. But he unfortunately died And his brothers and his nephews and his son and his daughter, they've all told me and tried to comfort me and said, "Hey, man, it's okay." I said, "Yeah, you can say it's okay because you're close to him, whatever, but you're not him." And he's gone. And what they did with that was that was a hard one, because these people, they found him and then they lied and told them that I had given them the information. I did not. I did not do that. And the people used fake names and fake whatever, and so I never really did get to pinpoint who it was exactly, but I had my ideas, my suspicions, and it was these people. And they have done so much. They have taken a lot away from me. And so, yeah, I make mistakes sometimes. Sometimes I get upset, or sometimes I'll make a skit, or I'll do something funny or goofy, whatever. And it can be raw. It can be, but damn, dude. I mean, like, the depths that these people have sunk and gone to hurt me and to hurt my family and to hurt my witnesses. They've done some horrible things. I mean, they have done things to me that I would not do to them. I just wouldn't do it. It's off the table. I just wouldn't do that. I'm just not that way. Now, years ago, yeah, I was a different person. Not that person anymore. That person, in a sense, has just gone. It's like they're dead. I don't even recognize that person. And then, the things that they've done, they relish in the pain that they cause you and the suffering that they cause you. And they make fun of you. And then they like to say you're crying or you're whining, whatever. Dude, you're hurting me. I'm in pain for the things that you do. And it's mostly because of the way that you have hurt people that I care about. And they love to take away your friends. They love to burn the bridges, like I said, between me and Barton. I hope he knows, that I really hope in his heart he does know that that was not me. The Austin Hammer was what it was called. That's not me. I didn't do or say those things. That's not me. I'm not going to use no fake account and go, especially one so stupid, But I couldn't help but think that he knew better. Like, come on, dude, you knew better. I mean, you had to, and I think that he wanted the conflict with me. Because, and I'm not excusing him, I'm not giving him an out, but I think that he thought that he was going to, they convinced him that I was this bad guy and that he was doing the right thing because I'm a heretic, right? I'm an apostate and I should be destroyed. And that he was going to get all of my people and all of the whatever. And it did. And they wrapped it in this veneer of like, oh, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the community a service by ridding us of this guy. And even though I pleaded with the guy over and over again, and I said, this is a lie. He didn't want to hear it. So we went our separate ways and we waged war on each other. And it was ugly and it was pointless, but the only one that I really, lament like that is him. That's it. The others were never really my friends. They were fake charlatans. They were mean. They were nasty people. Some of them had tried to bully me in the early days, and I just kind of put my head down and said, okay, whatever, because they were bigger than me and they were stronger than me, and they bullied the shit out of us, not physically bigger, stronger, but I mean, just, as a show. And I tried to reason with them, and you can't do anything. And so they would go around and try to disrupt. They trolled us. They said horrible things. They went into the comment section, said all kinds of nasty things, and they destroyed friendships and relationships with key people. Some people I talked to, they've already told them, hey, all this bad, hey, this is this and that. They said all these bad things about me, horrible things. But thank goodness there are good people in this community who don't listen to that shit, and they just say, I don't care what they say. And there's a lot more of them than there are the naysayers. So, and of course, there's people like James who were once, staunch enemies, devout enemies, and I always believe there's hope, always. And your actions should speak for you. I mean, because if somebody comes to me and they really want peace and they don't want trouble, I'll give them that chance. But I already did that with the guy in Oklahoma, and he doesn't want it. He does not want that. He wants me to not say anything about him while he runs around and trolls me with fake accounts. That's what he wants, because he'll continue to do that, and he knows I won't do that. I won't go on Facebook and YouTube with these, pretending whatever, Bray and all this other shit. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. And then he even uses James's name, Rex Jones. He's like, no. They want you to go back and start fighting and go, oh, okay. And that's what they did. They tried to bring Bettina and DDoS, all these people that I don't have a problem with now. And they're like, oh, yeah, this person said that. Oh, yeah. And then Larry's over there, GW said this, GW. I don't see them saying it to me. They can say whatever. And, Larry's over there telling people that I am perfectly possessed and that the devil is speaking through, Satan is speaking through me. And I'm like, okay, yeah. That's news to me.
As they use black magic against you,
which I know they are.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's proof of
I've
it
got
everywhere.
the same thing going on with me. Since this is a paranormal and everything, I've had people try to hex me. They do all type of stuff to me. Literally, I can feel like a thumb on my, head, like somebody's trying to grab my head and like crush it in. I've had literally, I'll go to the porch, smoke a cigarette, and I'm hearing, when I go in, I hear something on the roof, and I'm like, what in the shit? Birds at this time of night? And it's night. It's like, probably like it is now, 1 a.m. I'm hearing something walking around, and I take a step, it takes a step. I stop, it stops. I take a step, it moves, so on and so on. And I'm like, what in the? I'll even go outside and look. There's nothing on the roof. Not a bird, not nothing. And so I know that there's demonic people out there that's trying to tear apart anybody who wants to stand up for God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, anybody who has any type of goodness within their heart. They want to tear out your heart. They want to tear down everything about you. I mean, you've got a good gentleman over here, Mr. Dick Richards.
Thank you, sir.
All these, I can't see the gentleman just above Dick Richards, that gentleman. You've got all these different people who are good. And you look at the chat, you look at the good people in chat. You look at all of these different people. You and Anthony and Nelly brought them here. Okay? What that means to me is that goodness does follow you, Josh. But demons keep an eye on you because they see what you're doing. That is the truth. They see that you're bringing people together. They don't like that. They want you alone. They want you afraid. They want you, and I hate to say it, but DEAD.
Yeah.
Because you are bringing people together.
And you're revealing the key. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, buddy, but he's revealing the key to fight these things as well, and that's the name of Christ, and that's belief in Christ. And that is the key. That is the key to fight these things, and that hisses them off more than you could.
You know why that is? And I'll say this, and I don't mean to stop James here or interrupt you, Dick, but
not at all.
One of the things people need to understand is when you tell people, anytime that anybody finds for a way to harness free energy, they've always died. So these creatures, what they are is they're parasites, and they feed on the demons. They feed on energy from us. We're their food source. Yes. And so when you tell people this is the way to stop them from getting energy from you, energy is everything to these beings. Energy is everything to these greedy people. So if the people that they manipulate and control will go out and murder people to stop free energy, what do you think they'll do to you? Yeah. Because you're stopping them from getting free meals from you, free energy. So these demons will literally, like James said, they want you dead. They want you, and it's a simple equation. And they use people who may not even really realize it in their life that they are possessed. I will say this, James, and I'm going to tell you, this is the truth. I'm not going to reveal where you live, but I know you were living in an area and there was flooding that happened there. And I remember praying for you. I've never said this on the show. I'm not going like, oh, pat me on the back, I'm a good guy. But the truth is I did. And I remember I was out at the ranch and I remember, and there wasn't anything happening between us, but you popped into my head because of the stuff that had gone on. And one of the things when I prayed about it, what I did tell God, I asked God this. I was like, can you help this person, James? Can you help him? Because I knew something was there. You weren't wholly evil. You were being a lot more aggressive than the other people, but I really believed that there was hope. And I still believe there's hope for some of these other people too. And that if you pray and you do it in earnest and you put emotion behind it, it can really help. And I know that maybe it didn't help right then, because it was like shortly after that, there was another little dust up. And I said, well, and you kind of doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. You just double down and you keep praying, because eventually it may break the spell that is being held by these people, and that they can be not blinded and they can see. There is a person over there that says a lot of mean, nasty, horrible things. I said this recently to everybody. I said, don't say anything to her. Don't say anything about her, because I think she's being used and manipulated because she runs on emotion. And so they are using that person. They use you. They used a lot of people to do their bidding and to be a hammer, and I know a couple of them they're not ever going to repent for what they've done. I know that. They're just going to be the way they are. But there's a couple of them too that may go back and be like, hey, you know what? This isn't worth it. Let's stop. And you may be able to, you don't necessarily going to win them over, but at least they can know that you're not their enemy and they can leave you alone. One of the hardest things I ever did in my life, James, and I can tell you this, was one of my best friends. This is one of the hardest. He was angry with me about something that was not true. And we were at the gym and we trained together. And he was slipping into mental illness, and he took his own life. I was in Texas when it happened. He was up in Colorado, and his wife, she wasn't trying to hurt my feelings, but she was like, you were the one person that maybe could have helped him. Like if you would have been able to get up here, because they tried to get me to go up there to get him, because he would listen to me, he wouldn't listen to most people. And he came walking right up, and it wasn't really a dojo. It was a makeshift, this guy had, it was like in the aerobic center, and it was our little makeshift dojo and my sensei says, oh, hey, he's here. And he just walks right up to me and he starts cussing me out and saying, because I'm just going to say this, one of his relatives said some things that was not true at all. And he got very angry with me about something that, like I said, he flew off the handle about it. And I said, get out of my face. He was never that way with me. He knew he could not if we got into it, we duked it out, he would lose. He was a good wrestler. I outweighed him by about 40 pounds. That's not going to happen. So anytime we sparred, he would, try, because I used to do the amateur stuff. Well, if you want to call it amateur, there wasn't even really amateur or pro at that time. It was just MMA. And he tried to shoot my legs out from under me, and I didn't hit him. I didn't do anything. And he took me down. I don't say he tried, he did. I didn't sprawl quick enough, and I didn't so he got the guard on me. And then I just laid there. I didn't try to stop him. I just let go of his arms, and I said, if it makes you feel better, beat me up. Go ahead, hit me. Do what you got to do, because you're wrong. And so he did. He hit me a couple times, and I got up. I got him off of me, and I'm bleeding, and I'm like, you're gonna regret this. And he's like, oh, you're gonna try and hurt me? You're gonna do something to me? And I said, no, I'm not gonna do anything to you. I'm not gonna beat you up. I turned around, and I'm an emotional guy. I get emotional sometimes, and I had a tear in my eye. I was tearing up. I was just like partly angry tear, but also sad. And I told him, I said, you're going to regret this because you're wrong. And I don't know how long it's going to take, but I know you're going to know the truth one day. And this is what really hurts, because he had a conversation with my brother, and he told me, he told my brother, it was about a week before he took his life. He says, he told my brother, he says, you guys are two of the best friends I've ever had. His best times of my life is hanging out with you guys. And he said, your brother was more of a sibling to me than my own siblings. I can't tell you. And he's told him, he says, he was right. I regret it. I wish I wouldn't have done it. Because I always remember Wolf standing there with blood coming out of his face and letting me hit him about something that was a lie, that he took it like a man. And a few years down the road, this was when I was young, right? He found out that I was right, that it wasn't true. And out of the blue, he just come back from the club and he goes, I'm sorry. And I'm like, we're drinking. I'm like, sorry about what? And he goes, dude, you don't even remember. And I did remember, but I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything to him. I just said, that's it. Don't worry about it. And it hurt. It hurt bad because I didn't want that to be the last. I thought that was the end of it. But then before he passed, that's what he remembered. And so, yeah, I was right, but I didn't want to be right. I don't want that because, and I talked to his widow about it. I said, I told her I forgave him the day it happened. He was just very bitter and angry. And she goes, yeah, I don't know who started that rumor. And they got away with it, at least at the time. But then they died of a drug overdose. So I guess they really didn't. And they were very unrepentant until the day they died. But my friend took his own life, and that is a heavy, hard thing. So I had talked to him a couple of days before he did it, and I said, hey, what's going on? You're making these cryptic posts, and you're alluding to something about to happen. And I said, please don't do that. And he told me, he's like, I know you're very busy. And he goes, and I've been an asshole to you the last couple of years. And I said, I don't hold it against you. You're going through a lot. I'm very busy and I don't have time to sit there and worry, about everybody. I said, but I do, and so I prayed with him, tried to get him to, but he just wouldn't, he was too far gone. And, so that's a very hard thing. I know that in the end, he was very remorseful for what he did. And I didn't like the fact that he was remembering what he did to me. But I told him, I said, you're going to regret that. And he thought I was going to retaliate and hurt him because I could, although he was a tough guy. I turned and I walked away. I walked out. And our coach walked out. Well, he wasn't coach, just sensitive. He walked out and we were talking. Great Kempo teacher. And just, that was a hard thing. That was a very hard day for me. And when my brother told me what he had said, it was like, it was like somebody stabbing you in the heart. You feel terrible. And I don't want him to think of that and be, but that's what people do when they lie and they sow the seeds of deception and destruction and they do evil and wickedness. Stuff like that happens. And the person that did it, they moved away. They didn't, and then I heard the day it passed away or whatever. And you think, well, they got away with it. No, they didn't. They paid for it. Every bit of their treachery and every bit of what they did. They didn't, they didn't break up our friendship. They didn't. And I'm sad, that it came to that. I will say this, the next day in class, I was going full tilt. And when we sparred, I wanted to spar him. And, our coach was like, no, we're not doing that. Cause he said, you did a good thing yesterday. I owe him. He said, it was a noble thing. You walked away. Don't mess it up by doing something to him in practice. Cause I wanted to kick the shit out of him. I was mad, But I'm glad nothing ever happened between us after that. I did confront him one time, because I was aggravated. And he did. He backed down. But we were working for this company. We were handling dogs. And I just told him, I said, don't do that again, because we'll have some issues that I'll really resolve right then. But, and I wish I wouldn't even have said that, because that's just pride getting in the way, But yeah, I do respect you, James. I respect that you said some horrible, mean things, but you didn't punch me in the face and make me bleed like my best friend,
Well, man, it's like this. It's truly like this, When I see you wearing your heart on your sleeve, You've got a good group of people around you. You've got so much knowledge within you, history. I'm not trying to be mean to some people out there, but I don't like associating with stupid people. And I mean people who willingly go along with getting the JAB. Going, oh, you got to wait. I still to this day see individuals wearing masks. It's like, wake up. People in their car at a red light are wearing masks.
By themselves.
I'm going,
By
are you
themselves,
out of
yeah.
your, yes, and they're by themselves. And I'm going, what in the world? And then again, like I said, I listen to you and it's like, man, me and you got a lot in common. Me and a lot of people, like Dick Richardson here. It is Richardson, right?
Yeah, it's my real name's Richard. Yeah, it's just
So,
a stupid YouTube name.
But I've listened to stuff you've said. I've listened to everybody. Anthony and Scorpion would come on, and I'm just like, I can relate to you. You are relatable. History, real history, and not the agenda-driven garbage that they try to pump into people's brains. Coming from the 1980s, men were men, women were women. They weren't, all this garbage. If you watched an action film, it wasn't some, what's going on today. If we were on somewhere like Rumble, maybe I could say some things, but I'm trying to be respectful. Times are a lot different, and I don't fit in with a lot of people because of who I am, because I am headstrong, because if I'm too headstrong, I'm just overexerting the masculinity side. It's like, no, I'm just being myself, and people take it wrong. I watch you, and I think a lot of people take you wrong, and they don't listen to you. They just hear a few words, and then, this guy's this, that, and the other. And it's like, people need to pull their heads from out of their rectum and stop trying to be stupid. Don't be one of these people out here causing mischief and trouble because you get some jolly off of it. Be somebody who's going to be legitimate and stand on your own like a man ought to. Okay, I see that with you. I see that with Dick here, and so many different people. That's what I like. And for what I've said, I even extend an apology to Hellbent Holler, to Abe, to the people that I've said some things to. I don't want any more beef. I really don't with them. Now, there's other people that I've got issues with that, I'm fine with having issues with them. But you guys are not the ones. Anybody in your camp, anybody that, you're friends with, I got no real beef with them. But there are other people that I got issues with. And, should it ever come down to an actual fight, then I would try to get a sanctioned fight, MMA style, and we can take a go at one another, and I'll handle it. But, most of the people that want to trash on me are fake people who are chicken. They hide behind, everything, much in the way what they're doing to you. You got a couple of people who want to be outspoken on their shows, make a show about you. Oh, look what he said. Look what he did, and all this garbage. Again, like I said, I had to laugh because there's two people you mentioned that I'm not really familiar with them, but I checked their videos, and all I'm doing is, oy vey. It's like, oh my God, are you serious? Some of the bull garb that's coming out of your mouth. Not you, Josh, but them.
Yeah, I know what
and
you're
it's
saying.
like, are you crazy? Or, from time to time, I like to smoke a little THC. Legal. I don't deny that. And I know it can make me a little, unbalanced, but, I'm not like violent or any of that. So it makes me wonder, maybe it's that type of substance that these people are on, and they're just ruled by demons. They're allowing evil forces into their life. you know, they need to stop that, and they need to take responsibility for their actions. That's what people don't want to do in this day and age, is realize, wait, I made a mistake. I should try to correct that mistake by never doing it again and actually becoming a better person. If people would stop taking a go at you and actually listen to you, actually listen to the show, maybe they could, you know, stop having their problems. But unfortunately, there are a lot of trolls. There are a lot of people that do not want to just, they don't want to stop hating you. Even when they don't actually hate you deep down, they just find, okay, Josh is wearing a necklace. Let me pick on that. That's how stupid it gets.
Yeah.
Because it's so petty. You know?
Yeah.
So
They turned it into a satanic, what did they say, Leviathan or something? You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
it was a sailor's cross. But they take something that was good, you know, and turned it into something bad. And that's what they do. And then they say, and that's my whole life. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people I know that, you know, one of the things my dad and my grandmother would mentioned, you know, and your grandma too, Anthony, believe it. They would tell people he was a very happy child, a very loving child, and, you know, he hugged everybody and loved everybody and had all these, and then they always, you know, we're in therapy or whatever. They're like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. The world happened. That's what happened. So that by the time you're a teenager, you're angry, you're bitter, you're pissed off, and you don't have any. Your rage is just out there, and by the time you're in your 20s and you are freakishly strong, I mean, I'm freakishly strong, you know, I really am. And when you have that ability, I just by the grace of God that I'm not in jail for fighting too much or doing whatever the heck I was doing back in the day, and just, you know, you could easily get in trouble real quick, and you have that rage in you, and you're fast, you know, you end up in situations because people like to mouth off or whatever, but those are demons agitated on people. They're agitated, and the devil does keep score. They do. And when you start cutting off their food supply, they're not going to like you very much because you're going around, and I've been saying it for years before I even had the show. I would tell people, this is how you combat this. This is how you do this. And I would tell people, and sometimes I wasn't the best example because I was mouthy at times, and I would get angry, and I would cut people down. I could, you know, cut to the bone with my tongue on people. And they'd be like, well, this guy, this and that, but listen to what I'm telling you. It's still the truth. Like I tell you, even if it's Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and Mao Zedong, it doesn't matter. They still did things and said things that were true. Doesn't mean that everything they said was true, but the bad things that they did don't discount what they said was actually true. Doesn't mean that they're good. I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying that they were correct about certain things. Doesn't mean that they are that's anything worth note. But everybody is right at some point, and broken clocks and all that. So that's the key. And so when I tell people the name of Christ can stop a lot of this, you know, it really does work. And people, those demons, they don't like that, because if somebody that they're attached to, and you're witnessing to them and you're talking to them, you don't think that demon is twisting and turning, trying to get them to stop listening to you?
Absolutely.
That demon wants them to stab you, hurt you, do whatever. So when that person goes to prison for killing you, that demon is there with them, just feeding on them until they die. They're parasites. And so when you're telling them the way to get rid of this behavior, which is spawned by demon obsession, then you say, in the name of Christ, I rebuke you. When that is the key. And when you tell enough people, then these demons are like, this guy is a troublemaker. They're not going to like you. And they're going to go, and it's not always just that. You do say things and you know, get yourself in trouble, you know, because sometimes, especially when I was younger, I would say before I thought. I would see people doing and saying stupid things, and I would tell people things like, why don't you pull your pants up? You know, that's, you know what I mean? Like I would give them a reason why they should do that. And they would be like, what? You know, and then that's, you know, that starts a fight. But you just say things, you blurt things out. somebody says something and they're being manipulative. I'm like, why don't you just tell the truth about what the hell you want? Stop manipulating. And they just get mad. Whoa. There's ways to tell people things. There is. And not my proudest moments at times when I would get into stuff. But if you maintain your cool up until a certain point when you have to trade blows, if it has to be, a lot of times things can be diverted. But there are some people where those demons are just embedded. I mean, they are hooked in, and they're not going to let you get away until they get their pound of flesh, and they'll get it. But that doesn't mean they'll get you, because Jesus tells us, if your eye or hand offends you, it's better that that's gone than all of you is gone. So they take their pound of flesh, but you walk away. You know what I mean? So I'm going to let you guys run. James, thank you for coming on, man. And Andres, of course, thank you for coming on. And this wasn't the call-in show, but, the other night we really didn't get to do a real call-in show because of the internet, and it was my birthday. And I was over here. You all right? Yeah. So I was over here, trying to do the call-in show, and I couldn't let anybody on because of the freaking internet, dude. But so I was on here with my phone, I had to come in like a guest.
Yeah, because I was having problems too, man. Remember that? Because I kept bouncing in and out, and I had to get some new equipment and stuff. And one thing I did have to ask is, because you mentioned that the next day you were going to go see a movie or something like that. I think it was the latest Jurassic Park.
I didn't get to go.
Because I was going to ask you how, what did you think about it? Because I don't trust any of these reviewers. They're paid to, it's a great movie in it when it's really not, or something like that.
They're paid to lie. I wish I could tell you guys, but I didn't get to go, man. I ended up having to work. I am busy when I get to do the show like this, and we get to go longer or whatever. Like tonight, I thought I was gonna have to jump off at 11 o'clock, but we ended up at the last minute at like 10:30. We managed to find somebody that would go and finish up the patrol. So I was like, oh, that's a good thing. So my haters are over there like, oh, he says he's busy, but he's able to do the show for 3 hours. Yeah, and I'm only able to do it so much, and you can only have so many people that'll work for you. But because I do enjoy this. I enjoy talking, and I enjoy having, people on here, and I don't care if it's 100 people or if it's 900 people. If you have people that are willing to listen, that's important. I have a feeling in my heart, though, that the right people are going to listen. It may not be as many people as some of my colleagues, but they're not going to have that connection to their people like I do.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So can I just say one thing quickly? Remember, I couldn't remember the name of that nano zeolite last Monday. It's called Masterpiece, and peace is spelled Peace. I got a bunch of protocols here written down, but we can discuss them on Monday night if you want. How to detox that crap out of your system.
Yep, because a lot of people need it.
I know, and there's, we'll get into it because I've got it all written down here, and it's good. It's good. It'll be good.
You know what that is? It's the Hydra.
Yeah, it's sure
good stuff.
It sure is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's creating. Well, they call them worms, but they don't understand. And it's interesting that the late Carl Sagan once said that we should look for life as we don't even understand it, not just look for life as we know it. Now, Carl Sagan, of course, people are going to say he wasn't a Christian. I'm going to say, yeah, he was not. But he did have the right idea. And he said, we're looking for life as we know it. You should think about this. Look for life as we don't understand it. And one of the things that I've often thought was if there is carbon-based life form, there could be silicon-based life form.
Yeah, there are, whether it's artificial or whether it's controlled by something else or whatever it is, and how small it is. Because our brains can't fathom what the nanoscale is.
No, the quantum realm is so weird to us.
Dude. It's another dimension in and all of its own that's kind of melded in with ours right now. It's absolutely. Go on, please.
No, we're small too compared to like some of these other entities.
Sure, absolutely. Compared to what used to roam the earth.
One of the things that Jerry Williams talks about, he's a Choctaw tracker and a good friend of mine, but he talks about the cosmic spider and how it came and it pierced the earth, whatever. And people are just like, oh yeah, how did it exist in space, dude? How do you know that's space? That's space to us.
Mhm.
If you were to shrink us down to the size of a nanoparticle, right, a subatomic,
Exactly.
entity, we would not breathe and live, and it would not be the same. So if something like that exists in space, how do you know that this isn't just a sink,
Yeah.
and the black hole is the drain?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's oblivion. That's one version of oblivion. So being really small, we do encounter entities and beings that mimic the size, that mimic the same beings we have here, just on a different size and different scale. So why wouldn't there be a spider? Why wouldn't there be a snake?
I mean,
Yeah.
Velikovsky wrote about all those ancient myths and pretty much proved them, about all those old space battles that happened at whatever point back in the day. You look up Rahab, the original. So there's two Rahabs in the Bible, but the first one is the cosmic space dragon. So yeah, there's definitely something that went on back in those days that they've hidden from us.
Somebody says here, Don J says that's why they have Ant-Man movies. Yeah, I haven't seen those. I want to. It's one of them's called Into the Quantum Realm or something like that.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, I want to see that. I do want to see that, because it's interesting because of the take on it, and people don't realize this. I've said this before, like Jesus, when he came here to earth, he had to shrink down. It sounds so weird to talk about, but he had to shrink himself down to be on this planet. And he's holding a very holy soul, which is that sits at the right hand of the Father. And he was imbued with the power of the Holy Spirit, which is the indomitable spirit that is in all of us and all living things, that permeates from the source, which is God. And if, like some people call it the Godhead, that would be the Father.
Mhm.
And you have the Son and the Holy Spirit. And then if you take it a step further, we're at the very bottom of that. We're and so worship is a form of giving energy, supplication to a deity. You just have to be careful to make sure you're worshiping the right deity, which is God, big G,
Right.
that Jesus talks about. Because there are a lot of people worshiping something that is not God. And there are others that are actually worshiping themselves. It's a sad thing, because
there's a lot of people that worship Jesus as God as well. And he
and
said,
Jesus
"Go to my
tells us
Father."
not to, but
Yes.
people, when he makes himself be like, it's him being part of God. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Him and the
Go to
Holy
God.
Spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, go to God through me, he says.
Yep.
In my
That's
name.
right.
Yeah.
Find the way, and you'll find peace. All right, guys. So until we're off of this demented fractal ball, whatever the heck if that even makes sense, we're going to have strife. You're gonna struggle against people. There's going to be fights, and I'm a warrior, and a lot of you are too. And you're not going to take it, because we don't have to. You're not supposed to. At some point, though, you have to be able to put the sword down and forgive. And that's what this is. You let people. Hey, look. You want it to be to where people will respect you enough that they see you, that you're a decent person, that you love people, and they'll love you enough to where they won't attack you. But this isn't a perfect world. It's just a world. And so you're never going to achieve that fully. But in the end, that's my most ardent wish, that people would just see me and be like, hey, this guy doesn't want anything with me. He doesn't want to fight me. Just let him go and let him alone, and I leave you alone, and that's it. But there are people who are absolutely committed. They will not stop. They will not stop. They've been wound up by whatever, and they're not going to stop. And so we have to be warriors. But it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. You know what I'm saying? So you be a warrior and do what you got to do and be ready, but hopefully not have to use it. And just, that's it. That's the whole point. Because we're not here to wage war. It's a spiritual warfare that's going on all around us. We're here to love, but when they bring it to you through the demonic channels, not channels on YouTube, but channels in ways, you have to stop them. You have to. And you have to do it not only for yourself, but people that you love and that you care about and that you're close to.
Amen.
It's just life. It's the way it is. So, any last things, anybody, before we jump off here?
Great show, man. Great show.
It was a great show.
I appreciate it, guys.
See you guys Monday.
Okay. I'll see you guys Sunday.
Awesome.
All right.
Lord bless you all.
Yep. May God bless you all.
Stay safe.
All right. See ya. So that's the show, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being like the best part of what makes PRT. PRT. And I got to say, the other night when I was asked a question about a particular person, I just told them what I remember as truth. And that person got very upset. Wasn't trying to agitate, but I know that person has been over there doing and saying all kinds of things. And they can say that they're not or they haven't been. I know that's not true. But there's an easy way for this to all end, and that's just for you to leave me alone. If you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. I promise you. You leave me alone, I won't say another word about you. But if you keep on, then I'm going to do what I do, and I'm going to let people know who you are and about you if they ask or if it comes up. I'm not going to go around and do what they've done, folks, and go door to door and tell everybody, would you like to hear about my cult, my religion, which involves attacking a man and his family? It involves attacking his followers. It involves being a most heinous individual who doesn't stop, no matter what happens, no matter how much peace he's offered. I'm not going to do that. Because that's what they do. They go door to door, calling people up. When Abe's telling you that they called him up and they complained about me to try to get him to wage war on me, he's telling the truth. When Joe Breezy said that, when many, many people in this community have said these things, they have said that these people have tried to recruit them. Bettina said that. Maddie said that. Several people. My friend Shane, who's, in the North American Dogman Project, lives out in California. They went to him. They went to Brandon. They went to a bunch of people in this community, and tried to get these people to join in their jihad against us. And they tried to do it on multiple people's channels and platforms. And like Joe Doyle said, he's not going to join in the jihad against the Turners. Go wage your war somewhere else. You're not going to do it on our channel. He told them that. And then they started threatening him. This is what they do. This is what they've done. And then while they're threatening you, they tell everybody that you're doing it to them. I say this. If you can not make threatening and crazy, insane, awful libel, which is libel, is what you're doing is absolute libel. It is. It's illegal. And if you would stop doing it, then I would stop defending. I would not feel the need or feel compelled, and neither would my spouse or any of my family or any of my friends, to say anything back to you. But if I sit back and I let you tee off on us, then you would have the whole community to believe that I'm some sort of horrible blasphemer. You would have them believe that I am a homosexual, that I am a Nazi, that I'm a homophobe, that I'm Islamic, that I'm anti-Islamic, that I am Zionist, but that I'm also anti-Jewish. You would have them believe all of these things. You would have them believe everything you could possibly dream up, everything that you could possibly think up out of your sick, twisted head. You would have people believing this about me. And in the beginning of all of this, what was my sin? Ask yourself that. What did I do to make you so agitated and to hate me? Because you still have not given a clear-cut reason for why you hate us. You just hate us. But you have a bunch of reasons, but none of them are worth a crap. And it has to be something better than, oh, he believes that the Anunnaki, blah, 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 whatever the hell, or he insulted my college that I went to. Because that's literally what one of them's battle cry is. His whole spiel is that I insulted him. He told Barton, and Barton tried to make peace with us, between us. He did at one time. And I tried. They wanted me, they gave him, and if he's being truthful, he'll tell you, they gave him a list of demands. Those list of demands was as long as a Texas tall tale. And that list involved me lying to everyone and accepting full responsibility for everything and saying that I was wrong and a full heartfelt apology, which with them, and saying that I'm not capable of that because I'm not going to apologize for something that you did, for something that you started, for an offense that you took that you shouldn't have. I'm not going to do that. What I will say is I'm sorry for my part of it. And if you walk away, I'll walk away. But this right here will probably fall on deaf ears, just like it has every time I've ever said anything, because the main culprit, my personal opinion, is a sociopath, and he will never stop. He is not capable of it. He will have you believe that we kidnapped his child, and that he needs donations to bring him home. He is home. He has a home with his mother, which I had nothing to do with. And you keep on telling everybody that. I honestly wish I did, because then I could say, hey, I helped this child get away from this bad situation, but I didn't. But you have turned it into a battle and a battle cry, and you've profited from it. And you, Mr. Truck Driver guy, you know who you are. I'm going to tell you right now, you did something you shouldn't have done. Now, I'm not completely innocent. No, I'm not going to tell you that. But I have not done and perjured myself like you have. You have made up slanderous accusations against us. And the reason I say you're the worst in this is because you know all of these things that these other people have done, and you know they're not true. You know these are lies. And yet you still jumped in that pool and you swam with these people and waged war on us, knowing full well what these people have done. You do know. You absolutely know. You told me yourself that this person, the roofer, was unhinged and he's crazy and he's this and he's that, and blah, 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 blah. And then as soon as you're angry, you feel like you were slighted by me, Maddie, Anthony, Nelly, whoever. You run over there and you support everything this man and the other man have done and said. You say that I am Lil Bray Bray. I'm going to show you guys something. I think this is important enough that I'm going to tell you this, because I'm sick and tired of this damn war. Two things I'm going to show you. Their channel is the Devil's Playground. That's what we're going to call it. That's what we've been calling it, because that's what it is. It's the Devil's Playground. They're over there just spewing hate, spewing lies, trying to convince the whole community that we are these evil, evil people. Telling people that I'm the Lil Bray Bray account, which is a racist account that was made, in my opinion, made by Ike. And I'll tell you why I think that. I'll show you proof. And this other guy goes over there and says that we are Little Bray Bray, and that's not who we are. They spew so much, man. Oh my gosh, there's so much. These are all posts that I'm just pouring over for the last 2 days of them spinning out and saying the most ridiculous, just spinning out, dude. Hope I can find it, because there's so many posts. Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. Man, freaking devil. Trying to keep me from finding it here. Gosh, dog it. Anyways, it's in PRT News. I wish I could find it. I wish I could just. Here it is. So it says here, this is from Abnormal Investigations, and the guy, you can see it right there. That's what he says. That's Stephen Michael in that group. And he says, so last night I was told by a subscriber Josh Turner attacked. Yeah, sure. My native heritage again last night on his live. I attacked, right? I'm not Indian enough for him, and he made fun of headdresses on natives. What this guy, dude? I am very proud of my Cherokee heritage. My grandpa was full-blooded. That's impossible because you're only 6%. Do you not know how to do math? Apparently, your math is not your strong point, nor is spelling. We'll let it slide because I have no choice. I support and love my heritage. Sad you have to attack a race to make yourself feel better. That's not what happened. He has attacked many ethnic groups in his shows. Not true. Are you Lil Bray Bray Jowls? He calls me Jowls because he's not creative. Seems to fit. It's at the very end of his show. They even laugh about natives being, which he says, essayed. I'm not going to say it. When did we do that? When did we make fun of that? What are you talking about? He says, even Brother Abe thought this was funny. False teachers. I guess he's trying to say wolves in sheep's clothing. And then he says here, Lil Bray Bray, this is the screenshots from Lil Bray Bray at the bottom there. You can see it. This is why I know it's you that's Lil Bray Bray. And I'll say why. One of the screenshots is Lil Bray Bray, and it's defending Abnormal Investigations. So if I'm Lil Bray Bray, why would I do that? Why would I say Abnormal Investigations does boots on the ground, Paranoid Roundtable does boots on the ground, or does boobs on the ground, mostly Josh's boobs? Yeah, so if I am Lil Bray Bray, this racist account that he uses, why would I go around and say that? Another one. It says Lil Bray Bray, if he owned said business, why would he need to beg for donations and pay? They don't spell correct. He doesn't spell patron. He spells it Patrons instead of Patreon. I'm a good speller. He's not. Grammar is a strong suit for me, not for him. So he says here, as Lil Bray Bray, because it's him, he says, if he owned said business, why would he need to beg for donations and patrons to the point of nausea? Now, he spelled that one right, surprisingly. Then Lil Bray Bray says on here, and you can read it. What does it say? It says Larry Fisher, the mad roofer for vice president, 2024. The reason he says vice president is because he's trying to say he's going to be the president. Make Josh Turner cry like a baby again. I told him I'd be happy to donate to his crappy fake story podcast anytime, all he needs to, which I don't know what he was going to say there because I didn't clip that and I didn't post it. But I'm assuming, and I don't want to assume too much, but he's going to say if you know all he needs to do is some crazy wild shit, basically. And then here you go. Here's another one where they try to pull some dangerous stuff on us. John Doe says, I love finding people on Facebook who use real name. I like stalking them and going in their houses while they're home, not home. It's such a rush. And then Dana says, I know their new address. Yep. What do you think they're trying to do, folks? Yeah. I can tell you this right now. You better hope, you better pray that you stay your ass out of my house and away from me and my family. Not joking. Not playing. You better go find your rush somewhere else. It'll be the last rush that you ever find. You're not going to hurt me or my family. I promise you. You keep saying Abe threatened you and blah, 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 blah. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you right now, you better stay the fuck out of my house. You better stay the fuck out of my yard. You better stay the fuck away from me, and you better not come to my studio. You think you know. You don't know. Because as nice as I can be, I can be something else too. I'll go to any lengths to defend what is mine. Keep playing. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Here's another one. So, this is something right here. Citizens and freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes. Go look this one up. Paying to play Indian, the Dawes Rolls, and the legacy of $5 Indians. So I don't want to say anything about this, but I'm going to tell you the truth, folks. Did you know that you could have gone back in those days and paid $5 to put yourself on the Dawes Rolls? And then they will tell you that you have like 5 or 6% Indian blood so that you could claim land and you could be a charlatan and claim goodies from the government. And then your children and your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren will be considered native. Always getting that little bit of blood put on their card. How do you know that this person, and I'm addressing you, Stephen Michael McKee, I'm addressing you personally. How do we know that you're native? Put up or shut up. Take a blood test. I will. I promise you, my blood is way, way more than yours. You can look it in my freaking cheekbones, dude. Now, you can say what you want. You can make all the claims you want. You are a white man, and there's nothing wrong with being a white man. Just be a white man. Don't sit there and lie and tell everybody that you're a native, because I don't believe it. I don't believe it unless you get a blood test and I see it. But you won't do that, will you? Just like there's an evaluation you're supposed to be doing, but you won't do that either, will you? So don't sit up here and tell me that you have all these things that you have on us and you're making a show and you're doing all this other shit. You ain't doing anything. Because it's all right there in PRT News. Anybody who wants to go look can absolutely go look. You said your grandfather was full-blooded Cherokee. That's an entire, absolute 100% lie. The reason I know it's a lie is because you were only 6%. So if your grandfather, one of your grandparents, now we're going to do some math because he doesn't understand math, nor does he understand language any other. He's a very uneducated man, and I'm going to educate you right now. You have 4 grandparents. You understand? 4, right? So your mother has a father. Your mother has a mother. Your father has a father, and your father has a mother, right? 4. So if one of your grandparents is full-blooded, those are quarters, right? 4. What does that make you? How much of a percentage does that make you? That makes you 25%, right? But you're not 25%. You're 6%. I don't even know how you get down to that. The only way you would get down to that, and I believe this is the case, is that if you're somebody paid to play $5 to become a native. Stop talking about your native blood and your native heritage, because it doesn't exist. The state of Oklahoma may have given you a card that says that you are this or you are that. I don't care. I don't believe it. But this is the way of the world, folks. These people, they play, dress up, they cosplay. I'm a cat. Meow, meow. I'm a kitty cat. I'm a cat. So you have to call me a cat. So I'm going to go to class and I'm going to lick myself and go meow, meow, and spit out fur balls and go and shit in a box in the corner. And so I'm a cat. Right? You're not. You're not. You never were and you never will be. You don't have kittens. You're not going to have kittens. But the world is so delusional, and the side of the aisle that this man is on, and he won't admit that. He won't even address that situation. And amazingly, he's never addressed the fact that he's getting benefits. He just now did it just now after 2 years. Why is that? Because someone else said something? Because you won't do it yourself. From y'all's mouths, it's lie after lie after lie after irrefutable evidence. You can't even deny and you say it, and then you claim you didn't, right? You didn't do it. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't say this. You use fake accounts to issue some of the worst insults. Little Bray Bray, if it was me, that would have been the stupidest thing to do, would be to attack myself and promote Larry the Roofer as vice president, and then say, oh, yeah, and by the way, I'm over here begging for donations, and I need people to give money to my patron. It's spelling, too, by the way. Do you know how stupid that would be? And I don't peddle in stupid. That's how stupid that would be. You will not understand. You will not understand until you're standing before hell's gates. And I don't know that you were even capable at that point. You would probably not understand until you felt the pain of the fire of hell. And woe unto you, because that is going to happen. That is your future. Unless you repent, you can. And I know Abe said it last night. You can repent. You could say, hey, since you're so much better than me and I'm not a good Christian and I'm not holy and I'm not a good person, but you are the most goodest of persons of ever, the gooder there is, then all you got to do is just go repent. And guess what? I will burn in hell and you will go to the good place because you're the more gooder than us, right? Right? That's your thinking. See, the folks, there's the problem with that. He doesn't even believe in that. He uses God and Jesus and all of his. He doesn't believe in this, because if he did, and if you really did, you would stop this bull crap right now. You'd end it. You would send a message, not as John Smith, but as you, and you would say, I am no longer going to make fake accounts. I am no longer, and you would stop trolling us. But I don't believe that you're capable of that. I do not believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. And right now we're a long ways from that. You should make an announcement in that group of the Devil's Playground and say, I apologize for all of the pain and suffering I've caused people. It hurts to do that. It sucks. I've had to do that. I've had to apologize to people and say, look, I'm sorry and I'm responsible for everything that I've done. You know, you have to do that. That's what you have to do. People who are alcoholics, they have to take responsibility in the 12-step program, which is a good program, and it teaches people the responsibility. They have to go and tell people, I am sorry for what I've hurt you or I've done to you. The alcohol made me do it, but I still did it. I take responsibility for letting the alcohol control me. I don't believe you really have a substance that you can blame, in anybody. But you could do that. You could literally just say, look, man, I'm sorry for all the pain and suffering I've caused and issue an apology. I would do the same for what I've done. But remember, I didn't start this. Thank you, Grigsley, for putting that on the PRT news, showing how it began, and for Abe and with the Peterson Damon thing, all the things that you guys did to us that started all of this. Now, we can, at this point, it doesn't matter who started it, who's keeping it going. 20 posts a day, just going out to the ether, and then you guys run to Reddit and say all kinds of other horrible things. You guys are just committed 100% to besmirching and destroying my name. 100%. Yeah, Rain, it says, Wendy, that's still horrible that they did that to you. You're disgusting. Who would make up telling someone their life's in danger? That's diabolical. Yeah. Well, they use Reddit because stupid people have used that to attack me, and then they'll go look at Reddit, look at what people say about it. But people say about me, handful of maniacs with different accounts saying a bunch of crap who've committed their lives. Do you ever stop and look and go, man, I am so off base here. I am so crazy for making this stuff, for doing this stuff. Does that ever come up? And do you ever stop and go, maybe I am wasting my life fighting with these people, with Josh Turner and his wife and his family? Maybe I should leave these people the hell alone. I mean, we started this shit, and then we should get out of it. Many of your allies and colleagues have left. They were just like put their swords down and walked away. You could do the same. And you need to accept the fact that you're not good at what you do. I'm being brutally honest with you. You do not have a good product. You do not make a good show. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with Hellbent Holler. It has nothing to do with Blondes and Booze or Tex or BMR or Harley. You're always attacking Harley. Oh, he sold his soul to the devil. He's satanic, blah, 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 whatever. Has nothing to do with Monica or any of the people that I'm affiliated with or associated with, or Abe or me or anybody. Anthony, Tony, whoever you're blaming. Maddie, Nellie. There's others. I can't remember them all. There's so many people you've fallen out with. You're, and Grigsley too. He's another one. I mean, Spooktator Bob, whatever. Let me tell you something. At some point, you have to take responsibility for yourself. Your channel, in my opinion, is not good. This is my humble opinion. Not a fact, just my opinion. I believe it's a fact, but I can believe what I want. And I believe there's good and not good, and you're not good. Your show is a subpar. You have low production value. You look like you're doing it out of a dirty place. It doesn't look professional. And when you and I had talked and we tried to make peace, which I gave you that chance, which you're not capable of, like I said, I don't believe it. I tried to give you some tips and pointers. I said, look, there's things you can do to make your show better, to make yourself more presentable. You didn't take the advice. You didn't take a lick of it. You didn't want to hear anything I had to say. You were just biding your time, and you kept attacking me with fake accounts and attacking my allies with fake accounts. Never stopped. Then you went and said that I did it, that I started it back up. Well, yeah, because I retaliate by being me, by saying, hey, this is Josh Turner, go F yourself. Right? You were doing that, attacking as being Lil Bray Bray, as being Peterson Damon, or whoever the heck you thought up. And now you have others' accounts. And I believe that the trucker has one of them too. Oh, I do. Mm-hmm. You guys are all into that fake bullshit. Bill Ted was another one. There you go, Wendy. Bill Ted. Yep. There's so many of you out there that are being deceived. So you get mad, and then, yep, there you go, Rain. Cassie was that troll account. So, yeah, that's what they're doing. And you get mad. You don't like it when I call you out. You attack my heritage. You said that I'm not this and I'm not that, and that I say that I'm everything and all this stuff. I don't say that. I don't say that I'm everything. I just know what my heritage is. I know this. I know that I have 4 grandparents. I know what they are. I do. So that's the difference between me and you, because I actually looked into it. And some people might think, well, you did your lineage, you did your genealogy. I used the Mormons. Am I Mormon? No, I'm not. But why would I use the Mormons? Because they have the most comprehensive database of people's genealogy. And just remember, when someone looks into you, you can look into them. And I know that you are not who you think you are or who you say you are. You might actually think you're that, but you're not. You don't have a drop of that blood. If you do, I'd be shocked. So keep on peddling that lie. So you use the Cassie account, which is was a married woman that you slept with. That's a matter of fact right there, because we have the screenshots and of you saying that you did. You did this in a hotel room with her. She's a married woman. You're an adulterer on top of everything else. Are you not? Are you ashamed of that? I mean, it's my opinion. That's what they call it, adultery. He used the Cassie account. She was a woman. You don't like this, do you? Makes you nervous, makes you uncomfortable. Is your native blood boiling? Don't worry, you don't have any. He used Cassie to troll Bettina. When Bettina confronted him, that's when everything started. Right there, folks. Right? And I came to defend Bettina and Abe because you were attacking them. And you did it with the Peterson Damon account. Did you see where PRT, blah, blah, blah? That was you and Janice. And we have the screenshots of you guys talking about it. Oh, look at that. Wendy says, I absolutely know that Cassie was him. He said hi to me in a chat. We jumped in, and Cassie talked to me before I said anything. See, now you've gone after Wendy Guazdala, who's been a brave person, who's come forward to try to be a good person, do what's right. Just like you're using James Jones's name because you have no shame. You used Cassie's name. She was a person that you had relations with. You used her name, her own likeness, her profile. It's crazy. So you're willing to troll with anybody's name. You're willing to use anybody's name. You're willing to say you've used me. You've said different people. You're different people. You're many faces from He-Man. And not one of them are worth a shit. The game will eventually come to an end, one way or the other. And like I said, mark my words. My words are going to ring in your ears, and I honestly hope that it doesn't happen to you. Because I have compassion and love for all mankind. I may despise what you do, but I don't hate you. But I feel for you because I don't believe that you're capable. I don't know exactly how that works, but I know that you aren't capable of feeling like we do. You're a sociopath, Mike. You don't understand feelings, emotions, human emotions. You are not a good parent. And I'm not basing this on anything you've been accused of. I'm telling you what I saw. I saw you scanning your daughter's, your little girl, or isn't a little girl, but she's a young girl, her legs with the camera. She was looking very uncomfortable. You also made jokes about putting your meat in her mouth. Who does that to their own daughter? This is not me and my opinions now. This is a matter of fact. You did that. You said those things. You did those things. If you were a young girl, how would you feel comfortable with your dad doing that? I don't care what you do. If they take this episode down, they can throw it in the trash. I don't give a shit. I'm telling the absolute truth, folks. This is the people that we're dealing with. And if there's still just one person out there that believes in your lies, I'm not only doing myself a disservice, I'm doing them a disservice, and I'm doing you a disservice, because if I don't at least try, you will go to hell, in my opinion, because I believe that it's a real place. You don't. And you think this life is a big game. It's a big joke. It's not. And at the end of this race, you will end up burning. There's no trophy. There's nothing for you and those like you. You will spill into all eternity as a carcass roasting. And then you sent me a message saying that I was being trolled by Cassie and that she was starting a bunch of horrible things, blah, 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 blah. No. I never knew Cassie. I knew you, Ike. So Wendy says here, Cassie tried to make me appear as if I was saying terrible things about Josh in some chats as an instigator, and you and him were cool at that time. Yes. And Wendy says, why do that? Why do you think, Wendy? because you're an evil person who does evil things. You want the roasting to end. Well, it's not going to end here on Earth. It's going to end never. It's going to keep going. And that's another thing. You don't understand the physics behind it. We were talking about quantum earlier. Everything exists at the same time, Ike. The past, the future, the present, it's all happening simultaneously. Therefore, eternity exists from the moment that it happens. Does that make sense to you? You can't wrap your mind around it, I know, because you can't even spell. You don't have a master or grasp on the English language, and you definitely don't know how to do math. Because if you did, you would know that 6% doesn't translate to grandpappy being a quarter. Being a quarter, you wouldn't even, you don't understand it. You'd be a quarter. Grandpappy would make you that. You're not. It doesn't translate. That's the issue there, folks, because this man is a con artist, in my opinion. Now, I would encourage you to get a lawyer and sue the living shit out of me, and then I'll countersue, and we'll see who comes out on top. It's going to be interesting for you. If you're trying to present these things in court and trying to tell everybody that you're not Cassie, that you're not Peterson Damon, that you're not Cleghorns McGee or Cleghorn, whatever it was, that troll account you made, how are you going to explain all that? How are you going to explain to a judge or to a jury? How are you going to convince these people that you are not Bray Bray? Because once it gets down to that point, there are ways to unravel all of this, and it will happen. It could become court ordered. You don't know. That's why you're not moving forward with any kind of lawsuit, because all of your house of cards will fall. Promise you, folks, 100%. If he is stupid enough, and he is not a very intelligent man, but if you are stupid enough to do that, that's what's going to happen. They're going to look at everything. It's like filing for bankruptcy. They don't just go, oh, okay, all your debts are forgiven. They let you go. No. They hold you by the leash, by the neck, and they fine-tooth comb all of your finances, and they stick their hand up your butt. Your financial butt is probed. You were probed, like you're being abducted. That's what they do. So good luck with that. Yeah. Anyways, folks, that's all I got to say tonight. That's it. I'm done ranting. Rant over. The ball's in your court. You can go anytime you want, and you can repent. Unfortunately, now you have some unhinged male cheerleaders who are cheering you on and giving you some renewed vigor to keep on being defiant and evil and nasty and mean. And as long as you are being worshipped and given that energy, because it is a form of worship when they go to you and they dance around in front of you, they keep doing this. They're not doing you any favors. You're not doing them any favors. You're playing off of each other's ignorance and sin and filth. These are very unhinged men that you're dealing with. And I could be saying that to any one of you because you're all that way. So listen to what I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you what to do and do it correctly and do it right and be correct. Come clean. Do what's right. Then you don't have to worry about anything. Whatever darkness, evil that I've done in the world, I'll pay for my sins. I'll go wherever I need to go. But at least you will be clean. You'll be away from it. You won't have to worry about it. Yellowstone blows, whatever happens, you're protected, right? That's right, Tony. They're corrupting each other. All right, folks, I'm going to run. I'm going to go. Thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Now they're going to go and do what they do best, which is mass report our videos. They do it every time. See, that's the thing. It doesn't matter what I say or do. It doesn't matter. They still mass report us no matter what. They always do. And to this day, they've only managed to get one to stick, but they'll slow your growth down. They'll really hurt your algorithms. But, you know, in the end, it is what it is. Probably a good thing to slow our growth. I don't want to go too quick. I like to get to know my people. And that's the thing. My subs are 100% real. As many times as you guys have reported me to YouTube, don't you understand that they've already fine-tooth combed everything? They did the same thing to Hub and Holler. They've done the same thing to Blondes and Booze. You've mass reported us all into oblivion. And they have slowed our growth, all of us, and they've messed with us, and they've looked at us, and they've seen that we are not buying subs, we are not buying views, we're not buying comments, we're not making fake stories, AI or otherwise. And you know this. You personally probably really do know this. Or maybe you think everybody's like you. It is sad, Wendy. It's sad that he will never know what peace and love is. Yep. Anyways, folks, thank you for tuning in. We love you all. I'm going to see you guys later. Good night.